Chapter 601, Settling In. The next day after Zhao Hai and Tess' agreement, Tess announced to his tribesmen that they would be moving to a new place. This fact made the other Diamond Apes feel somewhat at a loss. They don't know what's going on. Why would they suddenly move to another place? Zhao Hai didn't participate in this matter. This wasn't something that needed his help. It was all left up to Tess and the others. The Diamond Ape tribe had already stayed in this place for more than 5,000 years, and in these 5,000 years, their lives had been calm. Aside from looking for the divine artifact as well as the ice beasts, they didn't suffer any other trouble. It was a sort of mundane heaven, one which had beasts living in it, and now they were suddenly leaving. This made the minds of the other Diamond Apes turn blank. But Tess told them about the situation of the volcano and compared it to the Black Wasteland. This managed to calm the people down. Seeing the reactions of the Diamond Apes made Zhao Hai gawk. Then he immediately understood why. They had lived in seclusion for too long, that they would find it strange seeing other strangers in their vicinity. If they suddenly come across an assortment of new people, then they might not be able to adapt. But fortunately, the place where they would be going to was the Black Wasteland. This meant that they would just be moving from their mundane life into a less mundane place, but somewhere without wild beasts. Perhaps this was the best result for them. Tess' influence in the tribe was very high that after he talked his tribe mates through, they started to pack up and prepare to leave. The things that they focused most was actually their magic beasts, which were the fire rabbits. These magic beasts were quite big. They weren't much shorter than the Argali. It can eat anything and it rarely gets sick. It was a very good type of magic beast. However, when one considers money, these rabbits were inferior to Argali. Because of this, Zhao Hai wanted the Diamond Apes to raise Argali, not these fire rabbits. However, Tess' words reminded Zhao Hai that the Diamond Apes haven't raised Argali for more than 5,000 years. They simply didn't have the knowledge to herd Argali. If Zhao Hai immediately swaps their fire rabbits for Argali, then they might find it hard to adapt. Zhao Hai and Tess stood on the wall and observed the people preparing. After their talk, Zhao Hai told Tess that Iron Mountain Fort would be prepared after 3 days. Zhao Hai also sent some undead to Green in order to rush the preparations. Tess and the others were still not finished preparing. They had lived in here for a long time that not even a stick was spared in their packing. Seeing this scene made Tess smile bitterly. Zhao Hai didn't care about it too much. These people were just unwilling to give their stuff up due to nostalgia. It wasn't something strange. Tess sighed and looked at Zhao Hai. Mister, I think it'll take 2 days before they finish packing. If you are in a hurry, I can make them go faster. Zhao Hai faintly smiled and shook his head. It's fine. The wasteland is already prepared. Being late for 1 or 2 days wouldn't matter. Just have them take their time. There's no need to worry. Tess said, I'm just afraid that you might miss the chance to get the Beast God's Spear. Zhao Hai smiled and said, Don't worry, the Beast God's Spear has already been here for 5,000 years. If something did happen, 1 or 2 days wouldn't make much of a difference. Tess nodded. Then he said, Mister, the Beast God's Spear is a very important matter to our tribe. I have a request. If Mister finds the Beast God's Spear, please bring it to our Diamond Ape tribe first. We've sought for this thing for 5,000 years, the least we could do is see it with our own eyes. Zhao Hai nodded and, Patriarch, rest assured, if I do retrieve the Beast God's Spear, I'll go back to this volcano and show it to you so you could perform a ritual. Tess nodded. He hadn't requested Zhao Hai about doing a ceremony at the volcano because it was already too much to ask for. Therefore, the only thing he could ask was to see the Beast God's Spear. Zhao Hai understood Tess' mood. This was their tribe's obsession for 5,000 years. If Tess doesn't see it, then he might carry this regret for the rest of his life. Sure enough, just as Tess had thought, the Diamond Apes took 2 days before they finished packing. After all of them had prepared, Zhao Hai immediately went out of the city and opened a huge spatial rift that allowed the people to get through it. The people couldn't help but get surprised upon seeing the spatial rift, but they still obediently walked through it. What made them surprised was the fact that Tess was not present, but fortunately, The other elders were there to guide them. It didn't take a long time for the people to pass through the spatial rift, and when they emerged, they immediately saw Tess. As it turns out, Tess was the first one that passed through the rift. Along with Tess, there were also some slaves as well as giant horned bulls on the other side. These people would help the Diamond Apes get settled in. The Diamond Apes looked curiously at the giant horned bulls. The giant horned bulls were very enthusiastic. Almost all of the beastmen knew about the exiled royal tribe. Now they had finally seen what they looked like. However, the giant horned bulls also knew the importance of the current matter. Therefore, they didn't say a lot of words to the Diamond Apes. They just led the Diamond Apes to the place that was prepared for them. The place where they'll go to was very close to the giant horned bulls. This was because the bulls would be the people who would teach the Diamond Apes about the life in the Black Wasteland. The Diamond Apes received their tents according to their families. It was great that Beastmen tents were very tall and spacious, which allowed the Diamond Apes to stay in it. The Diamond Apes looked curiously at their new home. They had discovered that everything that they would need was already provided. There were even some ironware that they hadn't seen before. This made them feel very excited. Soon, the 100,000 people had arrived at the camp. Tess and the elders also helped them settle in quickly. Green and Marin came as well along with a lot of slaves. The most important thing for these Diamond Apes was to get used to meeting new people. These were people that they would have to come in contact frequently in the future. Zhao Hai had also started to improve the wasteland this year, and now that Kair has leveled up, she had extended her branches slowly. In the end, she had surrounded the Iron Mountain as well as the middle part of the Black Wasteland. In this way, it won't be very cold here even in the winter. This also allowed plants to grow normally, increasing the yearly yield of the land. Kair didn't have anything to say about this. She was a plant-type magic beast, and all of the plant types can do this when they reach a high enough level. And now that she has been upgraded further, this matter was not even a problem for her. Now, one could see a beautiful ring of flowers around the Iron Mountains. These branches belong to Kair. She can use this to absorb energy from the land. Not only would it affect her cultivation, it would also provide more nutrition for her, which was one of her most important ability in order to survive as a magic beast. This was also Zhao Hai's consideration for Tess tribe. Although they can survive in the current Black Wasteland, one shouldn't forget that they had been living in a volcano for 5,000 years. They weren't used to having seasons. If winter suddenly arrives, then it would be troublesome for the Diamond Apes. Regarding the arrival of the Diamond Apes, Robert and Evan couldn't help but get surprised. There were once great patriarchs who governed land with a border with the Beastmen. Because of that, they also collected a lot of materials regarding the history of the prairie. The matter of the Diamond Apes wasn't a huge secret among the Beastmen. They were basically a royal tribe that was exiled to the northern icefield. When they went to the icefield, nobody was expecting them to survive. But who would have thought that Zhao Hai would bring them here? Evan and Robert didn't know about the true reason why the Diamond Apes were sent to exile. In fact, most Beastmen didn't know either. However, they were now more surprised about Zhao Hai's abilities. Settling 100,000 people was no small matter. But since Green and the others had already done it for more than one time, they knew what to do. Because of their experience, there weren't any mistakes in the process. And adding on to the fact that they had prepared, the Diamond Apes were settled quickly. 100,000 people might sound many, but when one divides them into households, the unit number would be reduced to 30,000. Settling them up was much easier than they thought. Zhao Hai also lended a hand in settling the Diamond Apes. Whatever the Diamond Apes needed, Zhao Hai would fulfill it immediately. He already had a lot of things in his space. Common necessities wouldn't be a problem. When the curtain of night fell down, the Diamond Apes were finally settled in nicely. Zhao Hai and the others also relaxed. However, Zhao Hai knew that settling down was not this easy. These Diamond Apes might be unable to adapt to their new life and would take a long time before they get familiar with the place. It was just like when the giant horned bulls had come here for the first time. However, this time was also not the same. Now, there were giant horned bulls present in order to teach the Diamond Apes. Compared to when the giant horned bulls' arrival, The current situation was much better. It took 3 days before the Diamond Apes had finally reached their new home. Zhao Hai also sent some Argali and bulls. With the help of the giant horned bulls, the Diamond Apes would slowly learn how to herd them. At this time, Zhao Hai returned to the northern ice field. It was time to unearth the place's secrets. Chapter 602, Ice Pillar. Going back to the volcano and seeing the already deserted city, Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile a little. Maybe the volcano would be just like the northern ice field. Once its secret is discovered, maybe it would be like this mountain city, just a piece of history. Zhao Hai's figure slowly flew up the mountain and went to the place beyond it. He then looked at the white ice field as well as the 13 peaks. He couldn't help but feel a sense of excitement welling up in his chest. He wanted to conquer this area. He must unearth the secrets that nobody had found out before. After thinking up to this point, Zhao Hai cannot help but face the skies and issued a long and loud cry. Then his figure moved and quickly flew towards the northern part of the ice field. While Zhao Hai helped Tess and the others settle down, he also wasn't idling about. He also made Kair control the Blood Ghost staff and map the entire northern ice field. The northern ice field was indeed very big. Comparing it to the Beastman Prairie would not be an understatement. It might even be bigger. Actually, Zhao Hai didn't know that the northern ice field wasn't like this big before. The ice field was just expanding at a very slow speed. It was because of this discovery that the patriarch of the Diamond Apes decided to do an expedition to see what caused the expansion. They wanted to know why it continued to expand all this time, but who would have thought that they wouldn't be able to survive their trip? The white tigers, polar bears, and the ice hawks decided to guard the ice field for the same reason. They wanted to prevent the ice field's expansion as much as possible. Since Zhao Hai didn't know about this, so he only knew that the place was very big. Since the time Tess had decided to move, Kair was already controlling the Blood Ghost staff to fly and map the ice field. But even if the space had already mapped a huge chunk and its speed of mapping was not slow, they still hadn't found a single clue regarding the Beast God's spear. But Zhao Hai also didn't worry about it. He was aware that in such a place, wanting to find 10,000 people was not an easy matter. In other places, 10,000 people might be a considerable number of people. But in this icy wilderness, that number had become insignificant. Moreover, there were countless roads that one can make in a place like this, so it was useless to find a direction. When one goes forward, it was difficult to know where one was heading. In such a place, who knows which direction the 10,000 Diamond Apes went? Because of this, Zhao Hai moved slowly forward and scanned the place carefully. He was afraid of missing a single thing. This kind of search was very boring. Zhao Hai couldn't understand what the patriarch of the Diamond Ape tribe was thinking. Did he think that looking for the core of the northern ice field was very easy? Zhao Hai didn't think about it too much since he still needed to constantly go forward day by day. As long as he discovered an anomaly, he would immediately stop and see even if it was just a half-buried stone. Zhao Hai didn't want to miss a single thing. For 10 days, Zhao Hai discovered practically nothing. This made him feel more pressure. The feeling in his heart had gone worse and worse. Laura and the others also discovered Zhao Hai's bad mood. They kept using methods to make him happy every day. Although their methods were useful, they knew that unless Zhao Hai finds the Beast God's spear, these methods would just be temporary. As time and days pass by, Zhao Hai was also getting more and more agitated. But he had very good control of himself, so it was only his words that got fewer and fewer, as well as the wrinkle in his brows getting tighter and tighter. When Laura and the others looked at this, their hearts couldn't help but ache. Even if they want to help, there wasn't anything that they can do. Zhao Hai wasn't in the space most of the time anymore. He was currently on a small ship that he had made. His eyes were virtually stuck to the monitor. It has been 13 days since Tess and the others had settled down. But even after that time, no clue has been spotted. Zhao Hai slightly shut his eye. He was feeling very tired. He opened his eyes after some time, then he turned the monitor off. He knew that even if he didn't look at it, Kair would inform him if something special had come up. Zhao Hai looked outside through the pale red color of the airship. The outside world was pure white. But who would have thought that behind this white facade was actually endless murder? It won't kill you from the beginning, but it will slowly suck you in and dissolve you into this white landscape, making you part of it forever. While Zhao Hai was thinking about this, a white light suddenly flashed from a distance. Although he has the staff's wall protecting him, Zhao Hai still couldn't help but shut his eyes. Zhao Hai cannot help but get surprised. He was not familiar with the ice field, and one could hardly see any other colors inside. There was no change. Everything is white, even the sunshine was white. Zhao Hai wanted to know where this glare that blinded him came from. After some time, Zhao Hai opened his eyes and proceeded to inspect the place carefully. It didn't take a long time for him to discover that there was a sparkling thing in the distance. Not only was it dazzling, it also emitted 7 types of color. It was very beautiful. Zhao Hai looked at the object and couldn't help but think about the toy prism that he had in his childhood life. The prism would take in light and disperse 7 colors just like a rainbow. Zhao Hai then saw that the object at the distance was a huge ice pillar. No wonder it can disperse 7 colors. Zhao Hai stopped his thinking as he immediately urged the staff to fly towards it. He didn't care about any other place at this point. He now wants to see what was going on in front of him. Before long, Zhao Hai was already getting closer and closer to the bright light to the point that the monitor can now pick it up. He immediately inspected the thing on the monitor and couldn't help but get shocked. This was because what he just saw was an incredibly huge ice pillar. The thick ice pillar was just like Sun Wukong's enlarged staff that was stabbed into the earth. It stood there as though it was connecting the sky and the ground. Zhao Hai stared at this ice pillar. It looks like this pillar just appeared out of nowhere. There was nothing else all around it. It was as peculiar as seeing a huge tree in the prairie. After some time, Zhao Hai recovered. Then he called over Laura and the others and had them look at this marvelous sight. After Laura and the others had come out, they were immediately attracted to the 7-colored light in the distance. It took quite some time before they expressed their surprise. Then they shifted their gazes to the monitor to be shocked once more. This was the first time that they had seen such a thing. Laura looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Hai, what is that strange thing?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "I don't know, I just discovered it right now." Then he enlarged the image on the monitor. He wanted to have a closer look to see if the ice pillar had anything. Then he noticed that there were several mounds below the ice pillar. These mounds were quite big. They were 10 meters tall and had about 30 meters in diameter. Below the pillar were about 12 mounds. Zhao Hai looked at the mounds carefully. He didn't know the purpose of these things. At this time, brilliant rays suddenly went out of one of the mounds. An ice beast then appeared to be digging itself out. Right, it was an ice beast. The same ice beasts that attacked the Diamond Ape tribe. Zhao Hai had also been looking for clues about the ice beasts in the past few days, but he had not succeeded. He didn't expect to find traces of them in this place. Zhao Hai's expression couldn't help but change since he had always felt that the ice beasts may have something to do with the beast god's spear. If this was the case, then does the ice pillar have any clues about it? After thinking about this, Zhao Hai immediately quickened his speed. He wanted to inspect the ice pillar as soon as possible. It didn't take too long for the monitor to be able to penetrate inside the ice pillar. Zhao Hai stared intently at the screen. His heart was already beating loudly. The layers of ice looked just as hard as a copper wall. But Zhao Hai didn't worry about it. He just calmly watched the monitor. He now noticed that the monitor's distance to the ice was now closer compared to the ground. At this time, the ice suddenly vanished from his sight. Zhao Hai couldn't help but get surprised at this development. He immediately stopped and looked around. Unexpectedly there was a space inside the ice pillar. Zhao Hai stared blankly before he immediately had the blood ghost staff move forward. He didn't expect the pillar to have a hollow space inside. Zhao Hai then discovered that the ice pillar was very thick, and the space inside it was also very enormous. Although the pillar can only be hardly seen in the ice field, one would discover how grand it was the closer one approaches it. The entire ice pillar was about 10,000 meters in diameter. but its altitude would reach about 100,000. Such height was incredibly astonishing. The pillar's wall was about several hundred meters thick and the space inside was very huge. This was the grandest place that Zhao Hai has ever been in. The more the staff advanced, the more shocked Zhao Hai was at this incomparably huge ice pillar. Just as he was shocked, he suddenly found some black spots that had appeared on the monitor. Zhao Hai's eyes couldn't help but turn sharp as he saw these black spots. With a pure environment such as this, these black spots were peculiarities that attracted his attention. One of these black spots was a diamond ape that was carrying a spear. Moreover, he also had his beast relative towering right behind him. Chapter 603. Perverted Bubble. This ape has been frozen in ice that has not been melted in about thousands of years. The beastman and the beast now looked like an ice sculpture. Zhao Hai stopped in midair and stared at the frozen ape. Laura and the others did so as well. The diamond ape looked very peculiar. He wore a very simple sleeveless leather armor. There was no way to keep his arm from getting cold. Apart from the leather armor, the ape also wore a beastskin cloak, and on his hand was an iron spear. At the same time, the ape that was behind the diamond ape was much larger than the giant apes of the diamond ape tribe. It also appeared much sturdier. The ape has the eyes and expression of someone that was anticipating an attack. The two of them were like soldiers that were preparing for battle. Zhao Hai looked blankly at this scene. He took a good long time in silence. Although the beast and person was already sealed for thousands of years, their imposing aura still remained. It was for certain that they were formidable soldiers when they were alive. Only elite warriors had this kind of fire in their expressions. They had an aura of someone who had gone through a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Their single step was enough to frighten a child. Laura and the others looked at the frozen person and beast with not so good expressions. Their faces had paled, noticeable frightened by the diamond ape and his beast. Before long, Zhao Hai recovered. He couldn't help but laugh and said, "I guessed correctly. These ice beasts did indeed have something to do with the beast god's spear. Ha ha ha. It seems like the divine artifact is in this ice pillar. Brother Hai, I'm a little scared." While Zhao Hai was drowning in happiness, Laura's shivering voice sounded out. Zhao Hai turned to Laura and saw that their faces were a bit pale. They were indeed quite frightened. Zhao Hai immediately understood the matter and then said, "Alright, you go back to the space first. I'll go to the ice pillar myself and look for the beast god's spear." Laura and the others complied as Zhao Hai transferred them back to the space. Zhao Hai didn't expect that Laura and the others would be frightened by this. However, his thought changed as he understood the feelings of Laura and the others. Although they had experienced a lot of matters, they weren't very familiar with a genuine battlefield. Most of the time, they were looking at the scene from the monitor, just like how someone looks at a movie in a television. But now, they were looking at an enlarged version of an image which was almost the same as the actual person. The aura of the beast and beastman was too overwhelming that it was not a mystery why Laura and the others were frightened. Zhao Hai gently shook his head. He didn't care about this matter. After all, he didn't want Laura and the others to go through this path in the future. They weren't necessary in the battlefield. Zhao Hai was already enough. After Laura and the others entered the space, Zhao Hai immediately flew forward. The more he went forward, the more diamond apes he had managed to come across. All of these diamond apes were the same as the first one. All of them had the same expression, leather armor, cloak, as well as iron spear. With their companion beast at their back, and their mouth roaring, they looked like an army that had declared their presence in the battlefield. Zhao Hai slowly went forward. Although he couldn't wait to get the beast god's spear, he wasn't worried much about that anymore. He knew that the pillar certainly had clues regarding the beast god's spear. With the expressions of these people as well as the ice beasts, Zhao Hai knew that he had reached the core part of the ice field. Therefore, the more he proceeded forward, the more calm he became. After flying for quite some time, Zhao Hai found out that there were no more diamond apes in front of him, so he stopped again. He immediately narrowed the monitor to see that there was a neat square formation in front of him, composed of frozen diamond apes, and in front of the square stands one diamond ape. Zhao Hai immediately focused the monitor on this man. He was very tall for a diamond ape, towering at about 3 meters. The ape that stood behind him was much more astonishing at a height of 15 meters. He was holding a spear in his hand, but it wasn't pulled back. The iron spear was stabbed at something in the front. Zhao Hai quickly discovered that the spear that was stabbed was quite unique. Zhao Hai reckoned that the diamond ape that wielded it must have been the patriarch of the diamond ape tribe. But when Zhao Hai saw what was being stabbed, his eyes couldn't help but narrow. It was not an animal, nor was it an ice beast's. It was actually a small pool, not a big pool. Its diameter was about 5 meters, and seemed to be as deep as it was wide. The water in the pool was dark blue, much bluer than the sky. Its color seems like it could penetrate into a person's soul. Zhao Hai looked at the pool in a daze. Suddenly, the water in the pool started shaking, and Zhao Hai also noticed that the beast god's spear was similarly shaking. Following that, an ice beast suddenly jumped out of the pool. The ice beast seemed to be afraid of the beast god's spear. When it saw the spear, it immediately ran away. Zhao Hai stared at all of it as it happened. Until now, he was still unsure of the spear, but now he was certain that it was the beast god's spear. It was because inside this place, except for the ice beasts as well as the pool, everything was frozen. Only the spear was not frozen in ice. Zhao Hai understood that the pool must have been the true core of the entire northern ice field, and that the beast god's spear has been suppressing it. But in fact, it didn't manage to fully seal it, which explains the appearance of the ice beasts. The ice beasts didn't know what to do, so they decided to just attack Tess and the others. Zhao Hai saw it as a very interesting turn of events. The patriarch of the Diamond Ape tribe suppressed the pool with the beast god's spear, which in turn causing it to spawn the ice beasts that were attacking the Diamond Ape tribe. Zhao Hai let out a long breath as he smiled faintly. Then his figure moved as his actual body appeared inside the ice pool. Zhao Hai was now standing right by the Diamond Apes and its patriarch. He calmly looked at the spear that the Diamond Ape patriarch was holding. It looked just like any ordinary spear, black, and had a ribbon wrapped around its shaft. Its tip was as red as blood. Then Zhao Hai felt the intense fighting intent of the spear. It was very frightening as it caused Zhao Hai to take deep breaths. Just as he was about to deal with the pool, he suddenly noticed the ice walls around him started to move. Zhao Hai thought that it was just an ice beast, but when he looked at it, he suddenly froze. This wasn't an ice beast, it was a person. No, it wasn't exactly like a person, but an ice person. Someone made entirely out of ice. These ice people were all in the forms of women. They wore court lady dresses and had fluttering dark blue belts. They looked like dancers with their attire and belt. It was very beautiful. The faces of these ice people were beautiful as well, but it didn't show any expression. Their hairs were fashioned into an attractive swirl, something Zhao Hai had not seen before, but was still very beautiful. From what Zhao Hai can see, there were 12 women who appeared on the ice wall. All of their appearances were the same. Zhao Hai thought that they looked like the beautiful ancient ladies on television back on Earth. Their clothes and their expressions were very pure. At this time, the hands of the 12 women started to move towards Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai stared for a moment before his figure moved and disappeared from his location. Then he appeared right next to an Iceman as he opened a spatial rift and absorbed her into the space. When the Iceman entered the space immediately issued a prompt. An ice fairy has been detected. Detected to be hostile to the space. Changing its internal programming. Change completed. When Zhao Hai heard the prompt, he immediately understood. This ice people were actually just like the stone golems. They can technically be called ice golems, but they weren't as big. Zhao Hai became serious, and before long, he had absorbed the 12 ice people into the space. After absorbing the Iceman, Zhao Hai looked around in order to see if there are any other danger. When he didn't discover anything else, he then went to the pool. The water in the pool fiercely moved, but the beast god's spear kept stopping it completely. Zhao Hai looked at this scene and didn't dare to be careless. He opened a spatial rift and then absorbed the entire violet pool into the space. In a blink of an eye, the pool became completely empty. When the pool entered the space, a prompt was then heard. Massive amounts of water element energy detected. The energy is very hostile to the space. Changing its program. Change completed. When the prompt finished, Zhao Hai's body immediately flashed into the space, then he discovered that the profound ice pool that was already in the space has become the pool in the ice pillar. Just as Zhao Hai had become curious, a bubble suddenly separated itself from the pool and then floated towards Zhao Hai. Then the bubble suddenly said, "This one has seen the Lord." Zhao Hai stared. He didn't think that a bubble would be able to speak. At this time Kair arrived and said, "Young master, I feel like this bubble is just the same as me." Zhao Hai looked at Kair. He knew that Kair was a spirit that was born from the seven-colored flower. Was this bubble also a spirit that was born from the pool? Zhao Hai turned to the bubble and then said, "Don't call me Lord, just call me young master." "Are you the spirit of this pool?" The bubble replied, "I am indeed, young master. I'm the spirit of this pool. If the young master doesn't want to call me spirit, I'm also called the myriad water." Zhao Hai affirmed his speculation. Then he referred to the 12 icemen and said, "Are these 12 icemen your creations?" The bubble replied, "Yes, young master. I don't know when I appeared here, but when I awoke, I was already in that place. Then some people came and suppressed me. I couldn't do anything and struggled. I was afraid and thought that those things might help, so I made those 12 people." Zhao Hai knew that the people that the bubble was referring to was the beastmen, but he felt strange. The bubble didn't know about the beastmen, but yet he was able to make ice beasts. This was a bit too weird, so Zhao Hai immediately asked, "So you made those ice people, and what about those ice beasts?" Bubble replied, "I also don't know. In any case, when I awoke, the figures of those ice people and ice beasts were already inside my mind, so I chose to make them." "Young master, don't you think that those ice people are very beautiful?" Zhao Hai stared. Then his head felt very dizzy. Was this really the spirit of the myriad water? Why does it sound like a wretched old man? The words of Bubble completely destroyed the image that Zhao Hai had of him in his mind. Zhao Hai couldn't help but shake his head as he asked once more, "So you really don't know anything? Where you come from? Then how did you know that you are the spirit of the myriad water?" The Bubble replied, "I just knew that I am the spirit of the myriad water just as I woke up. That, and the images of the ice beasts and the ice people." Zhao Hai went silent. He didn't know how to proceed. "This fellow does seem to have severe amnesia." He waved his hand and then said, "These ice men, can you receive them?" The bubble nodded and then said, "Naturally. After all, these things are made by me." Then the 12 ice fairies turned into blue waters and then flowed into the pool, completely vanishing from sight. Zhao Hai then turned his head to the bubble and said, "Starting today, you are called Bubble. Come with me, we'll be heading out." Then Zhao Hai took Bubble along with him out of the space. When Bubble disappeared, the beast god's spear seemed to look back to normal. Its intense fighting aura had disappeared. It had returned to its space state. Then with an intention, Zhao Hai received the beast god's spear along with the diamond ape patriarch and his giant ape. At this moment, a prompt was heard from the space. "Item with weak spirit detected, strengthening the item's spirit." Updating its program. Update complete. Zhao Hai looked at the spear and knew that it indeed had an artifact spirit. This was because the prompt that was just heard was the same as when Iron Hammer was sent to the space. Zhao Hai was now thinking about what kind of artifact spirit this Beastman divine artifact had. Chapter 604. Bloody War. A group of blood suddenly flowed out of the beast god's spear and slowly formed into a large drop. This drop had a huge stench of blood. Then the drop wobbled as it reshaped itself into something like person's figure that was as tall as someone's arm. The figure slowly changed before it grew an ape head, 4 arms, and 2 feet. The head of this ape looks like the Diamond Ape tribe. But Zhao Hai hasn't seen a race with 4 arms before. The figure wore full body armor while each of its 4 arms held something, a shield, a spear, a blade, and a morning star. The belt on its waist had the head of a fierce tiger. Before long, the artifact spirit had finished forming itself. Zhao Hai was somewhat surprised at this artifact spirit. He had seen artifact spirits before like Muir and Iron Hammer, but Muir looked like a child. One which didn't look like a threat. Iron Hammer looked just like a proper dwarf. On the other hand, This artifact spirit looked like someone born for slaughter. His body was filled with the smell of blood, one that only an experienced war general would have. A war god. This was the first word that came into Zhao Hai's mind after seeing this artifact spirit. An extremely aggressive war god, one that lived for blood and battle. While Zhao Hai was surprised at the artifact spirit, the spirit turned to look at Zhao Hai as it gave salute with its forearms and said, "Bloody war has seen the master." Bloody war. Zhao Hai repeated the two words in a low tone. This name might sound careless, but Zhao Hai had an idea of the implications of this name. This was because from the ancient times to the present, the actions of the beastmen had always been in line of these two words. Bloody war. Beastmen wouldn't flinch in front of adversity. As long as they were issued an order, they would immediately execute it. Bloody war. Fight to the last person. Nobody was allowed to retreat. This was the meaning of these two words. Zhao Hai recovered and looked at Bloody War and said, "Just call me young master." Bloody war. Iron Hammer already told me about the matters in the Ark continent. Do you have anything to add to it? Bloody War shook his head and said, "I don't." Young master, Iron Hammer and me descended from the divine realm at the same time. The experiences that we had are similar as well. What Iron Hammer knew was also what I knew. Zhao Hai nodded and then said, "All right. Then that's that. I'll go hand you over to the beastmen. Do your best to protect them. Understood?" Bloody War immediately replied, "I shall, young master." Zhao Hai nodded, but when he was about to exit, Bloody War said, "Young master, please help this diamond ape." Zhao Hai gawked, then he turned to look at the frozen diamond ape patriarch. He was confused as he looked at Bloody War and said, "They're already dead, how can I help him? Moreover, their bodies have been petrified. My dark magic is useless." Bloody War shook his head. No, young master. They are indeed dead, but their bodies are not petrified. You can use dark magic in order to turn them into undead." The patriarch of the Diamond Apes has a very special talent called War Flag. This ability acts just like a war flag on the battlefield. Every single soldier under his command would get improved, increasing the combat effectiveness of his army. That year, he relied on this ability to take his expedition deep into the northern icefield. Zhao Hai was surprised. This was the first time that he heard of such an ability. But this was indeed something great. If he had these diamond apes and turned them into undead, their fighting strength would certainly be formidable. Zhao Hai nodded as he had a black fog appear and penetrate into the bodies of the Diamond Ape Patriarch and his giant ape partner. The black gas permeated into their bodies very quickly. Zhao Hai also felt a connection to the two. But at this time, the corpses still remained unmoved. Zhao Hai stared. The space had already transformed them into undead. 9th rank undead. How could these 9th ranks still get stuck in ice? Is this a joke? Zhao Hai's face suddenly changed as he said, "Bubble, come over here." "What's wrong with them?" Bubbles appeared in front of Zhao Hai and looked at the Diamond Ape Patriarch as well as the giant ape. Then he turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Young master, they've been frozen in myriad ice. This ice is frighteningly cold. One would be frozen into almost indestructible solid. Anything frozen by myriad water would find it near impossible to recover." Zhao Hai stared, then he asked, "Can you melt this ice?" Bubbles seemed to look strangely at Zhao Hai. "Young master, this ice is essentially me, so I can definitely control it. If young master wanted to take the ice away, you can already do so anytime. You've gained the same ability as me." When Zhao Hai heard Bubble, he immediately tried to melt the ice with his mind. The ice surrounding the Diamond Ape Patriarch and the giant ape immediately became water and flowed into the pool. When Zhao Hai saw this happen, he couldn't help but feel relief. Then he looked at Bubble and then turned his hand before a red crystal appeared. He held the crystal in front of Bubble and said, "Bubble, in the place that you've stayed, were there things that are like this?" Bubble looked at the crystal and then nodded and said, "There's plenty. But they are colored white. Some of its energy also came from me." Zhao Hai became happy. The myriad ice and the red crystals were very good things. Zhao Hai turned his head to Bubble and said, "Is the entire ice field really covered in myriad ice? Are there any special things inside?" Bubble shook his head and said, Young master, those are just ice that were there for thousands of years. Only those infused with my energy can be said to be real myriad ice. The ice pillars as well as the ice in a radius around it can be considered to be myriad ice. At the same time, the snow on a certain radius around me has also been infused by my energy. I named them myriad snow. Although they aren't as good as the myriad ice, they can still prove very useful. Zhao Hai nodded. Then his body flashed as he went outside. Bubble was also right beside him. Then Zhao Hai said, "Take the snow and the ice away. Then we'll find that white stones that you said and bring them to the space." Bubble complied as he started to rotate, and along with his rotation, all of the ice in the surroundings started to change into water as it slowly got absorbed into his body. Before long, the giant ice pillar as well as the surrounding ice had returned to Bubble's body. At the same time, the snow all around had also started to get absorbed by Bubble. When everything stopped, what was left was a giant pit. The giant pit originally contained the myriad ice. Also, there were no more snow present on a radius outside the pit. Zhao Hai turned his head to Bubble and then saw that there were no changes to its size. Zhao Hai looked confused at Bubble as he asked, "You just absorbed a lot, why haven't you grown up?" Bubbles looked at Zhao Hai's eyes as if he was confused at Zhao Hai's question. "Young master, I am an origin of water. Even if you load my body with all of the water in this world, I still won't get big. Actually, after these things enter my body, they just exist in a much smaller form. If young master doesn't believe it, you can see it for yourself." Then Bubble came closer to Zhao Hai's eyes. Zhao Hai looked into Bubble's body. Bubble wasn't big, he was only the size of a football. He looked dark blue but he was still quite transparent. When Zhao Hai looked carefully inside Bubble, he can faintly see some very small bubbles. In one of the bubbles, Zhao Hai can see the ice pillar. There were also a lot of ice inside as well as the snow. The bubbles were so small that if Bubble hadn't informed Zhao Hai, he couldn't even see these things. Zhao Hai became shocked. He didn't expect this. He looked at Bubble and said, "Can you store anything in your body?" Bubble shook its head and said, "No, I can only store things that are related to my nature, like water, ice, snow, fog, and so on." Zhao Hai nodded. He also wasn't disappointed. His Space's warehouse was very big and was able to store all kinds of things, so there was no need for Bubble to have the ability to do the same. Zhao Hai then turned to Bubble and said, "What if I want to use those things? Do I still need you to get them?" Bubble nodded. "Right, they're in my body. If young master wants them, you'll have to ask me for permission." Zhao Hai's face seemed to turn black. He looked at Bubble and then said, "After going back to the space, go give those things to Care. Have her store it to the warehouse, then go back to the pool and don't come out if I don't call you." Bubble snorted, but Zhao Hai still looked at the ice field and said, "Are there any other good things here?" Bubbles nodded and said, "There is. If you walk towards the north, you would see a ball of wind. Because of that ball of wind, my life in the ice field has become miserable. Every single year, it blows air towards me. It's very annoying." When Zhao Hai heard Bubble, his eyes couldn't help but shine. This ball of wind might actually be another good thing. Chapter 605, Wind Bead. Although he knew that the wind ball that Bubble just told him about was a good thing, Zhao Hai didn't immediately go out and get it. He calmed his emotions as he started to look at the white crystals that Bubble described. The white crystals weren't hard to find. There were 12 loads on the previous mounds that Bubble just hollowed out. Zhao Hai didn't think that those 12 loads would be on the 12 mounds around the ice pillar. It seems like these loads did have a big relationship with Bubble. After he thought about it, Zhao Hai couldn't help but feel happy. He understood that as long as he has Bubble, he would have a lot of crystals to use. This was really fantastic. Although he was pondering about these, Zhao Hai's movement didn't slow down. He quickly received the white crystals into the space to see what properties they had. When the crystal was absorbed into the space, a prompt was heard, Item that contained cold energy has been detected. Contains stable cold energy equivalent to 100,000 watts. The crystal can be charged after it has been used up. Zhao Hai couldn't help but feel relieved after hearing this, but he also discovered the difference between this white crystal and the red one. The white crystal contained cold energy while the red crystal contained hot energy. Zhao Hai thought about it and decided to appropriately name the red one fire crystal and the white one ice crystal. This was because the red crystal was found in a volcano while the white crystal was grown in the ice field. Zhao Hai quickly received the 12 mineral loads. The amount of white crystal that Zhao Hai just got wasn't as small as the red crystals. After all, the red crystals were only sourced by an incomplete mother ore while the white crystals had 12 complete ones. From what Zhao Hai can count, he had collected 500,000 ice crystals altogether. This wasn't a small number. One must know that the quality of these white crystals are vastly better than the fire crystals. After receiving the crystals, Zhao Hai then returned to the space. Laura and the others were currently gathering around a spinning bubble. Bubble looked very comfortable. He was blue, he was soft to hold and wasn't cold at all. However, when Zhao Hai saw Laura and the others gathering before Bubble, looking like they were enjoying themselves, he couldn't help but feel irritated. For such a perverted Bubble to get this much attention was very unreasonable. Zhao Hai grabbed Bubble, who was held by Laura. He stretched the blue ball out before asking, "Bubble, where did you say that wind ball was again?" Although Bubble was stretched out by Zhao Hai many times, he seemed to not care at all. So when Zhao Hai asked him, he immediately replied, "When young master heads to the north, you would be able to see it for yourself." Zhao Hai nodded. He returned Bubble to Laura's arms before he immediately had the staff fly straight to the north. He wanted to see what this wind ball actually was. Zhao Hai didn't explore around this time. He didn't slow down as he headed in a completely straight line heading north. Because of this, the staff's speed was extremely quick. In the evening, Zhao Hai had found out that the wind has gotten much stronger. Zhao Hai immediately took Bubble out of the space and went inside the staff. Zhao Hai looked outside and said, "Bubble, is it this place?" Bubble turned and circled before saying, "Yes, young master. We'll arrive there soon." Then Zhao Hai turned to Bubble and said, "Bubble, how did you know that there is a wind ball here? And what is that wind ball?" Bubble replied, "Young master, I've been here for a long time, even before the beastmen started exploring the area. At that time, I had the ice beasts explore the entire ice field and saw that ball of wind. That ball of wind is just like me. It is the origin of myriad wind, but it probably hasn't reached the same level as me. When I found it, it still hasn't awakened." Zhao Hai was shocked. He didn't think that the ball of wind would actually be like Bubble. So in other words, the ball of wind might have its own spirit as well. Zhao Hai was now much more careful. He personally controlled the blood ghost staff. At the same time he asked, "Bubble, this isn't the wrong direction, right?" Bubble shook its head and said, "It shouldn't be." "Don't worry, young master. Compared to the past, my present ability is much better. As long as there is water element in the area, I would be able to monitor it. The place should not be far away from here." Hearing Bubble's words, Zhao Hai couldn't help but get startled. He looked at Bubble and said, "So you're saying that you can monitor things through water?" Bubble's round body shook up and down, as if nodding, then said, "Young master, I am the source of myriad water. As long as it has something to do with water, it will submit to my will." Zhao Hai looked at this small bubble. He didn't think that this little thing would have such an ability. It seems like he shouldn't look down on it. At this time, Bubble suddenly said, "Young master, we've arrived." Zhao Hai immediately turned his head and looked out only to see a small whirlwind in front of him that was constantly turning around. This whirlwind seemed to be supporting a small green bead. This bead was at the very least at the size of a walnut. It couldn't be called a ball at all. Zhao Hai looked at the green bead and said, "Is this the ball of wind that you said? Can it really control the wind? Why does it look so underwhelming?" Bubble replied, "Young master, this ball might seem to be behaved, but if it gets angry, it's very terrifying." Zhao Hai looked at the green bead. He really couldn't imagine how this bead could be so frightening. But to be sure, Zhao Hai and Bubble returned to the space. Laura and the others were already inside the space, looking at the situation through the monitor. When the group saw Zhao Hai came in, Laura immediately ran over and hugged Bubble. Then she turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Hai, would you really take that thing? Can it really control the wind?" Zhao Hai looked at the snuggled Bubble in Laura's bosom and couldn't help but get irritated. He poked Bubble repeatedly before Laura swept his hand away while staring at him with fierce eyes. Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile bitterly and said, "Perhaps. In any case, it was what Bubble said, so I don't really know. I'll go try and capture it." Then Zhao Hai sat on the sofa and gave an order to the staff. The halted blood ghost staff immediately flew towards the bead while Zhao Hai and the others looked at it through the screen. Zhao Hai wanted to see how the bead would react. Sensing that the staff was about to hit it, the bead immediately acted like a hedgehog. It spun quickly, and as it turned it collected more and more wind. Before long the wind had gotten bigger that it had turned into a tornado. The ice below couldn't handle the strong winds and got dug up, causing a pit to form on the ground. The blood ghost staff was actually affected by the wind, making it unable to go any further. Zhao Hai was shocked before he took the staff back to the space. Laura and the others couldn't help but be surprised at the small bead. They didn't think that it would be this powerful. After some time, the wind stopped as the tornado became small. Then it seemed to rock back and forth as if it was looking for something. Zhao Hai cannot help but wipe away his sweat. This little thing was really a trickster. Zhao Hai didn't become polite, with an intention. A spatial crack suddenly appeared right beside the bead. Then a big hand stretched out from the space and pulled the bead inside. When the bead entered the space, a prompt was then issued. "Wind spirit has been detected. Life form is hostile to the space." Suppressing the life form. Life form suppressed. Then Zhao Hai had the bead appear inside the room. The bead still looked green and was somewhat transparent. However, this bead was still spinning since one could see a faint tornado appearing around it. Zhao Hai looked at the bead and said, "Can you speak?" A faint infantile voice sounded out, "I've seen the master. I can speak." Upon hearing the voice, Zhao Hai nodded and then said, "Good. From now on, you shall be called Breeze." Bubble, Breeze. Remember, you must always listen to Kair's words. Kair, look after these two children. The young lady Kair smiled tenderly and said, "Young master, rest assured, I will certainly take care of them." Zhao Hai nodded. He knew that although Kair is very strange, she also knew that Zhao Hai didn't like to joke, so she appeared quite proper. But still, Zhao Hai couldn't help but recall the time when Kair was riding on the back of Zhao Wen. She really looked childish back then. Laura and the others didn't oppose to Zhao Hai's decision. Although Laura liked Bubble very much, she also had a lot of matters to attend to. It would be impossible for her to accompany Bubble daily. Making Kair play with Bubble was also a good idea. In fact, Laura and the others had always regarded Muir and Kair as children. Although their abilities were formidable, Laura couldn't help but treat them as kids because of their image. When there was nothing to do in the space, they would often play with Muir and Kair. That was one of their happy times. Zhao Hai also likes to accompany Kair and play around for a while. To be honest, Zhao Hai's feeling towards the space was bigger than Laura and the others. This was because the space represented Zhao Hai's only connection to Earth. Since arriving at the Ark continent, Zhao Hai has found himself to be more and more like a native. But he doesn't want to be like this. But there was no other way. If he wanted to survive, then he would have to adapt. His only escape is the time where he was inside the space where he always felt like he was back on Earth, playing his farm simulation games. He would feel just like his ordinary self back on Earth, and that all of this was just a dream. Chapter 606, Fighting Intent. However, Zhao Hai also didn't want to return to Earth. If he returned, he would just go back to being an ordinary nerd. In here, he was Zhao Hai Buddha of the Buddha clan. He also had several wives that loved him. His situation here was leagues better than back on Earth. The reason why he thought of Earth was because he didn't want to forget where he came from. In the universe, there is a planet called Earth, of which there was a country called China. There, people with yellow skin and dark eyes were present. They were his true people. Although Zhao Hai was now the Buddha clan's patriarch, had gotten married, and also had his own life in the Ark continent. His Chinese heart was still burning inside him. He always thought of himself as Chinese, a descendant of dragons. To him, being married and getting a career in the Ark continent was just like how someone was living and working abroad and also had gotten married. The only thing different in his situation was that people who worked overseas can just return to their homeland while Zhao Hai cannot. Now that the matters in the northern ice field had been taken care of, Zhao Hai finally relaxed. Then he immediately returned to the volcano in order to fulfill his promise to Tess. He must bring the beast god spear to this place so that the diamond apes can do a ceremony. Zhao Hai took Bloody War to the space and then to the volcano. The moment Zhao Hai came out, Bloody War also materialized. He looked at the direction of the volcano and said, "Young master, what is this place? Why do I feel a strong beastman fighting intent from here?" Then Zhao Hai narrated to Bloody War about the matters of the diamond apes. For the entirety of the story, Bloody War was carefully listening to Zhao Hai. After Zhao Hai had finished, Bloody War took a deep breath before he said, "Good, good. Worthy to be called the children of the beast god. They did great." Then just as Bloody War's voice fell, a red light suddenly erupted from the volcano as it pierced the heavens. Zhao Hai thought that the volcano had exploded, but it didn't look like it. Although the red light was from the crater, it didn't have any degree of heat to it. Instead, the light held a cold killing intent. One that dared to fight the skies. Fighting intent. This should be the fighting intent that Bloody War had described. Zhao Hai felt the pressure from it and confirmed his thoughts, but he didn't understand why he hadn't felt it before. Instead, only after Bloody War said a few words did the fighting intent explode. At this time, the red light from the crater slowly solidified and turned into a blood-red spear that shot up to the sky. The spear was very huge. It was about 12 feet high and about a meter thick. It looked extraordinary and imposing. When the spear started to form, Bloody War immediately said, "Young master, let me loose. This fighting intent would be good for me." Zhao Hai immediately let go of Bloody War. Just as Zhao Hai's hands let go, Bloody War immediately flew towards the crater and penetrated the giant red spear. Then Zhao Hai saw that the giant spear had started to shrink as it integrated itself with Bloody War. After that, Bloody War flew back. But now, Zhao Hai discovered that the originally black shaft of the spear already had a shade of red in it. Moreover, Bloody War's imposing aura had been strengthened. At this time, Bloody War materialized again, but this time, he was much bigger than before. Zhao Hai looked at Bloody War and said, "What happened? That thing is useful to you? How did you absorb it?" Bloody War shook his head and said, "Young master, that fighting intent is a unique beastman's blood oath fighting intent. This thing has huge benefits to me. This fighting intent is only produced by those who underwent a blood oath and is formed through generations. One couldn't see this kind of thing during normal times. Since I am a weapon, I always feel it in battlefields. It also causes me to get stronger and stronger. Young master doesn't need to worry about me. I've already reached the same state as my peak." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Good. I'll go let you see the current patriarch of the Diamond Apes. They badly wanted to see you. At the same time, tell them that you had me turn their previous patriarch into an undead. I don't want them to misunderstand me." Bloody War nodded then said, "Young master, rest assured, Bloody War understands." Zhao Hai nodded. Then he brought Bloody War to the space and then to Iron Mountain Fort. The lives of Tess and the others had been blissful these past few days. Beastmen were inherently good at herding, so although they hadn't herded in 5,000 years, they quickly learned it with the help of the giant horn bulls. Moreover, their living conditions have improved by tenfold. Normally, they would need the help of their giant apes in order to go anywhere, but now they didn't need to. This made Tess and the others unusually happy. However, Tess still couldn't help but worry about the northern ice field. Zhao Hai had already been there for many days, but there seems to be no information. He was afraid that Zhao Hai had suffered an accident, or that Zhao Hai couldn't find the beast god's spear. Because of this, Tess has been losing sleep for the past few days. One could even see him visibly getting skinnier. Compared to the other diamond apes, His appearance looked very exhausted. Today, Tess was hurting some argily. Then suddenly, a person appeared in front of him. Tess was initially startled, but then he thought that the only person who can appear in his vicinity without alerting his beast partner was Zhao Hai. Tess turned to look at Zhao Hai and saw that the other party was smiling while holding a spear in his hand. This spear was obviously not something that was used by humans. Its shaft was very thick and it was very long. It was evident that this spear can only be used by beastmen. Tess looked at the spear in Zhao Hai's hand and couldn't help but recall the records of their tribe. A spear with a specific length and thickness was carefully drawn. It was impossible for Tess to not recognize that the spear in Zhao Hai's hand was indeed the beast god's spear. Tess took slow steps towards Zhao Hai before he knelt and extended both of his shivering hands in order to receive the spear in Zhao Hai's hand. Tears was constantly flowing out of his eyes. Zhao Hai placed the spear on Tess's hands as Tess inspected the spear. Before long, Tess gave a loud howl as he wept, alarming the other diamond apes. The others immediately went to see what was going on. When they saw the beast god's spear on Tess' hands, they gawked before they all knelt to the ground and cried non-stop. The diamond apes entered the northern ice field in order to retrieve the beast god's spear. They were educated by their elders about their mission from their younger years. Therefore, they immediately recognized the spear at first glance. Adding Tess' reaction, they didn't doubt it at all. 5,000 years, their 5,000-year obsession had finally been solved. Zhao Hai stood silently at the side. He can somewhat understand Tess' emotion. 5,000 years, how long was that? In those 5,000 years, how much have they suffered? How many did they lose? A tribe of nearly 800,000 has been reduced to 100,000. Who can understand such bitterness? After some time, Tess started to calm down. Zhao Hai then turned to Tess and said, "Patriarch Tess, I've also cured the beast god spear's artifact spirit. He can come out and tell you a few words. I won't be listening to your conversations. I'll come back here after a minute." Tess nodded. Then Zhao Hai returned to Iron Mountain Fort's living room. Seeing Zhao Hai come back, Green immediately asked, "Young master, did you manage to retrieve the beast god's spear?" Zhao Hai nodded. Then he smiled and said, "I did. It's currently in Tess' hand. Rest assured, everything is fine." After Tess and the others do their ritual, I'll immediately head to the Beastman Prairie and hand it over to the Beast King. After that, I'll be a foreign prince of the Beastmen. Hee hee. Green laughed. Beastman race's foreign prince, dwarf race's foreign elder, the Rosen Empire's son-in-law. Ha ha ha. Our Buddha clan hadn't seen this much status since its beginning. Fantastic. Zhao Hai chuckled as well before saying, "After taking care of the matters in the prairie, I'll go and return to see the dwarves. I want to meet Patriarch Billy and see if he had any communication with the elves. I want to go visit the elves. Once we unite, only then can we resist the divine realm." Green retracted his smiling expression as he turned serious and said, "Indeed, young master, I have thought that since we cannot just simply sell the grain that we had grown in the wasteland, it would be better for it to be stored in the space in preparation for the war. After all, during battles, food is one thing that must never run out." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Grandpa Green, you don't need to worry about that. The space already has 10 backgrounds. Those backgrounds are still not used. If we plant some crops there, then we would certainly have a lot." Green tapped his head and said, "Ah, I forgot about those." "All right. There's no need to save." "But young master, how would we know the time of the divine race's attack?" Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and said, "We won't. But as long as we prepare, we're fine. But even if they don't begin, I will still make a move. I don't want to be too passive." Green stared, then he looked at Zhao Hai with bright eyes as he said, "All right, good. It's just as young master says. Being too defensive is no good. Our Buddha clan had always been known for our wild dragon flag. Attack has always been our forte. Offense is always good." Green was now very confident in Zhao Hai. One must know that the Buddha clan not only had the god-ranked Kaer, they also had more than 1,000,000 ninth ranks. Green believed that such strength can, at the very least, content with the divine race. Zhao Hai didn't know about Green's thoughts, but he knew that he wasn't the type of person that waits to be beaten. He knew that the other party wanted to deal with him, but they would only begin after they had made the proper preparations, explaining why they still haven't begun. After he heard Green, Zhao Hai showed a faint smile and said, "After so many years of development, I don't know what the divine race has right now, and there are still the demons on the sidelines. The future of the Ark continent wouldn't be very good." Unfortunately, not many people knew about this. "Forget it, let's stop talking about this, Grandpa Green. No need to welcome me back. I'll be going to Tess and see if they wanted to return to the northern ice field in order to do a ceremony. I'll be leaving this place to you once again. By the way, how are Tess and the others doing? Have they become familiar with the place?" Green smiled and said, "They have become familiar with the customs here. At this point, they basically didn't need the guidance of the giant horn bulls. Young master can rest assured." Zhao Hai nodded. "That's good. Then I'll take my leave," he said as his body flashed and vanished. Green looked at where Zhao Hai vanished and couldn't help but mutter, "Old master, have you ever thought that the Buddha clan would have such a day?" The young master had grown up. He will certainly be a pride of the Buddha clan. This was Green's dream, and it had been completely realized. Green knew more than Zhao Hai. At this point, everybody in the continent was aware of the Buddha clan's strength. Green knew that even if the Buddha clan revealed the current state of the Black Wasteland, nobody would still dare to make a move on them. Adding on to the fact that Zhao Hai would become the Beastman's foreign prince, and was also a foreign elder of the dwarves, his status was something that no country would dare to offend. One could even consider the current strength of the Buddha clan to be like a calamity. Zhao Hai was unaware of Green's thoughts. He just followed his own plan and went forward step by step. He wouldn't care about any other things. When Zhao Hai reappeared in front of Tess, Bloody War had already returned to the sphere. After seeing Zhao Hai appear, Tess and the others immediately knelt in front of him. Upon seeing them, Zhao Hai quickly said, "Patriarch Tess, please get up. I'm unable to receive a big ceremony like this." But Tess still kowtowed to Zhao Hai and said, "Patriarch, you are a huge benefactor to my Diamond Ape tribe. Not only did you take us out of the northern ice field, you also arranged a good place for us to live as well as some cattle and argali to keep. Most importantly, you have retrieved the Beast God's spear for us. You're not only a benefactor to the Diamond Ape tribe, you are a benefactor to the entire Beastman race, so please accept our gratitude." Then Tess knocked his head to the ground. The other Diamond Apes also kowtowed simultaneously with Tess. This time, Zhao Hai didn't dare to stop them. After receiving their kowtow, he said, "All right, all of you, get up. You're now people of the Buddha clan. You won't need to do such a thing in the future. Just remember, no matter what you do, always consider the Buddha clan in your hearts." Tess and the others roared in one voice before they stood up. Zhao Hai then looked at Tess and said, "I can take you and the Beast God's spear back to the volcano. Do you still want to do your ceremony?" Tess shook his head and said, "There's no need, Patriarch." Sir Artifact Spirit told us that he had already received the sentiment of our ancestors, so there's no need to go back there anymore. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right, then I'll be delivering the Beast God's spear back to the prairie. You go continue on with your matters." Then he took the Beast God's spear before vanishing in front of the group. Chapter 607, Excitement. These past few days, the Beast King has been paying close attention to news about the northern ice field. From the moment Zhao Hai entered the ice field, 2 months had already passed by. But until now, no new information had arrived. He had ordered the white tigers, polar bears, and the ice hawks to have open ears towards the ice field. As long as something happened, they must give action. They must support Zhao Hai at all costs. Because of this, the Ice Hawk tribe had been doing constant rounds every day. As long as they discover a trace of Zhao Hai, they would immediately go and offer him aid. But unfortunately for them, they didn't know that Zhao Hai had the space. Because of this, their efforts had been in vain. But one couldn't blame the Beast King for being so careful. Being careless would have been a much worse offense. As the matter stands, The beast god's spear has apparently become very important. The Beast King had nothing else to do but be alert. These past days, the beast kind didn't have any good sleep. Nearly 2 months had passed, and there wasn't any information about Zhao Hai. The beast kind was near to believing that Zhao Hai had failed. While sitting in his office, the Beast King couldn't help but give a deep sigh. He felt pity for Zhao Hai since he knew the reason why Zhao Hai wanted to look for the divine artifact. The Beast King always believed Zhao Hai to be a very great person that could unite the entire continent, and he wasn't afraid of taking risks. The Beast King really hoped that Zhao Hai would succeed, but it seems like the chances had grown smaller and smaller. But it was good that the business with the Buddha clan had remained stable. The business still stayed the same, and for the Beastman, this was a very good thing. Although there was that, the Beast King still couldn't help but sigh. He was also worried about the entire Ark continent. If Zhao Hai cannot find the Beast God's spear, then they would definitely be in good danger. If Zhao Hai didn't come back in 1 month, then he can only task several 9th-rank experts to explore the ice field. Retrieving the Beast God's spear was not only a must for the Beastman, it was important for the entire Ark continent as well. At this time, the Beast King's guard suddenly walked in. With an excited face he gave his report to the Beast King. "Your Majesty, Mr. Zhao Hai seeks an audience." "He is outside." The Beast King gawked. For a while he was frozen as he stared at his guard. It took some time before he recovered. Then he immediately said, "Invite him in quickly." "Number, I'll go personally greet him." Then he didn't delay in going out. Before long, he arrived at the tent for reception. It was obvious that the people there didn't expect the Beast King to come personally, but they still immediately said, "We've seen His Majesty." The Beast King waved his hand and said, "Where's Mr. Zhao Hai?" A tiger beastman immediately replied, "Your Majesty, he's at the registration tent outside the palace." The Beast King didn't wait for him to finish before he dashed out of the palace. Zhao Hai was currently sitting inside the registration tent while chatting with the beastman inside. The fact that he went to the northern ice field was a secret. There were only few beastmen who knew about it. However, although the people in the tent were clueless, they were already familiar with Zhao Hai's status. They knew that seeking audience with the Beast King at any time can only be done by people of revered status. Those kinds of people weren't someone they can afford to offend. Additionally, these beastmen were also very grateful to Zhao Hai. As long as one was a beastman, it was inevitable that they would make milk wine, and because of Zhao Hai's business, their families were able to make good profit. At the same time, Zhao Hai's Magic Lily shop was very honest in doing business. Whenever they do business, the beastmen would never feel that they were cheated. At this point, even if Zhao Hai didn't display his friendship flags, his name alone would gain respect from the other beastmen. The war had long been finished, so human merchants had also started to come and do business. But after those people arrived, they had discovered that their business had shrunk. Even if they had traded with a tribe before, they still weren't the tribe's first choice. Instead, the beastmen seemed to first look to Magic Lily shop for business. However, these merchants can't do anything to the shop. They simply cannot offend Magic Lily shop. First, because it was backed by the powerful Buddha clan, and second, because the beastmen would deal with anyone that dared to take action against the shop. At the same moment, Zhao Hai's business alliance had also been organized. Now, the biggest business in the prairie was Zhao Hai's alliance. If other people wanted to do business in the prairie, then they would have to do their best to not offend the alliance. Naturally, Zhao Hai won't provoke others on his own initiative. Zhao Hai knew that the Beastman Prairie was very big. It was impossible for them to swallow its entire market. So as long as people play fairly, Zhao Hai would not make a move. After all, Zhao Hai was never afraid of competition. At this time, sounds of footsteps can be heard outside the tent. Zhao Hai knew that it must be the Tiger Beastman that he had sent to notify the Beast King. What made him feel strange was the fact that there was one more set of footsteps that can be heard. While Zhao Hai was thinking, the tent's curtain was suddenly opened as a person walked from outside. Zhao Hai looked at the person and couldn't help but stare. It was because it was the Beast King. Zhao Hai hastily got up and gave a bow. I've seen His Majesty." The Beast King excitedly walked forward and helped Zhao Hai up. He looked at Zhao Hai and was at a loss for words because of his excitement. Zhao Hai saw the Beast King's expression and immediately knew what he came here for, so Zhao Hai gave a gentle nod. The Beast King's face exploded with even more excitement. He immediately pulled Zhao Hai's hand and said, "Mister, come with me immediately. Let's talk somewhere else." After that, regardless of the expressions of the other people present, Zhao Hai went with the Beast King to head towards the palace. After they were gone, the other people couldn't help but look at each other. They didn't expect Zhao Hai to have this big of a position inside the Beast King's heart. He could actually make the Beast King meet him personally. The Beast King brought Zhao Hai to his office and had the guard protect the door. After that, the Beast King immediately said, "Mister, did you really retrieve the Beast God's spear?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly as the Beast God's spear appeared in his hand. Zhao Hai held the spear in both hands as he carefully handed it over to the Beast King. The Beast King's hand couldn't help but shake upon receiving the spear. Tears went down uncontrollably out of his eyes. He held the Beast God's spear gently and after a short while let out a long breath. His tears vanished as he respectfully placed the spear at an appropriate place and turned to Zhao Hai. "My deepest gratitude goes to Mr. Let me offer our gratitude in behalf of the entire Beastman race for retrieving our divine artifact." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Your Majesty doesn't need to be too polite. The Beast God Spear's artifact spirit has also been restored to its original state. He can now materialize. If your Majesty has any questions, you can just ask Sir Artifact Spirit." The Beast King gawked, then his two eyes turned to the Beast God's spear as he bowed and said, "I ask to see Sir Artifact Spirit." As soon as his voice ended, Bloody War immediately appeared on the spear's shaft. He looked at Beast King and said, "You're the current Beast King?" When the Beast King saw Bloody War, he enthusiastically gave a bow and said, "Wei Jian has seen Sir Artifact Spirit. I am indeed the current Beast King." Bloody War nodded and then said, "Good. Mr. Zhao Hai has already asked me to look after the Beastmen. He also asked me to confirm what the dwarves have said. I want to tell you that everything is true. The gods, the divine realm, everything. I have no other thing to say that you don't already know." Then his figure went back to the spear. The Beast King gave another bow to the Beast God's spear. Then he turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Mister, thank you." Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, "Your Majesty is too polite. Sir Artifact Spirit's restoration is also beneficial to the human race." When I told him about the situation of the Beastmen and the gods, I didn't expect him to know about it. His words also coincided with the dwarves' artifact spirit. The Beast King nodded and then sighed. "It looks like Mister's speculations are real. It's possible for the Radiant Church to be connected to the divine realm. But no matter what, we cannot let them off. Mister can rest assured, tomorrow, I shall announce your appointment as the Beastman race's foreign prince." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "There's no need to rush. What His Majesty needs to do now is to prepare the Beastman race. I shall head back to the dwarves as soon as possible. I want to see if Patriarch Billy was able to get into contact with the elves. I don't know about their current situation, so I wanted to take a look." The Beast King nodded. "Then I'll to trouble Mister with this matter. Mister can rest assured, your appointment as our foreign prince has already been discussed and approved by the major tribes in the prairie. They agreed that as long as Mister comes back then you would immediately receive your position. So there's no need for a lengthy process. Mister can just do his own matters immediately." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right, then I'll have to thank His Majesty." Also, the Beastmen needs to save their strength at this time. In the past, the Beastmen lacked ironware, but now, with the dwarves' support, I think your development would be much more quicker. I also think that since the Beastmen needed to preserve their strength, wars should be minimized as much as possible. Otherwise, with the newly acquired ironware, the casualties would be too big. The Beast King agreed. "Mister can feel relieved. I would certainly act on it. However, the prairie still needed grain. We'll have to depend on Mister on this matter." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Your Majesty doesn't need to worry about this. Whether it be bamboo rice or breadfruit, I have tons of them. I can provide you with as many as you want at a fair price." The Beast King nodded, then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "All right. Also, I'll need to ask Mr. to stay here for a meal. Otherwise, I would feel uneasy." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Then I would be polite. But I think it would be better if the retrieval of the Beast God Spear would be held in secrecy. This could become one of our race against the divine race. I'm sure that the Radiant Church is aware of the divine artifact's disappearance. Let's have them continue that thought." Chapter 608, Cooperation. Zhao Hai Buddha has become a foreign prince of the Beastman race. These words had rippled through every street and alley in the continent. Everyone knew about it. And there was no doubt that this was bomb. Everyone was stunned. It had been less than a year after the war between the Beastmen and the humans. But at this time, this news had suddenly spread out. A human becoming a foreign prince of the Beastmen was something that was extremely startling. Zhao Hai, who had gone quiet for 2 months, suddenly had his name mentioned in the continent once again. People started to discover the talent of this patriarch of the Buddha clan. It was known that he had helped the Beastmen greatly, but nobody knew the specifics, even most Beastmen. Because of this, people started to make all kinds of speculation. At this time, Zhao Hai was actually looking for Randolph in Dark Solder Fort. Zhao Hai told Randolph about the Divine Realm as well as what happened in the Northern Ice Field. Compared to the Emperor, Zhao Hai was much more trusting towards Randolph. Zhao Hai believed that Randolph wouldn't tell this matter to anyone else. After listening to Zhao Hai, Randolph's expression couldn't help but go heavy. And after Zhao Hai left, he immediately adjusted the future plans of the Kelsey family. This made people confused about what just happened. Then Zhao Hai went to the Crook family. However, he didn't tell Jesse about the matters of the Divine Realm, as well as the Beast God's Spear. He just told Jesse to adjust the future strategy of the Crook family. Although Jesse didn't understand Zhao Hai's motive, he believed that their eternal ally wouldn't harm them. Therefore, the Crook family started to make adjustments as well. Naturally, these adjustments weren't obvious. Even if it were known to outsiders, they would only think that this was just an ordinary shift, nothing else. And although Zhao Hai visited the Imperial Palace to see the Emperor, he didn't say anything to him. He just chatted with the Emperor for a while, and seeing that the dead minister didn't leave, Zhao Hai affirmed his stance of not telling the Emperor. After handling his matters at the Rosen Empire, Zhao Hai then went to the Buddha Empire. The bulls that was sent to the Buddha Empire had already arrived some time ago and was given to the Buddha Emperor. This made the Emperor very satisfied with Zhao Hai. The beasts that Zhao Hai sent over were special beasts of the Herculean bulls. Therefore, their levels weren't very low. For the Buddha Empire, this was a very crucial shipment. Zhao Hai traveled by ship towards the Buddha Empire's Iron Knight City. Zhao Hai went to the capital in order to discuss to the Emperor about the horse magic beasts. Wales had sent information to Zhao Hai about the horse magic beasts. The horse beastmen were also willing to trade some ironware for some 4th or 5th rank horse magic beasts with Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai came this time to discuss this matter with the Emperor. Just as Zhao Hai entered the harbor, he had discovered the Ironwood was already there, but Ironwood wasn't wearing this full armor this time but instead just an ordinary warrior's clothes. However, his stance still remained imposing. When Zhao Hai disembarked from his ship, Ironwood immediately went to welcome him. Ironwood smiled and said, "Mr. Zhao Hai, His Majesty is already waiting for you." Zhao Hai gave a bow and said, "I've made Vice Admiral Ironwood wait. I hope you'll forgive me." Ironwood laughed and said, "Mr. is always polite. That's no good." "Mr., come with me to see His Majesty." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "All right." Then they sat down at a carriage and rode towards the city. And since this carriage was of the royal palace, it was given the highest priority of way. After they got in, Ironwood boiled a pot of tea and offered it to Zhao Hai before saying, "The bull magic beasts that Mr. had sent last time made His Majesty very satisfied." Ever since then, His Majesty had always wanted to express his gratitude to Mr. Because of that, when His Majesty came to know that you would be arriving today, he immediately sent me over to welcome you. Zhao Hai immediately replied, "His Majesty is too polite. I'm only a merchant. Doing business is our great pleasure. Since I accepted His Majesty's request, then it was natural that I would need to deliver on that promise." Ironwood laughed and said, "Mr. is certainly not an ordinary merchant. To be honest, this one admires Mr. I didn't expect you to become a Beastman race's foreign prince. That's too great of an achievement. In the past millennium, you are the first person to become a foreign prince of the Beastmen." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "It's really not that special. I just helped the Beastmen slightly, and because of his gratitude, the Beast King decided to confer me with this title. Actually, I don't have any authority on the Beastmen." Ironwood smiled and said, "Mr. doesn't need to be so modest. I heard that to be a foreign prince of the Beastmen, it would more than their gratitude for them to agree. Mr. must have helped them a great deal." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "I did, but to be honest, they can also do what I just did. It's just that I'm much more suitable for the job." When Ironwood heard Zhao Hai, he knew that there was no chance of him knowing what that thing was, so he didn't ask any questions about it. He just smiled and said, "Since Mr. has become the Beastman race's foreign prince, then wouldn't it be much easier for you to acquire magic beasts?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "It's not that easy. Beastman's temperament is not quite good. Even the Beast King cannot fully command them, much less a foreign prince. The prairie has a lot of unique magic beasts, but I can only send some bull magic beasts at this time. However, I had recently been in contact with the horse beastmen in order to trade for their magic beasts. Hopefully." Ironwood's eyes turned bright. Horse-type magic beasts were the most compatible types for being a mount. If they could have a lot of horse magical beasts, the Buddha Empire's cavalry would be elevated to another level. It didn't take long before the carriage arrived at the Imperial Palace. Then they were welcomed to a small hall where the Buddha Emperor was already waiting for them. After exchanging greetings with the Emperor and being bestowed a seat, the Buddha Emperor smiled and said, "Mr. Zhao Hai, we've troubled you a lot. My Buddha Empire is very thankful for Mr.'s efforts." Zhao Hai quickly replied, "This one doesn't dare. Your Majesty is too polite. I was just doing what I needed to do." The Emperor looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Although there weren't a lot of beasts last time, it still gave me hope for our future cooperation with Mr." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "A long-term cooperation with Your Majesty would be good. It would give a lot of profits to me." "Your Majesty, I came this time to tell you that I had managed to come in contact with the horse tribe through the cows. They also want to trade their horse magic beasts, but on the condition that they would also be traded with ironware. What does Your Majesty think about this?" When the Emperor heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but knit his brows. The ironware of the Buddha Empire were of very high quality. This was because the Buddha Empire's ironware were mostly made by the dwarves. It wasn't a problem if the Buddha Empire were to sell them off, but the Buddha Emperor was afraid that the beastmen would use the iron to attack the human lands. When that time comes, he would be a criminal among the humans. Moreover, other nations would also seize that opportunity to deal with his empire. After thinking about it, the Emperor couldn't help but turn to Zhao Hai and asked, "Mr. You're a foreign prince of the Beastmen. Can you tell me what the Beastmen intend to do with these ironware?" When Zhao Hai heard this, he smiled and said, "I can understand your worries, young Majesty. Although I don't have much authority in the prairie, I am still privy to inside information. Is Your Majesty worried that the Beastmen would invade the humans? I can tell Your Majesty that you can rest assured. I got information that the Beast King would soon be issuing a sealed blade command." The Buddha Emperor couldn't help but be shocked. He knew that the Beastman race's sealed black command was an order for the Beastmen to rest and build up strength. As long as the Beast King announces this command, no Beastman race would resort to any violence, whether it be exterior or interior. Only when their survival was threatened would the beastmen be allowed to attack. In other words, as long as there is the sealed blade command, wars between beastmen and with humans would not occur, unless the humans make the first move. The Buddha Emperor couldn't help but look straight into Zhao Hai's eyes and say, "Is Mr. telling the truth?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "I won't dare to deceive Your Majesty. Rest assured, I'm quite sure that the beastmen would issue a sealed blade command." The Buddha Emperor nodded. He thought for a moment before saying, "If it is like this, then that would be good news. As soon as the Beast King announces the sealed blade command, I would immediately agree to the horse tribe's business." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Rest assured, it would only take a few days before it'll get announced. Just give word and leave the rest to me." The reason that Zhao Hai mentioned the sealed blade command to the Buddha Emperor was to let the Buddha Emperor agree to his business with the dwarves. Although he can get to the dwarves without seeing the Emperor, he didn't want any conflict between the dwarf race and the Buddha Empire. The dwarves needed to rest and build up strength as well in order to prepare for the divine race and the future war. If any conflict occurs with the Buddha Empire, then the dwarves wouldn't have time to rest. Zhao Hai believed that the Buddha Emperor would agree to his cooperation with the dwarves. The reason why the Buddha Empire held tightly onto the dwarf ironware was because the empire didn't want the others to use it to attack their country. Zhao Hai reckoned that selling to the beastmen who were several nations away from them would be just fine. The Buddha Empire's agreement was also because of Zhao Hai's performance. The last time that Zhao Hai went to the dwarves, he told the Buddha Emperor that he wouldn't sell the ironware to the Rosen Empire. Sure enough, Zhao Hai didn't take the dwarf ironware to the Rosen Empire. This made the Buddha Emperor trust him more. Chapter 609, Sea Race Incident. After a few days, the beastmen did indeed issue an order announcing the Prairie Sealed Blade Command. But at this time, Zhao Hai had already arrived at Dwarf Iron Mountain. Now that Zhao Hai was there for an elder, Zhao Hai was immediately welcomed to Billy's village. After arriving at the mountain, Billy personally welcomed Zhao Hai to his house. And after they had sat down, Billy looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, what happened? You suddenly became the foreign prince of the beastmen. Was that because you helped them restore their artifact spirit?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "Not only that, the beastmen had lost the beast god spear in the northern ice field 5,000 years ago. Although they had been seeking for it the whole time, nobody was able to succeed. This time, I went to the northern ice field to help them retrieve their beast god spear. Because of that they gave me the position of foreign prince." Billy immediately replied, "Lost? How come?" "That's their divine artifact." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and then told Billy about the matter with the diamond apes. Billy nodded and said, "So it was like that. No wonder the diamond apes were sent into exile. When I read from our records that the diamond apes were sent to exile, I immediately became confused. After all, they were the royal tribe. So it was actually because of the beast god spear." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "The beast god spear has now been returned to the beastmen. Moreover, its artifact spirit has been restored. The beastmen will also issue a sealed blade command, having themselves rest and build up their strength. The dwarves should do it as well. My ironware business with the dwarves has already been approved by the Buddha Emperor since he wanted me to buy some magic beasts from the beastmen. As the matter stands, he would not say a word about our business in the future. I just had to ask him since I want to maintain the good relationship between the dwarves and the Buddha Empire." "Peace is very important to your race at this time." Billy nodded and then said, "You really do think far into the future. Then what do we do next?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Not much really. As long as our current plans go through, everything should be fine. I've also started to stockpile some grain and daily necessities to act as strategic resources in the future." Billy nodded. "You can rest assured about the situation with the dwarves. Although we had sold a lot of weapons outside, we still have very ample amount of stock still left. Moreover, these are our best products, much better quality than those we sell outside. So you don't need to worry about weapons." Zhao Hai nodded. "Our transactions in the future would still continue, just keep storing the warehouse." "Right, you told me that you'll find some people who will settle on the Black Wasteland. Did you manage to find them?" Billy nodded. "I've picked some. At this point, there are more than 100 dwarves that are willing to settle down in Iron Mountain Fort." "So when do you plan on getting them there?" Zhao Hai thought for a moment before he said, "Let them wait here first. I still need to prepare their place." "But when they arrive there, they might not be working on metals the whole time. I might need them for something else." Billy smiled. "Don't worry, I've already told them about that." Zhao Hai nodded. Alright, also, if you dig up any special things, please leave some of them for me. I'm quite curious about those types of stuff. Billy couldn't help but laugh. That's not a problem, rest assured. Then Zhao Hai said, so how about the elves? Did they send a reply? Billy smiled bitterly and said, the matter with the elves are doing just fine. Those guys are just slow. They said that they must observe first before sending proper word to us. So you don't need to worry about it. Zhao Hai nodded. He didn't know anything about the elves. Since Billy said that there's no need to worry, then he would just wait. In any case, the Radiant Church wouldn't start their plan in a short time. However, it seems like Zhao Hai's plan to level up in the Elven Forest would have to be moved to a later time. Zhao Hai stayed for a day with the dwarves before he returned to Golden Island using the space. He wanted to know the current status of the island. Zhao Hai already received word that the Hurricane family's Kristen had already arrived at the island and had started to do business there. The business that they had was very simple and was similar to the Buddha clan. Grain and other basic necessities. Zhao Hai had also heard that their business was doing good. Zhao Hai has not gone to see Kristen because his attention was taken by another piece of news. Kun just told Zhao Hai that the business with the sea race has been very unstable. The rock shrimps had also been recently reducing their business. This news was very important for Zhao Hai. His business with the sea race was one of his more important businesses. If this business were to be broken, then it would have a huge influence to the Buddha clan. Because of this, Zhao Hai decided to check the marine races personally. But before that, Zhao Hai had Green empty out some land in the Black Wasteland so that the dwarves can have their own place. Zhao Hai invited the dwarves not only because he wanted them to work on his metals, but also to teach the slaves their craftsmanship. Although the space was also producing some iron ore, it wasn't a lot. On the other hand, among the slaves that Zhao Hai had bought, there were also several blacksmiths among them. However, the craftsmanship of these slaves weren't very good. Because of that, Zhao Hai decided to invite some dwarves to settle in the wasteland. Green was already used to these kinds of things, but this time, Green had no idea of dwarf customs. After all, he hadn't contacted any dwarves in the past. Zhao Hai also asked Billy and was told that there were no special requirements at all. So Zhao Hai can only ask Green to continue while he returned to Golden Island and rowed a ship towards the reef where the rock shrimps were living in. The route was already visited by Zhao Hai many times, so naturally he wouldn't get lost. Moreover, the pirates at the sea were already aware of the Buddha clan ships that would head towards the deep seas to get some marine products. The influence to the Buddha clan in the sea was very strong that the pirates would just go around their ships, so the route was very safe. 5 days later, Zhao Hai had officially entered the deep seas, but he felt strange since there weren't any sea people that came to see him. In the past, people would have already been alerted to his presence and were already meeting him. Because of this, Zhao Hai opened his monitor and looked at the surroundings. Aside from small magic beasts, there was nothing in the vicinity. Even sea people. Along with Zhao Hai were Laura and the others who were basking in the sun. They also felt strange, so Laura said, "Brother Hai, wasn't this the sea race's domain? Where's everybody? Did they go lazy?" Zhao Hai shook his head. Not necessarily. For them to reduce their business only meant that there was an internal problem going on. This situation proved this point. Laura knit her eyebrows and said, "Problems? What problems would sea people have?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Who knows? Only after meeting them would this matter be clarified." Then suddenly a rock shrimp tribesman appeared on the monitor. Zhao Hai turned the monitor off as the rock shrimp appeared near Zhao Hai's ship. The rock shrimp looked at the emblem on the ship and decided to not attack. Then he asked, "Is this the Buddha clan's ship?" Zhao Hai went to the ship's bow and gave bow to the rock shrimp in the water and said, "Buddha clan's patriarch Zhao Hai has seen brother rock shrimp." As soon as the rock shrimp heard Zhao Hai's title, he couldn't help but stare. But he almost immediately replied, "So it is Patriarch Zhao Hai. This one has been very disrespectful. Can I ask why Patriarch Zhao Hai has come?" Then Zhao Hai replied, "I have a matter to discuss with the Rock Shrimp Tribe Patriarch. Can I go and see him?" The Rock Shrimp looked at Zhao Hai and awkwardly said, "I'll be unfair to Patriarch Zhao Hai. but our rock shrimp tribe has gotten into some serious matter. I'm afraid that the patriarch wouldn't be able to have the time to see you." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "I'll just ask brother to send word out for me. I really do have something to talk to the patriarch." The rock shrimp couldn't help but feel awkward at Zhao Hai's answer, but he also knew that they couldn't offend the Buddha clan. Their rock shrimp tribe was just a very small tribe. Without Zhao Hai, they would have huge problems with their yearly tribute. After thinking for a moment, the rock shrimp gave a bow and said, "Then I'll go send word. I'll have to ask Patriarch Zhao Hai to wait for a moment." Then the rock shrimp dove back down into the sea and headed back to his tribe. At the same time, Zhao Hai also had the undead lower the ship's anchor as he waited for the rock shrimp to come back. However, Zhao Hai had confirmed that there was indeed some issues that happened within the sea race. Zhao Hai's original plan was to take care of the elves first before he takes a look at the sea race. No matter what, the sea race also held a large population in this world. If the gods did indeed want to rule this plane, then they certainly won't ignore the people of the sea. Therefore, Zhao Hai also wanted to make an alliance with them. Now that the matter with the elves was pushed back, the sea race unexpectedly developed an incident. This was good for Zhao Hai since he can take care of this matter instead. Zhao Hai didn't wait for a long time before the rock shrimp patriarch appeared near the haven. Then Zhao Hai gave a bow to the rock shrimp patriarch before he said, "I've taken the liberty to disturb the patriarch. I hope that you forgive me." The rock shrimp patriarch smiled faintly and said, "I didn't expect Patriarch Zhao Hai to come here personally. May I know Patriarch Zhao Hai's reason for the visit?" Although he was smiling, Zhao Hai can notice a subtle worry in the old rock shrimp's face. It seems like his people had encountered something big this time. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "The reason I came to Patriarch this time was to ask your help. I just want to have an audience with the leader of the sea race." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, the old rock shrimp couldn't help but stare. When he recovered, he clarified Zhao Hai's words, "Patriarch, you mean that you want to meet with the Sea King?" Only at this moment did Zhao Hai know that the sea race's patriarch was called the Sea King. But nobody can blame his for this. Contact between the sea race and the humans was too few. Humans didn't even know the races in the sea. They were only collectively known as the sea race, and that they had a ruler. Upon hearing that the ruler of the sea race was named Sea King, Zhao Hai immediately responded, "I have an important matter to discuss with the Honorable Sea King. I'm asking Patriarch to help me send word." "Can I ask you to do this?" The rock shrimp patriarch looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Why would Patriarch want to see the Sea King?" "To be honest, my tribe doesn't have the influence to even see the Sea King." Zhao Hai's expression sank as he said, "Patriarch, this matter is extremely important. Tell the Sea King that aside from being the patriarch of the Buddha clan and the son-in-law of the Rosen Emperor, I'm also a foreign prince of the Beastmen as well as a foreign elder of the dwarves. Tell the Sea King that my visit involves a major event of the world." I ask the patriarch to relay these words. Zhao Hai's long string of titles made the rock shrimp patriarch's expression change. He didn't expect Zhao Hai to be so influential. The sea race might not have any idea about the relationship between the humans and the dwarves, but they were extremely familiar with the Beastmen. Races from the Ark continent and the sea race didn't have much contact, with the only exception being the Beastmen. This was because the Beastmen also had tribes that lived on water. These Beastmen might not be fully living in water, but their lifestyles were closely tied to it. Some of these Beastmen lived on beaches while some lived on islands. Because of this, when Zhao Hai revealed that he was a foreign prince of the Beastmen race, the rock shrimp patriarch's heart couldn't help but jump. The rock shrimp patriarch immediately gave Zhao Hai a bow before saying, "I didn't expect Patriarch to be a foreign prince of the Beastmen. This one has been disrespectful." However, this one didn't lie. "Our rock shrimp tribe is indeed too small to have an audience with the honored Sea King. I'm afraid I won't be able to help you much in this regard." Zhao Hai knit his brows and said, "I'll ask the Patriarch to please find a way. I came this time not because of business. This matter shall affect all of the races in this world. I sincerely ask for Patriarch's help." The rock shrimp patriarch looked at Zhao Hai's face and couldn't help but be moved. They had been doing business with the Buddha clan for quite some time. The Buddha clan's business conduct is extremely good and they give very fair prices. This gave the rock shrimp patriarch a very good impression towards the Buddha clan, and now that he saw how sincere Zhao Hai was, he couldn't help but believe in Zhao Hai's words. It seems like there really was something big going on. Chapter 610, Swordfish Tribe. If it was like what Zhao Hai thought, that the fishman was having an internal problem, then the previously unqualified rock shrimp tribe would become qualified to see the Sea King, given this special situation. The reason why this was possible was the enormity of the population among the fishmen. There were some people who would want to challenge the authorities, and those people were no doubt strong, and they might even have strong allies as well. At this time, the Sea King would want to pull even the smallest power he can find, and the weak rock shrimp tribe was one of those. It was precisely because of this that the rock shrimp patriarch was allowed an audience with the Sea King, and the reason why Zhao Hai approached the rock shrimp patriarch and not going directly to the Sea King was because he wanted to make an impression on the old rock shrimp. Since they did good business with them before, the rock shrimp patriarch believed in Zhao Hai's words. However, it would still take some time before the rock shrimp patriarch can prepare. So he turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Mister, I can try and seek help from a larger tribe with regards to this matter. But before that, can Mister show me proof of your status as the foreign prince of the Beastman race?" When Zhao Hai heard the old rock shrimp, he knew that he had succeeded. So he immediately said, "Of course, there's no problem." Then he took out the Beastman command token and threw it over to the rock shrimp patriarch. The rock shrimp patriarch received the token and looked at it. The fishmen also had their own records, and among their writings were magnificent stories about the outside world. Among them was the prince's command token of the Beastman. This token was made with a kind of beast bone that was strong as steel and was as heavy as black iron. There was no way for this token to be replicated by other people. When the rock shrimp patriarch received the prince's token, he immediately knew that it was the real thing. One must know that one of the heaviest metals in the Ark continent was black iron, and it was impossible for other people to mistake it for something else. However, the Beastman actually managed to replicate the weight of black iron with a beast bone. There was no records of what bone was able to do this. The rock shrimp patriarch looked at the prince command token and then looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Mister, please give me time. About a few days or so. I'll do my best to find a way. Is that all right?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "There's still time, so it won't be a big deal. But this matter is also important and must be told to the Honorable Sea King. I'll have to trouble Patriarch for this." The rock shrimp patriarch looked at Zhao Hai and then nodded. "All right, Mr. Can rest assured, this one would certainly do everything that is possible." Then he gave Zhao Hai a small bow before diving back down into the sea. Shortly after the rock shrimps had gone down, Laura turned to Zhao Hai and said, "It seems like the fishmen did have an incident. Otherwise the rock shrimps would be certain that they wouldn't see the Sea King. The patriarch wouldn't have thought that there was indeed a way." Zhao Hai nodded. He also carefully used his words in order to probe for answers. If the rock shrimp patriarch really didn't have a way, then he wouldn't even dare to promise him. After all, the rock shrimps really needed human commodities, so he wouldn't risk himself offending Zhao Hai. But since the old rock shrimp agreed, then there might really be a possibility. This basically meant that some instability has happened within the fishmen. Although Zhao Hai had no understanding about the matters of the fishmen, he can still speculate from the business between the Buddha clan and the rock shrimp tribe. Since the rock shrimp tribe can't buy up all of the Buddha clan's supplies, then the Buddha clan already had a metric about the rock shrimp tribe's size. From what Zhao Hai can see, the rock shrimp tribe had similar standing with the giant horned bulls as well as the black-bellied pig tribe that Zhao Hai had met when they first entered the prairie. They were people placed at the bottom of the power pyramid. Therefore, How could such a tribe be able to have an audience with the Sea King? The rock shrimp tribe being able to promise an audience was indeed a very strange thing. It was due to this that Zhao Hai knew that the fishman had a giant accident. Otherwise the rock shrimp patriarch wouldn't have been so sure. Lizzie turned his head to Zhao Hai and said, "Big brother Hai, what do you think happened in the fishman?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "I can't possibly know, but from how the rock shrimp patriarch has been acting, I'm afraid that the structure of the fishman has become unstable. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to see the Sea King. The Sea King might have been scrounging up people in order to gain enough strength to hold into power." Megan nodded and said, "That's extremely possible. If this is really the case, then I'm afraid that it's not the time for us to come here. I think that the Sea King wouldn't have time to get to see us." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Not really. Perhaps we came just in time. If we can help the Sea King solve this crisis, then we might have more leverage in discussing with the fishman." Meg knit her brows as he said, "Young master, but this is the sea. Compared to the Ark continent, this place is much larger. It's possible that there are innumerable experts here. Do we really need to take part in this conflict?" Among his wives, only Meg kept calling him young master, even if they had already been married for so long. This made Zhao Hai feel strange. He had already told Meg about this many times, but Meg seems to not be willing to change it. Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "Even if there are a lot of experts in the sea, don't we have much more? This time, I want to talk about the divine realm with the Sea King. The fishman has the most population in this world. If they can help us deal with the divine race and the demons, then we would have a much easier time doing so." Laura nodded. "If that's true, then that would be good. But brother Hai, I'm afraid this would be more difficult than we imagine. After all, the war in the seas among the fishmen is much different compared to other places." Zhao Hai showed a faint smile and said, "I've already had care prepare for this. There are now 9 Thrink undeads in the space, and some of them are creatures of the sea. They should be stronger in terms of undersea battles. With the help of those guys, I think we won't have much of a problem." When she heard Zhao Hai, she couldn't help but smile and said, "So brother Hai had already thought of it. Then we might only have small troubles undersea. But unfortunately, we can't go underwater." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Why couldn't we? I've already asked Kair to transform a blade-scale whale into an undead-like alien. When the time comes, we can just ride the whale and then go underwater." Megan became happy after she heard Zhao Hai. "Fantastic. I really wanted to see what the bottom of the sea looks like. I didn't expect Big Brother Hai to be already prepared." "So when do we go?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Don't worry. If we go now, the rock shrimps might get offended. It's much better to wait for the rock shrimp patriarch to come back with news. I don't think it would take him long to come back. Let's just wait for him for a few days." Megan pouted her mouth before she nodded. Zhao Hai smiled. He also wanted to go underwater, but it was not yet the time. He still hasn't gained the approval of the Sea King. If he were to enter the seas right now, he would get attacked by them. Although he was on his ship, Zhao Hai's contact with the continent remained unbroken. Neither his business with the beastmen nor dwarves were getting affected. 7 days later, Zhao Hai, who had been paying attention for the rock shrimps, suddenly spotted the rock shrimps along with their patriarch. Zhao Hai immediately went to the ship's deck, and sure enough, as soon as he arrived on top of the deck, he heard a rock shrimp say, "We request to see Mr. Zhao Hai." Then Zhao Hai led Laura and the others to the bow of the ship to see the rock shrimp patriarch. Seeing the old shrimp's tired face, Zhao Hai immediately gave a bow and said, "I've seen the patriarch." The rock shrimp patriarch returned the bow as he said, "The Sea King agreed to have an audience with Mr. Please follow me." Zhao Hai quickly responded, "Thanks, patriarch." Then the rock shrimp patriarch nodded and then rowed the bow of the ship. Zhao Hai knew that this was for him to guide the ship, so Zhao Hai immediately had the undead raise the anchor while hoisting the sails as he followed the rock shrimps towards the deeper parts of the sea. A lot of rock shrimps were swimming alongside Zhao Hai's ship. Seeing the rock shrimp patriarch and the others, Zhao Hai was not sure if this was an escort or surveillance. Zhao Hai and the others sat in the ship while looking at the monitor to see the situation. The ocean was indeed very big that it seemed limitless. The haven was considered to be quick for a merchant ship, but compared to the rock shrimps, it was having a hard time catching up. Moreover, Zhao Hai discovered that the route that they were taking was very safe. They were completely safe along the way. They didn't encounter any attacks, nor did they encounter any reefs or unpredictable undercurrents. At night, the rock shrimp patriarch would lead his people to rest in the sea. Zhao Hai also stopped his ship and waited for the next day. This cycle was repeated for 10 days. In these 10 days, Zhao Hai already saw a lot of sea tribes. There were turtles as well as numerous fishes. Because of their numbers, it was impossible for Zhao Hai to correctly identify each one of them, and these tribes always came to the rock shrimp patriarch since they were encroaching on their domain. There were even some who were intending to rob them. However, when the rock shrimp patriarch showed a token, the opposite party allowed them to pass. But although they were allowed passage, the fishermen still looked at Zhao Hai with curiosity. Zhao Hai also knew that this was because of the long time where there was no contact between humans and the fishermen. So when they saw him, it was natural that they would feel interested. In these 10 days, Zhao Hai was expecting that he would be led to the Sea King, but he didn't expect the rock shrimp patriarch to bring him to the swordfish tribe's domain. The reason why Zhao Hai identified the other party was because of their very special mounts. Their mounts had a very long bone spike that can be used as a spear. It looked very hard. Moreover, the fish was very big, about 10 meters in length. On its back were big fins, which seemed to express power and prestige. Riding atop these swordfishes were people who had the same kind of fins on their heads, looking like a well-combed hair. The person was holding a long bone spear and was about 2 meters in height. Its black skin looked slippery with mucus while he wore armor made of shells and seaweeds. He looked like a very powerful warrior. Chapter 611. Stone Column Island. Zhao Hai saw on the monitor that the rock shrimp patriarch gave the swordfish man a salute. Then after a bit of talking, he presented a token to the swordfish tribesman. The swordfish tribesman received the token and after taking a look at it, he nodded. Then the rock shrimp patriarch and the others returned to the sea's surface. Zhao Hai looked at the situation and understood that he wasn't here to see the Sea King. The rock shrimp patriarch can only escort him up to here. After that, just as Zhao Hai closed the monitor, the rock shrimp patriarch was heard outside. I ask Mr. Zhao Hai to please come out. Then Zhao Hai and the others went on to the ship's boat to see the rock shrimp patriarch as well as the swordfish tribesman. The swordfish was still sitting on his mount. He came along with his men. All of them looked at Zhao Hai with a hint of curiosity. Zhao Hai gave a bow and said, I've seen the rock shrimp patriarch and brother fishman. Why did patriarch call for me? The rock shrimp patriarch returned the bow and then said, Mister, we can only take you up to here. This is the junior patriarch of the swordfish tribe. The next step would be up to him. Zhao Hai quickly replied, I thank the patriarch for his efforts. The patriarch doesn't need to worry. I have already sent a letter back to the family. They will be sending you 2 shipments worth of supplies. That would be my gratitude for patriarch's help. The patriarch would just need to wait in your place and the ships would arrive in a few days. Please don't refuse this gift. The rock shrimp patriarch's face couldn't help but burst in glee. Then Mr. Zhao Hai has my deepest gratitude. Junior patriarch, Mr. Zhao Hai is a very good person. Please take care of him. The junior patriarch of the swordfish tribe looked at Zhao Hai and nodded. I will. Patriarch Libban can rest assured. The rock shrimp patriarch then nodded and gave a bow to Zhao Hai before he submerged back to the sea. Zhao Hai turned to the junior patriarch of the swordfish tribe. He gave a bow and said, Zhao Hai has seen junior patriarch. I apologize for the trouble. The junior patriarch of the swordfish tribe was polite to Zhao Hai as well. He returned Zhao Hai's bow and said, Mr. is too polite. The Sea King had issued summons for Mr., so naturally we wouldn't dare to ignore it. Mister, please come with us. Then the junior patriarch went to the front of the haven. The other knights looked at Zhao Hai before they went to the sides of the ship and escorted it. Zhao Hai discovered that the junior patriarch of the Swordfish tribe seemed to dislike having in contact with him. However, this junior patriarch also seemed to be very strong. Zhao Hai estimated this junior patriarch to be equivalent to an 8th-rank human expert. Zhao Hai has no way to calculate a fishman's age, so he didn't know how old this junior patriarch was. But what he definitely knew was that this junior patriarch was not old for his race. For him to be 8th rank was a proof of his extraordinary talent. Moreover, Zhao Hai also discovered that this junior patriarch's army was very unified. These swordfish knights under his command, although only about 500, were comprised of 6th to 7th rank experts. These people were very unified that even in motion they still kept their proper formation. Zhao Hai also paid close attention to the swordfish knights' reaction towards the junior patriarch. They seemed to have no hint of resistance to his command. Some of them even carried expressions of worship. This showed that the commanding power of this junior patriarch was very great. An army this sharp usually held great pride. Even if one's status was high, if they don't believe your strength, then they would find it hard to follow you and would only look down on you. However, this junior patriarch seemed to have completely conquered these people. There was no need to doubt his strength and skill in handling his army. Zhao Hai wanted to talk to this junior patriarch, but it seems like this junior patriarch was unwilling to talk to him. Zhao Hai tried to open up a conversation only to be turned down with short answers. In the end, Zhao Hai chose to give up, following Laura and the others in returning to the space. Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile bitterly. Laura looked at Zhao Hai and couldn't help but chuckle. Brother Hai, they actually chose to ignore you. I haven't seen that before. Zhao Hai forced a smile and said, it's just his arrogance. Hee. This is the first time I've seen someone do that to me. Meg suddenly got fired up. His arrogance is useless, compared to the young master. His strength is just nothing. He actually acted disrespectfully to young master. You should go and teach him a lesson. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, calm down, we're still in their domain. In addition, this junior patriarch is still young. Being this young and already strong is commendable. After all, he didn't have the help of the space. Although Meg nodded, her face still couldn't hide her indignation. In her heart, Zhao Hai was the best. He was the strongest of them all. She would get angry if anyone were to dare to be impolite to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai thought that he would be seeing the Sea King after only a few days, but he didn't expect the ship to travel for 20 days. On the 20th day, Zhao Hai discovered that there was a rainbow-like radiance in the distance. Zhao Hai opened the monitor and immediately became shocked. The rainbow lights was not too far, but after seeing what it was, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare at the scenery, surprised. What Zhao Hai saw was an island, but this island was peculiar. It wasn't connected to the sea but was instead held up by 13 huge pillars on the water. He didn't know how these stone pillars were produced, but there were many holes on each pillar of which water kept flowing out. The water produced mist that would in turn make the rainbows. Zhao Hai also saw that in those holes, merpeople can be seen. These merpeople had the upper bodies of humans but had a lower body of a fish. They all had long golden hair and dark blue eyes. Their chests were covered by shells while the others' parts were left exposed. They looked pure with a tint of temptation. Their appearance made people unable to look away. Laura and the others were also dumbfounded upon seeing these people. They also didn't think that there would be such a place. The mists kept coming as an endless amount of water kept pouring down the pillars. There were also the attractive mermaids. This made them feel like they were in a fairy tale. After some time, Laura and the others recovered. Their mouths couldn't help but release a sound of wonder. Zhao Hai was also the same. This scenery was indeed too beautiful. At this time, the haven was already slowly approaching the place. After heading to the island for some time, they were immediately blocked by a gigantic fishman. This man's stature was very tall and big. He was even taller than the biggest beastman. It had blue skin and was as tall as Zhao Hai's stone golem and looked just as strong. He held a huge trident on one hand that was about 20 meters long. It looked quite heavy. The bodies of these people don't seem to be different from humans. The sole difference were some parts of their body as well as their enormous tail. The tail was very robust. Zhao Hai seemed to identify it as something that belonged to a whale. These people had their mounts as well. Each one of them had huge blue whales that carried them on their backs. They looked extraordinarily formidable. After they blocked the junior patriarch of the Swordfish tribe, the junior patriarch immediately took the token that was handed over by the rock shrimp patriarch and gave it to the opposite party. The huge fishman nodded before he waved his hand, sending the junior patriarch away. Although the junior patriarch was arrogant, he still wouldn't dare to pull rank against these whale fishmen. The junior patriarch bowed to the whale fishmen before he retreated. The whales then started to slowly float towards the surface. When the whale fishmen started to appear on the surface, Zhao Hai can immediately feel the pressure coming out of them. These whale fishmen on top of the whale mounts looked just like the ancient giants from the legends. Their heights had surpassed the deck of the ship. Before Zhao Hai could speak, one whale fishman said, "You are Zhao Hai?" His voice rumbling, it was as deep as thunder. Zhao Hai didn't get frightened. He immediately gave a bow and said, "Brother fishman, I am indeed Zhao Hai." The whale fishman looked at Zhao Hai and said, "The Sea King has summoned you. Go retrieve your sails." Zhao Hai complied as he had the undead take down the sails of the ship. Just as the sails were taken down, two whale fishmen arrived by his ship and extended their hands towards the Haven's bow before pushing it towards the small island. Zhao Hai looked at these whale fishmen. He didn't think that these soldiers would have this strength. They seemed to push an ironclad 5-masted ship with absolutely no effort. It didn't take a long time for them to arrive at the vicinity of the small island. However, Zhao Hai cannot walk at this time. This was because surrounding the small island were all kinds of reefs. There was simply no way for the ship to continue. Zhao Hai also saw some mermaids on the reefs. These mermaids looked curiously at Zhao Hai. Once in a while they would whisper some words to their companions before bell-like laughters echoed out. About 1 kilometer away from a column, the Haven stopped. The whale fisherman then looked at Zhao Hai and said, "You came to my mount's back. I'll take you further." Zhao Hai expressed his gratitude before leading Laura and the others to the back of the whale. When they arrived on top of the whale, they discovered that they were only as tall as the whale fishman's feet. It seems like if the whale fishman wants to, he could step on them. The whale fishman turned his head to Zhao Hai as he cracked a smile. Then he led his whale mount to swim towards the island. Before long, they had passed by the stone columns and reached the middle column of the island. Zhao Hai noted that the stone column seemed to be several hundred meters high. The waters from the holes above also kept flowing down. On top of this stone column was a palace, something that Zhao Hai has not seen before. Chapter 612, Queen. The whales took Zhao Hai to the stone pillar. The holes on this pillar weren't small, however, the whales were still unable to go up. The whale fishman shouted towards the stone pillar, "Old turtle, please come out." Just as his voice fell, a person suddenly appeared from the bottom of the stone pillar. After seeing him come out, Zhao Hai found out that this man was a turtle fishman. He wore trousers made of seaweed with an upper body of a turtle, with a carapace protecting his front and back. The turtle fishman looked at the whale fishman and said, "You called me?" The whale looked at the turtle and said, "This is Mr. Zhao Hai. He's someone that the Sea King had summoned. I asked the old turtle fishman to help me bring him up." The turtle fishman looked at Zhao Hai and then said, "You are Zhao Hai?" Zhao Hai nodded, "I am Zhao Hai." Then the turtle nodded. He waved as several turtles appeared from the stone pillar. These turtles weren't large. Their shells were only about 2 meters in diameter. The turtle fishman turned his head to Zhao Hai and the others and said, "Stand on them. I'll go take you to the top." Zhao Hai nodded, and then stood on the back of a turtle before they were taken up the stone pillar. Upon entering this pillar, Zhao Hai had found out that it actually was a maze. There were plenty of interconnected channels inside and each of them had their own water currents. In the end, the turtle fishman had brought Zhao Hai to a steadily flowing part of the pillar. This pillar was unexpectedly a water slide. Each pillar had rushing water cascading down. One could clearly see that the water was very deep. Zhao Hai felt strange. He was surprised as to how the fishmen were able to do this. How did they manage to place a large amount of water in such a place? It was really amazing. However, the turtles seemed to not care about it as they swam against the stream. All of them were steadily going upward with speed that couldn't be described as slow. Zhao Hai counted probably about half an hour before they reached the top of the pillar. The position that they were in now was actually a big pool, and in the middle of this pool was a palace. The palace was constructed beautifully. It was made out of white stone with its top being a blue tent. On the walls were endless pearls and crystals. These pearls and crystals made for an attractive sight. They sparkled under the sunlight, and they seemed to be intricately arranged that their reflections had illuminated the big pool. The illuminations on the pool showed different fishermen tribes. It was very beautiful. Zhao Hai and the others couldn't help but be in awe with such a scene. They didn't expect that they would be able to see such a beautiful place. At this time, the turtle fishman stopped at the pool. Then the old turtle fishman turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Mister, please come ashore. Some people would be meeting you there." Zhao Hai nodded. Then he gave a boat to the old turtle fishman and said, "I thank brother fishman." Then he took a step towards the shore along with Laura and the others. After seeing that the group had come to shore, the old turtle fishman then turned around to leave along with the turtles. But at this time, a person walked out of the palace. This person was a blonde-haired woman with blue eyes. In her hand was a crystal staff. She wore a green robe on her body. It was evident that her robe was made out of seaweed. The woman went towards Zhao Hai and bowed. Then she smiled and said, "Are you the Buddha clan's patriarch, Beastman race's foreign prince, and the dwarves' foreign elder, Zhao Hai?" Zhao Hai recovered. Then he bowed hastily and said, "I am indeed Zhao Hai. May I know who the young lady is?" The woman smiled faintly and said, "I'm a person of the Sea King's palace. My name is Lola, please come with me." Zhao Hai quickly said, "This one has seen Officer Lola. If I may ask, what clan does Officer Lola belong? Are you a human?" Lola smiled faintly and said, "There's no need for Mister to be too polite. I am not a human. I'm a mermaid. We mermaids can change between tail and legs all year round, so it isn't strange to see us walking like this." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "So that's how it is. I didn't think that the royal tribe of the fishmen were actually the mermaids. This is the first time that I've heard of this." Lola curiously looked at Zhao Hai. "This is the first time? How is that possible?" In the past, there were several occasions where the fishmen and humans came in contact. The nearest one should be about several thousand years ago. Did the humans not have this in their records? Zhao Hai stared, then he turned to look at Laura and the others and said, "Did you know about this?" Laura and the others shook their heads. Then Laura replied, "I didn't. I've read all of the history books that we have collected, and in the past 10,000 years, there has been no contact between the fishmen and the humans." Lola looked at Zhao Hai and then shook her head. "There's nothing strange about that. Our initial relationship with the humans was very good, but later on, the Radiant Church had started to pressure us, causing our contact with the humans to be cut off. Later on we heard that the people of the Radiant Church had taken charge in making the history books of the humans, so it was natural that they wouldn't include us in." Zhao Hai stared. He wasn't aware of any of these matters. No wonder there wasn't even a word about the fishmen in the 10,000-year history of the humans. Moreover, these history books were unfairly aggressive towards the beastmen. In the history books, the beastmen were described as wild and aggressive while the dwarves were violent and irritating. The elves had it better, since they were written to have unparalleled beauty. But this was not a good thing. This made the humans covet the elves. For a period of time, there were humans who were capturing elves and made them into slaves. In the end, the elves retreated from the human lands and went to the elven forest, completely cutting their contact with the outside world. After putting all of this together, Zhao Hai was able to understand what was going on. This must be one of the plans of the Radiant Church. They wanted the fishmen to be forgotten, and the beastmen and dwarves to be hated. But since the elves were too perfect, the Radiant Church were unable to find dirt on them. The church can only use one method, and it was to make the elves cut their ties with the humans. In the end, their plan succeeded, making it very difficult for the races to come in contact with the humans. At this time, Lola had already brought Zhao Hai and the others to the Great Hall. This Great Hall was very spacious. From what Zhao Hai can see, the Great Hall must have been about 20 meters high. The ceiling of the hall was made out of crystal, making it possible to see the outside directly. These crystals were also adjusted in order to be a beautiful piece of art. The stone pillars of the Great Hall were also inlaid with pearls and crystals. There were mermaids standing on each pillar, but each of them had already turned into their human form. In the innermost part of the Great Hall was a special throne. It looked like a normal throne but with half of it underwater. A mermaid was sitting on this throne. She wore green robes along with a crystal crown on her head as well as a crystal scepter on her hand. However, she didn't change into her human form. Her lower body was tail of a fish. Lola led Zhao Hai and the others to the beautiful mermaid up to about 10 paces away. Then Lola bowed to the mermaid and said, "Your Majesty, Mr. Zhao Hai and his wives has arrived." The woman waved his hand, then Lola bowed again before going back. Then Zhao Hai and the others went forward and bowed. "Zhao Hai has seen Her Majesty the Mermaid Queen." The Queen nodded, then he looked curiously at Zhao Hai. "Mr. Zhao Hai, Miss Laura, Ms. Megan, Miss Meg, Miss Lizzie, Miss Nair, I welcome you in behalf of all the fishmen. May I know the reason why you've been anxious to see me?" Zhao Hai and the others stared. They didn't think that the Queen would get their names accurately. Zhao Hai looked confused at the Queen but he still answered, "It's an honor for Her Majesty to know our names. I came this time to tell Your Majesty of an important matter." The Queen smiled faintly and said, "Mr. Can tell me." Zhao Hai looked at the Queen and suddenly said, "Before I say it, I want to ask Your Majesty something. What is your view of the Radiant Church?" The Queen gawked. She was confused at Zhao Hai's question. Then she asked Zhao Hai, "What is the purpose of Mr.'s question? Is Mr.'s trip because of the Radiant Church? I heard that Mr. is enemies with the Radiant Church." Zhao Hai stared. He looked at the Queen and said, "Does Your Majesty know about this?" The Queen smiled faintly and said, "Of course, although there weren't much contact between the fishmen and the humans, that doesn't mean that we don't hear any news at all, especially my mermaid race." When Zhao Hai heard the Queen, he couldn't help but get surprised, but he still answered, "Then it's good that Your Majesty knows about the matters of the continent. I just want to know about how Your Majesty views the Radiant Church." The Queen looked at Zhao Hai and said, "The Radiant Church is an evil organization. They probably wanted to rule the entire world and enslave all the races, including us fishmen." When he heard the Queen, Zhao Hai's confidence went up. He looked at the Queen and said, "I don't know if the Queen knew about the war tens of thousands of years ago, where all of the major races of the continent united. The matter about the war against the divine race?" The Queen stared, then she thought for a moment before she said, "I do remember it. Our clan has it on our records. At that time, our fishman race also entered that war. But since most of the fighting happened on land, we weren't much of a help. But there were still a lot of our mermaid tribe's elders that had died in that war." Zhao Hai was now fully assured. "I'll tell Your Majesty about all I know. I suspect that the Radiant Church is a chess piece that the divine race had placed here in the Ark continent. They were here in order to prepare for the divine race's invasion." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, the Queen's facial expression couldn't help but change. "Mister, tell me all the details." Zhao Hai nodded, and then narrated how he helped the dwarves to restore their artifact spirit. Then on about the time he went to the northern ice field in order to retrieve the beast god's spear. He also expressed his numerous speculations. While the Queen listened to Zhao Hai, her face constantly changed. After Zhao Hai finished, the Queen sighed and said, "So that's how it is. No wonder Mr. can become the Beastman race's foreign prince. Also it seems like there's nobody in the continent that knew about you becoming the foreign elder of the dwarves. So Mr. has been preparing for this matter." It seems like the people of the continent had heavily underestimated Mr.'s capabilities. Zhao Hai looked strangely at the Queen. From her words, it seems like she was updated on the matters of the continent. This made Zhao Hai confused. How could the fishman had such deep understanding about the continent? The Queen looked at Zhao Hai and then smiled faintly. Mr. doesn't need to get confused about why our mermaid clan is aware of the matters of the continent. Does Mr. know about the Sea Gods Merchant Union? Upon hearing Sea Gods Merchant Union, the faces of Zhao Hai and the others couldn't help but change. It was not because they didn't hear about it, but it was because they were too familiar with the name. Among the big merchant unions of the continent, the Sea Gods Merchant Union was the most mysterious. The main business of this merchant union were their clothing and jewelry. The Queen wouldn't mention the Sea Gods Merchant Union for no reason at all. Just her mentioning this name meant that the merchant union is under the mermaid clan's control. This was too shocking. People had always believed that the fishmen were always in the sea. Because of this, nobody would suspect that they would openly make their own merchant union, and it was actually one of the most famous merchant unions in the continent. Zhao Hai and Lori looked at each other and can see the shock in each other's eyes. The mermaids were too formidable. They can actually hide this for a long time. It was too amazing. The Queen looked at Zhao Hai's expression and smiled. Mr. shouldn't be too surprised. After all, we, the fishmen, still needed human products to live. But we cannot openly trade with the humans. After all, most of the fishmen races didn't have good impressions towards your race. Zhao Hai nodded and said, I understand. Since your majesty knows, what would your race do now? Will you help us in dealing with the Radiant Church and the Divine Race? The Queen thought for a moment before she nodded. Naturally, the Radiant Church was the main culprit who drove us away from the continent, and they also wanted to enslave everyone. So why wouldn't we agree? We shall help you to deal with the Radiant Church and the Divine Race. When he heard the Queen, Zhao Hai couldn't help but be glad. I thank your majesty. The Queen smiled faintly and said, Mr. shouldn't be too polite. Compared to what Mr. had done, my word is nothing. But Mr., we're in quite of a trouble right now. I'm afraid we won't be able to provide help in the meantime. I knew it, Zhao Hai said inside, but he smiled and said, if your majesty trusts this Zhao Hai, then I could provide you with a helping hand. The Queen stared, then she shook her head and said, no need. The Buddha clan might be strong on land, but this is the sea. I'm afraid Mr. can't provide much of a help. Chapter 613. Secret. When Zhao Hai heard the Queen, he couldn't help but show a smile as he said, Your Majesty, since you know about my Buddha clan, you should also know about my ability. I might not have good cultivation, but my dark magic, especially undead magic, is unparalleled. If I say I'm second, nobody would dare claim that they are first. The Queen stared at Zhao Hai, then after thinking for a moment, she said, so Mr. wants to help us using your undead? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, it depends on what troubles you have encountered. The Queen looked at Zhao Hai, and after some time, she let out a long sigh and said, Patriarch Zhao Hai's undead summoning is indeed very famous in the continent. This Queen wouldn't hide anything from Mr. This time, we had really met some trouble. Someone wanted to challenge the throne. This answer was within Zhao Hai's expectations. The mermaid race was the ruling clan of the fishmen. If there wasn't a revolt, they wouldn't have established ties with the Rock Shrimp tribe. After all, the Rock Shrimp tribe was just too unqualified. Zhao Hai looked at the Queen and said, since your majesty wanted to form an alliance with us, we are now allies. If an ally is in trouble, then it would be impossible for me to just stand by. I ask your majesty to tell us the problem. This Zhao Hai would do his best to help. The Queen looked at Zhao Hai and somehow felt that he can be trusted. So she gave a sigh and said, I'm afraid Mr. would laugh at us. Although we rule the sea, the waters are just too big. Our mermaid clan simply cannot manage every single place. Moreover, since our management is quite loose, many people held us in high regard. But we had recently discovered that some fishermen tribes were having trouble. It was clear that something must have happened. So we sent some people to investigate and found out that a strong subordinate of ours, the Sea Dragon tribe, has been collecting massive amounts of tax under our name. However, these taxes weren't handed over to us, but instead, they hoarded it for themselves and used it to pull other tribes over to their side. At the time of us finding out, those tribes had already established an alliance and had blatantly announced their revolt. Now, we had lost control of the east side of the seas. Moreover, The Sea Dragon tribe has also amassed an army and are now inching towards us. Because our mermaid race has not fought for some time, our response had been slow. Now, we have our backs behind the wall." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Then I would have to disturb your majesty for a few days. In those few days, I will use the time to manufacture a batch of high-level undead marine beasts and make them into an army. When the time comes, I believe they would be able to help your majesty. What do you think?" The queen gawked at what Zhao Hai said, then her face expressed her glee as she said, "Then I would trouble Mr. Zhao Hai. Lola, arrange a room for Mr. Zhao Hai to rest in." Lola stepped forward and gave the queen a bow. Then she turned her head to Zhao Hai and said, "Mister, come with me." Zhao Hai then gave the queen a bow before leaving with Lola. When Zhao Hai left the Great Hall, a mermaid entered the Great Hall from a small entrance at the side. The mermaid then told the queen, "Your Majesty, from what we've heard from Mr. Zhao Hai, it seems like the attack of the sea dragons are also related to the divine race." The queen nodded and said, "In our clan's records, the dragon race were the most faithful dogs of the divine race. The sea dragons are a branch family of the dragons. Their sudden move this time might have some reason." Whoa, you go look at the records and see what the sea dragons did during the previous war against the divine race. I'm afraid I can't remember if there are any records of it in the clan. The mermaid Lwo complied. Then she looked at the queen and said, "Your Majesty, do you think Mr. Zhao Hai's plan is feasible? Can the undead really deal with those sea dragons?" The queen smiled faintly and said, "The Buddha clan's patriarch is very mysterious. There are numerous people in the continent that went to investigate him only to find out nothing, but some people suspect that he has some sort of space divergent ability. Moreover, all of his undead are very high-leveled. Their individual fighting strength is not weak. If we have his help, then we may reduce our casualties. You transmit my orders to get the whales to catch a lot magic beasts and bring them over. We don't know how many undead Mr. Zhao Hai might make, but I'm sure that when the war comes, those sea dragons would surely be in on a surprise." Lwo nodded. Then she turned around to leave. Inside the Great Hall, the queen gave a sigh before she muttered, "The divine race is finally returning. Hee. That's good. I've also waited to take revenge. Clowns of the sea dragon race, do you really think that you can dethrone us? Keep dreaming." Zhao Hai and the others were led by Lola to a side hall. This hall wasn't very big, but it still had the beautiful aesthetics of the palace. The hall was divided into 4 regions. Upon entering, one would first enter the lobby. It was a living room that was floored with blue stone. Moreover, the stones underwent careful polishing. One could see reflections when one walks on them. The second room was the dining room. Inside were stone furniture. This room had wooden tables and chairs in them. These tables and chairs were all made out of the finest wood. They didn't use a single coating of paint, revealing the natural wood grains. It looked very simple and natural. The third were the bed spaces. Inside were a total of 4 rooms and a living room. The fourth part of the hall was the bathroom. The floor of the bathroom was made out blue shells. In the middle of the bathroom was a large pool. There were several fish head sculptures on the edges of the pool with water spraying out of it. There was also a water outlet under the pool in order to stabilize its height. The water was crystal clear and wasn't cold at all. Instead, it felt warm and was very nice to take a bath in. Lola asked Zhao Hai and the others to the living room and briefed them about the palace before she took her leave. She also told Zhao Hai that if he needs something, he can just pull on the rope inside the bedroom. The rope was linked to a metal bell. When the rope is pulled, the bell would then issue a ring which would alert nearby people. After Lola left, Zhao Hai and the others went to the small living area in their bedroom. Then, Zhao Hai opened his monitor. Kair already recorded the conversation between Luo and the Queen. After Zhao Hai and the others listened to the video, the group became silent. After some time, Laura turned her head to Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Hai, looking at the Queen's expression, is she confident?" Zhao Hai nodded. Then after sighing he said, "She certainly is. The mermaids have been ruling the fishmen for a long time, so how could they possibly not have their trump cards? If they didn't have any methods, then they would have already fallen to a revolt long time ago, and seeing from the Queen's expression, it seems like she is reluctant to use their trump card. Otherwise, she wouldn't need out help. Laura nodded. Then Lizzie frowned and said, "Do we really need to help the Queen? They have ways to deal with these people. Aren't we being used like tools this time?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "That doesn't matter. In any case, if we help them deal with the sea dragons, our relationship would get much closer. This is good for our future plans. I just didn't think that the dragons would be on the side of the divine realm. It seems like the Radiant Church was the divine race's chess piece in the light while the dragons are their piece in the shadows." Megan looked like she had a heavy heart. "Big Brother Hai, dragons haven't appeared on the continent for many years. It seems like they have been living in the Akra Mountains. If the dragons were indeed on the side of the divine race, then it's likely that they have been controlling the magic beasts of the mountain. No wonder the Akra Mountains had become one of the 5 forbidden areas. The dragons controlling the magic beasts for the divine race must be kept secret from the others, so they naturally would kill people who ventured deep into the Akra Mountain." The smile on Zhao Hai's face disappeared, then he nodded and said, "That's very possible. If there is really a divine race's force in the Akra Mountains, then the demonic abyss would definitely be a den for the demons." People already had some suspicions that the demonic abyss is related to the demon race, but nobody had any proof of it. "I think the demons used this deliberately in order to focus everyone's attention to the demonic abyss while the engraved ark continues to accumulate power." The methods of the demons and the divine race were actually similar, but are reversed. Laura became serious as she said, "It seems like the demons and the divine realm still hasn't lost heart for the Ark continent. Brother Hai, we're quite lucky that we haven't gone to the Akra Mountains yet and found out about the relationship between the dragons and the divine race. If we went there and found out, then the divine race would surely be alerted that their secret was revealed. It might spur them into action." Zhao Hai nodded. "Fortunately, we went to the Fishman race first. Otherwise, we would have gone to Akra Mountains since the elves were still unprepared. I'm planning on getting some magic beasts and plants to upgrade the space. I've also been thinking of subduing the dragons. After all, their fighting strength were incredibly known to the continent." Megan knit her brows as she said, "It's really strange that nobody knew about the relationship between the dragons and the divine race. It seems like this was also because of the Radiant Church's machinations." Zhao Hai coldly snorted and said, "It seems so. The Radiant Church had probably obtained the divine race's decree earlier than we have imagined. The divine race is good. They were actually very patient." Chapter 614, Arrogant. "I have strength." Although they were in a hostile relationship, Zhao Hai couldn't help but admire the divine race. For them to hide everything for such a long time was a testament to how patient they were. However, this also made Zhao Hai pay much more attention to them. The divine race can completely turn the entire Ark continent over along with the Radiant Church. Such a race was notable, and Zhao Hai couldn't help but refrain from being careless. Laura coldly snorted and said, "Brother Hai, then what do we do? When we extinguish the sea dragons, then would we be looking for trouble with the dragons in Akra Mountains?" She was afraid that the continent would find out that Zhao Hai had the guts to offend the dragons. In the continent, dragons were the symbols of invincibility. Nobody dared to go and purposefully offend them. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Don't worry. First, we deal with the sea dragons, and then we go to Flame Island and see what's going on there. Maybe we can get some benefits along the way. After that, we'll go deal with the dragons. But since they are quite strong, we need to get ready." "Right, Laura. You and the others are now 9th rank experts. But you don't have your own mounts. Maybe we can get you some dragons to ride in Akra Mountains." Laura snorted. "I don't want them. What do those stupid dragons do that a 9th rank Bloodhawk can't? I'd rather use the Bloodhawks as a mount." Zhao Hai and the others laughed. If other people in the continent were to hear Laura, Hay would certainly laugh. She actually denied the chance to have a dragon as a mount. "That's an absurd idea." After some time, the group gradually calmed down. Then Megan turned her head towards Zhao Hai and said, "Big Brother Hai, will you start making undead tomorrow? Your undeads are now 9th rank. What form do you want them to look like? Zhao Hai nodded. This is truly tricky to deal with. We can just let those undead retain their forms when they fight, but we'll have them deliberately get injured or play dead. Naturally, those are just make-believe. Once they reach a certain amount of damage, we can receive them into the space. We can use this method as a cover-up. Also, the queen was also aware of the strength of my undead, so she wouldn't suspect too much upon seeing them fight. Lizzie nodded and said, from what I can hear from the queen, she seems to be sincere in her move to ally with us. In this case, it would be more advantageous for her if Brother Hai is stronger than she expected. I think she wouldn't just betray you. Zhao Hai smiled and said, in fact, there's really no need to be careful about the fishmen. Although they had the Sea Gods Merchant Union and can contact with the continent, they have always been mysterious and can only be rarely be spotted. Their contact with the other powers can only be said to be minuscule, so I believe that they won't say anything. The other fisherman tribes are also less likely to talk. After all, they don't get in contact with the humans. Because of that, I believe that what we do here won't be revealed to the humans back in the continent. Lizzie shook her head and said, but we still need to be careful. Even if the fishmen wouldn't talk, what about the sea dragons? They might use the other dragons to expose us. Laura also nodded and said, Brother Hai, we do need to be much more careful. Zhao Hai nodded and didn't say anything more. Laura and the others didn't say anything as well as they went back to the space and started to prepare. Although the queen didn't invite Zhao Hai over for a meal, she still had people send him a beautiful array of dishes. The variety seafoods present were more than what Zhao Hai had eaten before. This made Zhao Hai and the others satisfied with their meal. The next morning, after Zhao Hai and the others ate the breakfast that Lola had given them, Lola gave them word that the queen was inviting them over. Then Zhao Hai and the others went with Lola to the Great Hall in order to meet with the queen. The queen was sat in the same position as when Zhao Hai had met her yesterday. Upon seeing Zhao Hai, the queen couldn't help but smile faintly and said, Mister, come and take a seat. Zhao Hai then noticed that there were several chairs in the Great Hall today. It seems like these were specially prepared for them. After Zhao Hai and the others expressed their gratitude and sat on the chairs, the queen said, how many undead can Mr. summon? How many beasts do we need to acquire? Zhao Hai smiled and said, as many beasts as you can find, the more the better. Right, Your Majesty. How many people had followed the Sea Dragon's rebellion? How much people do they have? The queen forced a smile and said, there are a lot of tribes that decided to join the Sea Dragons. I don't know how many they are, but there were a lot of small races that were absorbed into their army. I'm afraid that the current army of the Sea Dragons numbers at about more than 10 million. Although he knew that the seas was big and there were a lot of beings in here, Zhao Hai still couldn't help but breathe some cold air upon hearing the number of the opposite party. Now he understood why the Sea Dragons decided to act against the mermaids. If the mermaids were dealt with, the Sea Dragons would have full hegemony of the seas. When the time comes, they can amass their army and coordinate with the Radiant Church. At that time, it wouldn't be impossible to conquer the entire continent. Moreover, the fishmen also had an advantage. Although they can't stay on land for too long, one shouldn't forget that they can just retreat to the seas whenever they get defeated. The sea is their domain and no army of the continent was able to contend with them there. That would be equivalent to the fishmen having bases right beside human territories. If this was really the case, then the divine race can definitely depend on them and fight a battle of attrition with the major races in the continent. At that time, even if they don't send a god-ranked expert and just sent down an army of 9th ranks, they can still defeat the races of the continent. After all, the population of the continent was greatly fewer than the people of the sea. Moreover, they still had the dragons in Accra Mountains as well as the Radiant Church. Thinking about this made Zhao Hai coldly sweat. If he didn't come to see the fishmen at this time, then he would really be in trouble. It was good that he came just in time to deal with the Sea Dragons, solving the issue with the fishmen. The queen saw that Zhao Hai's face turned ugly and didn't speak for quite a while. She thought that he was frightened by the army, so she quickly said, Mr. doesn't need to worry about our ability to resist them. We were just caught off guard this time. so we couldn't respond appropriately. Mr. Can just summon as many as you can. That's already enough of a help. When Zhao Hai heard that the queen seemed to misunderstand him, he immediately smiled faintly and said, "Your Majesty misunderstands. I can summon as much undead as the number of corpses that you can provide. I can only ask your Majesty to grab as much corpses as possible. It would be great to get corpses from the enemies." The queen nodded. "All right. The Mister doesn't need to worry about the magic beasts. I already had my people prepare them. I just want to know how much Mister can take." Zhao Hai knew what the queen meant. After all, her clan had a lot of contact with the humans, so it was natural that she was aware about dark mages. She knew that dark mages have their limit. If the fishman were to provide more than what Zhao Hai can summon, then he would be losing face. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Your Majesty doesn't need to worry. Make them get as many as possible, the more the better. If your Majesty can prepare 10 million magic beasts, then your Majesty would acquire a 10 million undead army. This one will have to excuse myself to rest. Once the corpses are ready, your Majesty can just send some people over to get me." Then he gave a bow before he left along with Laura and the others. When Zhao Hai left, Luo arrived at the Great Hall, completely fuming. "Your Majesty, this Zhao Hai is extremely arrogant. Your Majesty is only thinking about his well-being, but instead he was being impolite." The queen smiled faintly and then shook her head. "Silly thing, he's not being extremely arrogant. He is just very strong. You might not know, but he has a very terrifying reputation among the humans. In just one night, he had turned an entire several 100,000 Ixa Empire navy into his undead. If he can really turn 10 million corpses into undead, then that would be good for us. Go give the orders to get as much magic beasts as possible. As long as they are wild, then get them. Right. Go bring corpses of sea dragons and their allies as well. I want to see what an undead sea dragon looks like." While she spoke this, a killing aura appeared around the queen. The mermaid queen was very angry. The mermaid race had ruled the seas for many years, but they hadn't encountered a rebellion of this scale. The sea dragons actually made the mermaids lose control of the eastern seas. For the mermaid race, this was not a small attack. The fighting strength of the eastern sea was much stronger than the west. This was because in the eastern waters, aside from the sea dragons, there were also the sharks, electric eels, and various poisonous races. These collection of people were very strong. It was because of this that when the sea dragon announced their rebellion, the mermaid race was caught off guard. However, the mermaids weren't people who could be trifled with as well. Not only do they have the loyal whale tribe and swordfish tribe, their own fighting strength was formidable as well. The queen believed that as long as they have time, they would be able to amass an army that can extinguish the sea dragons in one swoop. Luo looked at the queen and didn't talk about Zhao Hai anymore. She then looked at the queen and said, "Your Majesty, I also checked the records about the sea dragons yesterday and found out that the sea dragons didn't exist during the fight with the divine race." When the queen heard Luo, she couldn't help but reply, "There are no sea dragons." "What does that mean?" Luo replied, "Your Majesty, during the major war against the divine race where our mermaid race had participated, the dragons were there as well, but they were on the side of the divine race. When the god was defeated, the dragons didn't have anywhere else to go but retreat to the Acra Mountains. However, part of them decided to run to the sea and requested refuge from us. The Sea King pitied them and allowed them to thrive here. Afterwards, those dragons married some fishmen and eventually spawned the sea dragon race." Chapter 615, Curious Fishman Race. When the queen heard Luo, her expression couldn't help but change. "So you're saying that only after the war did the sea dragons came to existence? Did the divine race intended that in order to deal with us?" Luo shook her head and said, "You really can't say that. After all, that was a long time ago. My speculations is that the divine race only got contact with the sea dragons recently, which prompted them to deal with us. Otherwise, they wouldn't have waited for tens of thousands of years in order to revolt." The queen nodded. "It would be impossible for the sea dragons to hold off on attacking us. However, we can still affirm that the sea dragons are a bunch of ungrateful bastards. Wolwo also held anger in her expression. When she checked the records, she couldn't help but get irritated the more she read on. These sea dragons were too shameless. The mermaids had given them shelter, but they still ended up rebelling. Then the queen coldly snorted and said, "Sea dragon race, you just wait. Wolwo, make sure that everything Mr. Zhao Hai needs gets fulfilled. Maybe he can change the flow of this war." Wolwo nodded before turning around to leave. The queen coldly snorted and then mumbled, "Sea dragon race, good. Good. You actually think that you can rule the entire Ark continent?" When Zhao Hai and the others returned to their room, Laura looked at Zhao Hai in confusion and said, "Brother Hai, what just happened? Why did you suddenly become arrogant?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "In any business, expressing your power is one of the most important things. Don't forget that we had formed an alliance with the Mermaid Clan, and since we are now allies, we need to see ourselves as equals. If we show our weakness, then they would lose confidence in us." Then Zhao Hai opened the monitor and played the video of Wolwo and the Queen's meeting. After listening to the Queen and Wolwo, the face of Zhao Hai and the others couldn't help but turn ugly. They didn't think that the sea dragons would actually have such a history with the fishmen. If they were indeed a chess piece of the divine race, then the divine race was too terrifying. Laura looked at the monitor before turning to Zhao Hai. "Brother Hai, do you think that the sea dragons were intentionally placed there by the divine race?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "I don't think so. If they were, then they wouldn't have waited for so long. Then when the Radiant Church was its most formidable, they would have already cooperated and conquered the entire continent." Laura and the others nodded. Then Zhao Hai sighed and said, "But no matter what, we must deal with the sea dragons. When the time comes, we can just interrogate the sea dragons, then we can uncover the truth." Laura and the others nodded again. Then Zhao Hai changed the scene of the monitor, showing the preparations of the fishmen. At this time, the places nearby the small island had become very busy. People of the whale tribe and the swordfish tribe have been sent out to grab all of the wild magic beasts on the surrounding waters. Moreover, the queen had also sent another command making all of the other fishmen to go full scale in their capture of beasts and had all of them sent to the island. Zhao Hai was very calm when he saw the strength of the fishmen. In just one day, they had actually managed to have 100,000 beasts sent to the island. For them to only take one day to collect 100,000 beasts and had them sent to the island was terrifying. There were already a lot of magic beasts that were captured. However, Zhao Hai didn't appear. The queen didn't send word to him either. The next morning, after having their breakfast, Lola arrived and invited Zhao Hai over to the Great Hall. Besides the queen, Wolwo was present as well, but Wolwo looked just like an ordinary servant right now, with her head lowered in obedience. Besides Wolwo, there were also a turtle fishman and whale fishman present. Zhao Hai felt strange. How could this whale fishman able to appear in the Great Hall? With their bodies, it was impossible for them to go up using the stone pillars. They may have other ways to come in. Zhao Hai decided to ask Care about this later. Upon seeing Zhao Hai arrive, the queen nodded and said, "Mr. Zhao Hai, come, let me introduce you to the captain of the island guards, the whale fishman Das Han and the guard commander, the turtle fishman Jintai." Zhao Hai looked at these two and identified them. The whale was the one who escorted him to the island while the turtle was the one who brought them up to the palace. Zhao Hai bowed to the two and then said, "Nice to meet you. This Zhao Hai thanks the two of you for delivering me here." They also returned Zhao Hai's courtesy, but didn't dare to utter a word. Then they returned to stand by the queen's side. The queen then turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Mister, we've already collected 100,000 magic beasts. Please have a look at them." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right, I'll be heading there now." "Your Majesty, please allow this one to excuse himself first." The queen nodded as she waved her hand and said, "Then I'll have to trouble Mr. Das Han. Jintai, make sure to take care of Mr. Zhao Hai's every single need." Then the two issued their agreement before giving the queen a bow and then leaving the hall along with Zhao Hai. When they got out, The turtles were already prepared for them. Zhao Hai and the others then stepped on top of the turtles before they jumped down from the pool and then disappeared. Zhao Hai didn't have time to pay attention to anything right now. When the turtles entered the mounds, Zhao Hai felt that he was riding on a roller coaster, and the speed was much more than back on Earth. This was the first time that Laura and the others had experienced this, so they couldn't help but scream. But since they were already 9th rank experts, it only took them a while before they calmed down. Back when they were heading up, Zhao Hai reckoned that they had taken about an hour. But now that they were going down, it only took them a few minutes to do so. In a blink of an eye, they were already on the sea's surface. Zhao Hai turned his head to look at Laura and the others. He wanted to see if they were frightened, but when he saw their expressions, Zhao Hai felt relief. Although Laura and the others had been scared, their current expressions revealed their enjoyment. Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile bitterly. He actually felt that women were strange beings. They were too full of contradictions. They liked delicious food, but they were also afraid to get fat. They think that roller coasters were scary, but only to end up enjoying the ride. Zhao Hai shook his head as he forced a smile before he turned to Jintai and said, "Commander Jintai, please take me to see those magic beasts." Jintai turned his head and smiled faintly. "I'll have to be unfair to Mr. Zhao Hai. I cannot stay in this place for too long because of my duties. However, Das Han will come here and lead you to the place." Zhao Hai nodded. Then he looked at Jintai and said, "Thank you, Commander." "But Commander Jintai, how would we be able to enter and exit this place?" Jintai smiled and said, "Mr. doesn't need to worry. The Queen herself sent word that Mr. and your wives are free to move in the mermaid territory. Nobody will restrict your freedom." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right, then I'll have to thank Her Majesty. My wives are very curious about this place. Even I am compelled to look around." Jintai smiled. "Then Mr. is very welcome here. The mermaid domain is very beautiful. Moreover, the royal tribe is very hospitable. I believe that they would quickly become friends with your wives." Then after he said this, a huge bulge suddenly appeared on the sea's surface. Then Das Han's mountainous figure suddenly appeared. After Das Han appeared, he immediately gave Zhao Hai a bow and said, "Mister, please come with me. I'll go lead you to see the magic beasts." Zhao Hai nodded. Then he rode on Das Han's whale mount. When Laura and the others were about to board, Zhao Hai smiled to them and said, "You go play in the meantime. I won't be long." When they heard Zhao Hai, the women couldn't help but stare before their eyes suddenly lit up. "Can we really play?" "Good. Fantastic." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and then turned to Jintai and said, "Commander Jintai, I will have to trouble you. I will certainly come back soon." Jintai smiled faintly and said, "Mr. can rest assured." Then Zhao Hai gave Jintai a bow before he turned to Das Han and said, "Captain Das Han, let's go." Das Han nodded. Then he commanded his mount to move towards an island. Soon after Zhao Hai left the Mermaid Island, he had arrived at a nearby island where a large number of fishmen were present. These fishmen had brought a lot of magic beasts. These beasts were all alive. Some of them were wild while some were struggling. When Zhao Hai saw this scene, he couldn't help but stare. He turned his head to Das Han and said, "Captain Das Han, dead beasts are fine. Even if they are alive, they would still end up dead in my hands. I need them to be dead before I can turn them to undead." When Das Han heard Zhao Hai, he nodded and then said, "All right, mister, please wait a bit." Then Das Han turned his head to the fishmen and said, "Kill those magic beasts, and then you can leave." The fishmen gawked, but they still obeyed. They pulled out all kinds of weapons and killed all of the magic beasts that they've brought. However, after killing these magic beasts, the fishmen didn't leave. Every one of them looked curiously at Zhao Hai. Seeing their appearances, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. Then he changed his thinking and understood what was going on. These fishmen might be aware of what he was about to do. They haven't seen a dark mage make undead before, therefore, they were curious to see what it looked like. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and didn't say anything. He looked at the 100,000 magic beasts piled in front of him. Moreover, since some of these magic beasts were quite big, The pile looked just like a hill. Zhao Hai pulled out his blood ghost staff before he muttered some fake incantations. Then he waved his staff as a black gas appeared and surrounded the pile of magic beasts. The fisherman looked at the mass of black gas as it enveloped the pile of beasts. Before long, the black gas had vanished. But what the fisherman saw after was something that made them scream out in alarm. Chapter 616. Dangerous character. The pile of dead magic beasts had now turned into a pile of bones. There was no blood nor flesh found, only bones were present. This gave a very strong impact to those who were present. The fisherman couldn't help but feel a chill, and at this time, more shocking things happened. The pile of bones had started moving. Under the gazes of the fisherman, each bone of that pile started to move. The bones then started rolling into the sea before slowly forming up and lining themselves. The big ones were at the bottom while the small beasts were at the top. Before long, 100,000 magic beasts had arranged themselves in a cube formation, filling the space of the surrounding sea. The fishermen couldn't help but retreat as their expression changed. They wanted to be as far from these undead as possible. Seeing the fishermen retreat, Zhao Hai moved slightly and with an intention. The undead beasts suddenly vanished. The only ones left behind were two turtle-type beasts. Zhao Hai jumped on top of the undead turtle and then bowed to Das Han. "I thank Captain Das Han. I shall be leaving first. I want to take a look at what my wives are doing. The captain doesn't need to accompany me any longer." The turtle under Zhao Hai moved its forelimbs as it slowly swam towards Mermaid Island. But at this time, Das Han still hasn't recovered. Only when Zhao Hai was close to Mermaid Island did Das Han recover. His face couldn't help but change as he turned his head to look at Zhao Hai. His eyes were full of dread. In his mind, Zhao Hai had become a very dangerous person. This fellow can actually carry hundreds of undead beasts with him. Such a person being in Mermaid Island was a very unsafe factor. After thinking about this, Das Han immediately urged his mount as he followed along Zhao Hai towards Mermaid Island. While Zhao Hai was looking for his wives, Das Han went to look for Jintai. He thinks that monitoring Zhao Hai's every move was imperative to their own safety. Zhao Hai was not aware of what Das Han was thinking. He just stood on top of his undead turtle as he looked around Mermaid Island. Mermaid Island was very large and was surrounded by numerous reefs. Some mermaids playing on the reefs could also be seen from time to time. While Zhao Hai was intrigued, the mermaids were curious about Zhao Hai as well. Sensing their gazes, Zhao Hai did his best to not meet their sight. He didn't know the customs here, so he might get into trouble if he did look them in the eye. But what made Zhao Hai feel strange was the fact that he hasn't seen an old mermaid. All he had seen looked like young beautiful women. Even inside the palace, Zhao Hai couldn't spot an old mermaid while using the monitor. Before long, Zhao Hai had finally found Laura and the others. They were currently sitting in a reef while chatting with some mermaids. The group looked very jolly. Meg had sharp eyes, so when she saw Zhao Hai, she immediately waved towards him. Zhao Hai directed the turtle to go forward before he looked at them and said, "You go and play some more. I'll go and discuss some matters with Her Majesty." "Right. I'll also be leaving some turtles here to save Commander Jintai the trouble." Then he withdrew some turtle-type undead magic beasts. Then he nodded towards Laura and the others before heading back to the middle stone pillar. When he reached the stone pillar, Zhao Hai had found that Das Han and Jintai were already there. When he went close, he discovered that their expression had changed. Zhao Hai carefully looked into their eyes and found that there was a hint of fear on Das Han's eyes. However, although there was still fear in Jintai's eyes, there was also a hint of excitement mixed in as well. Zhao Hai didn't think too much about it. He came here to cooperate with the mermaids and not to make enemies out of them. So as long as the mermaids treat him as an ally, then Zhao Hai believed that they won't attack him. When Zhao Hai came forward, Jintai and Das Han immediately gave him a salute. Zhao Hai can feel that the greeting this time was more sincere than before. Zhao Hai immediately returned the gesture before he turned to Jintai and said, "Commander, I've already given Laura and the others some turtles. You don't need to send people to fetch them, right? Can I go see the queen right now?" Jintai nodded and said, "Come with me." Then he used his mount as they swam against the stone pillar's current. Zhao Hai gave Das Han a nod before following Jintai up. When Das Han looked at Zhao Hai's departing back, he couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Ever since he saw Zhao Hai turn those magic beasts into undead, he had started to feel immense pressure when seeing Zhao Hai. But now that he had left, Das Han felt relief. Das Han looked at the pillar and then said, "It seems like the sea dragons have terrifying bad luck." Then he shook his head as he submerged into the water. Zhao Hai, along with Jintai, had returned to the big pool. After reaching the shore, Zhao Hai immediately stored his undead magic beast into the space. Then he gave Jintai a salute before heading towards the Great Hall. But before Zhao Hai reached the Great Hall, Lola came to greet him. When Lola saw Zhao Hai, she couldn't help but gawk slightly. Then she immediately said, "Mr. Zhao Hai, Her Majesty is already waiting for you inside." Zhao Hai nodded. Then Lola turned around and led Zhao Hai to walk towards the Great Hall. Upon arriving inside, Zhao Hai saw that Luo was sitting right beside the Queen as if telling her something. The Queen was also listening as she nodded from time to time. After Zhao Hai and Lola greeted the Queen nodded and said, "I didn't expect Mr. to come back so soon." "Did Mr.'s summoning go smoothly?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Very smooth. Your Majesty doesn't need to worry about it. I can go to the battlefield anytime you want." "You should know that a dark mage's power is at its peak on the battlefield." The Queen nodded and said, "I ask Mr. to wait for 2 days. In 2 days, the whales, swordfishes, and turtles would send an army towards the front lines. Mr. can then go along with them." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Then I'll go with Your Majesty's arrangement. If it's possible, I'd like to ask Your Majesty to give me some information about the sea dragons and their army. Is that all right?" The Queen nodded. "That's not a problem. Mr. can rest assured. Those materials would get to you as soon as possible." Zhao Hai nodded and then bowed to the Queen. "Then this Zhao Hai would like to be excused. If there are more magic beasts, please send someone to inform me." The Queen nodded. "All right, if Mr. has something he wants, then don't hesitate to send word." Zhao Hai nodded, and then expressed his gratitude before bowing to the Queen and then leaving. When Zhao Hai left, Luo immediately turned to the Queen and said, "Your Majesty, this Zhao Hai is too dangerous. He just waved and turned 100,000 magic beasts into undead. Moreover, he can actually store them somewhere. Such a person living in this place is very dangerous." The Queen smiled faintly and said, "No need to be worried about Zhao Hai. He is our ally. The stronger he is, the more advantages we'll have. Rest assured, no bad thing will happen." Luo replied, "Now that I saw what dark mages are, I can understand why the continent deemed them to be emissaries of evil. They are really frightening." In a blink of an eye, the 100,000 magic beasts had turned into bone. It was too scary. "I really don't know how he got his wives. He didn't just snatch them, right?" The Queen looked at Luo and smiled. "Luo, don't judge a person by their outside appearance." The Radiant Church was incomparably sacred in the surface, but was actually the worst people. And although Mr. Zhao Hai uses dark magic, he actually has not injured an innocent person. Luo, remember this, strength doesn't describe good or evil, it's the person himself that decides to be good or evil. Understood? Luo nodded. "I understand, Your Majesty. With the addition of Mr. Zhao Hai, I've become much more confident in our chances to win this war. Also, Your Majesty, what did Mr. Zhao Hai mean when he said that a dark mage is most powerful in the battlefield?" The Queen smiled and said, "What does the battlefield have the most? It's dead people. A dark mage can turn those corpses into undead. Moreover, those undead can also lead the opposing party to lose morale. Think about it, you have comrades who you've shared happiness and fear together, then when those comrades dies, they suddenly stand up and start attacking you. At that time, would you have the guts to turn your weapons against your friends, or will you turn around and flee?" Upon hearing the Queen, Luo's face couldn't help but get pale. Although she has not gone to the battlefield, she had participated in magic beast hunting groups. If what the Queen said happened to her, then she would collapse immediately. The scene described by the queen had Luohuo shivering in fear. The queen looked at Luohuo and felt that she had scared her too much. So she patted Luohuo's shoulder and said, "It's because of this that the Dark Mages have become the most powerful mages before the arrival of the Radiant Church. But there were also Dark Mages that loved to slaughter civilians in order to turn them into undead. Such Dark Mages are meant to be destroyed." Luohuo nodded. Then the queen looked at Luohuo and continued, "You don't have to doubt Mr. Zhao Hai's morals as well. The status of each of his wives aren't low. Since you haven't gone to the continent, you didn't know that the story of Mr. Zhao Hai and his wives has spread to all human nations. Mr. Zhao Hai is a person who many people envy." Luohuo looked at the queen and said, "Your Majesty, is Mr. Zhao Hai really famous in the continent? But he is a dark mage, does this nobody fear him?" The queen shook her head and said, "Mr. Zhao Hai's reputation on the continent can only be considered to be normal. But when commoners mention his name, they couldn't help but call him vicious and merciless. He had turned hundreds of thousands of ex-Empire troops into undead in a single night." Hearing that, wouldn't you also think that he was vicious and merciless? Chapter 617, The Army Departs. When Luohuo heard the queen, her face couldn't help but change. "Your Majesty, is that true? Did Mr. Zhao Hai really turn hundreds of thousands of ex-Empire soldiers into undead in one night? Then isn't he a bad person? Why would the people on the continent only call him vicious and merciless?" The queen forced a smile and said, "People in the continent don't differ too much with the fishmen. They also respect strength. Mr. Zhao Hai is strong, so nobody dared to offend him. Besides, Mr. Zhao Hai didn't kill the ex-Empire soldiers with no reason at all. The ex-Empire had sent those soldiers to Mr. Zhao Hai's territory, claiming that they owned the land. Because of that, Mr. Zhao Hai had no choice but be impolite." Luohuo frowned and said, "Even so, Mr. Zhao Hai is too cold-hearted. Why does he have to kill those hundreds of thousands of people?" The queen smiled bitterly and said, "If Mr. Zhao Hai didn't kill them, then he wouldn't have reached his current height. You should have heard Mr. Zhao Hai's purpose in coming here. The entire Ark continent's future is at risk. He even went to the northern ice fields personally in order to retrieve the Beastman's Beast God's spear. Such a person cannot be said to be cold-hearted. He's someone who would not forgive his enemies while also be the one who would shelter his allies. His ideals are that simple." When she heard the queen, Luohuo couldn't help but nod. It was not only the others. Their mermaid clan respects strength as well. Protecting allies and suppressing enemies was a very simple ideology in this world. Even in the fishmen this idea is found every day. It wasn't anything strange. The queen gave a sigh and said, "In fact, the sea dragons were doing this as well." The sharks and electric eels had become their close allies while they suppressed those who wouldn't side with them. "It was just unfortunate that we were too loose with our surveillance. We weren't able to discover their ambitions in time." Luohuo also sighed, because their business dealings with the continent was short. Their commodities had become scarce. Because of this, the mermaids had decided to establish the Sea Gods Merchant Union and bought what they need from the humans. Because the mermaids were too focused on this matter, they were unable to see the moves done by the sea dragons. By the time they had found out, it was already too late. Because the mermaids had concentrated on business, the sea dragons had used the opportunity to revolt, catching the mermaids off guard. But it was fortunate that they now had a strong ally that was Zhao Hai. The sea dragons wouldn't be living greatly this time. The queen turned to Luohuo and said, "Luohuo, in 2 days, Mr. Zhao Hai will go along with the others to head towards the front lines. You should go with them as well." Although Mr. Zhao Hai is strong, he is still unfamiliar with the fishman race. You must help him with this aspect. It would be best if we defeat the sea dragons in one fell swoop. But even if we cannot, at the very least, push them into a defensive position. Understand? Luohuo nodded and said, "I understand, Your Majesty." The queen nodded and said, "What are Mr. Zhao Hai's wives doing now? Are they doing fine? Remember to make ties with those women. Mr. Zhao Hai's strength is formidable, and he is a famous merchant as well. It would be good for us to have a good relationship with him. Moreover, His wives also held great influence in the continent. Don't offend them. Luowo smiled and said, "Your Majesty, feel relieved. Mr. Zhao Hai's wives have been doing very well. They are very friendly and have also been very good friends with our sisters." The Queen smiled and then said, "Then that's good. This matter might be our fishman race's opportunity. If we can cooperate with Mr. Zhao Hai, then perhaps we can openly do business with the humans later on." After all, the Radiant Church's influence had waned in the continent. "Alright, go prepare yourself. Luowo, you still have to follow Mr. Zhao Hai in 2 days." Luowo nodded and then bowed before turning around to leave. Zhao Hai was currently inside the space, looking at the monitor. The monitor had shown the conversation between the Queen and Luowo. The Queen's words made Zhao Hai very surprised. He didn't expect the Queen to have this much faith in him. But this was a good thing for Zhao Hai. Dealing with the sea dragons wasn't a difficult matter. In fact, those 100,000 marine beast undead were already enough to do it. After all, these undead are very high-leveled. After Luowo retreated, Zhao Hai changed the monitor to another place. Then, Zhao Hai sat quietly inside. This time, his trip to the fishman had brought him great profits. For the mermaid clan to be willing to be his allies was a good thing for Zhao Hai. At the same time, Zhao Hai had found out his assessment in the continent: vicious and ruthless. Vicious and ruthless. Hee. It seems like I embody those 2 words now. Zhao Hai muttered in the living room. Nothing happened for the rest of the day. However, there were still people who kept bringing all kinds of magic beasts to Mermaid Island. But this time, they had brought dead ones, not alive. However, Zhao Hai was not very anxious in turning these into undead. At the same time, the mermaids didn't look for him. On the next day, Zhao Hai went down to turn those magic beasts into undead. Although there were still some fishmen in the surroundings, their expressions weren't curiosity anymore, but it was fear. After staying for 2 days, the fishman army had finally been gathered. Although the sea dragons had 10 million troops, Zhao Hai was still shocked to see the reinforcements that was gathered by the mermaid clan. This was an army of no less than 2 million people. Seeing these numbers made Zhao Hai numb. He became speechless about the population of the fishmen. They had just casually recruited 2 million people, while a rebel can come up with hundreds upon thousands of troops. Zhao Hai was somewhat happy. Fortunately, the fishmen wouldn't be able to survive on land for too long. Otherwise, the entire continent might have already been seized by them. This time, the Queen personally delivered Zhao Hai outside Mermaid Island. This made the other fishermen shocked. They didn't expect the Queen to have this high respect for Zhao Hai. In fact, those people had misunderstood the Queen this time. In addition to sending Zhao Hai out, she also wanted to give an address to the troops. The one who would lead the troops this time was Das Han. Das Han was Mermaid Island's guard captain. But since the situation of the front lines had become urgent, and in addition to Das Han having prior contact with Zhao Hai, the Queen decided to just send Das Han along with this army in order to cooperate with Zhao Hai much smoother. The vowing ceremony of the fishmen was the same as the humans. The Queen told a few encouraging words before assigning Das Han as the commander of the army. But at this time, Zhao Hai was now inside the body of a blade-scale whale. This whale was the one from Zhao Hai's space. He had turned this blade-scale whale into an undead that was the same as alien. Its build had given them the opportunity to make it into rooms. And since the blade-scale whale was bigger than alien, its room inside was very big as well. Zhao Hai had a living room, bedroom, as well as a bath installed inside. Naturally, these things were only there as decoration. Zhao Hai would spend most of his time inside the space. The blade-scale whale was completely preserved. The layer of skin outside has been preserved as well. However, its skin had been turned transparent. One could clearly see the outside while being inside the whale. Most importantly, there was no water that can come into the whale, so there weren't any seawater inside. At the same time, Zhao Hai can also use magic in order to ensure that they have ample amounts of air to breathe inside. At this time, Zhao Hai was inside the whale along with Laura and the others. There was only one outsider inside, and it was the person who the Queen had sent in order to help Zhao Hai, the little mermaid Luowo. The mermaids didn't have their own unique mounts. However, They had a peculiar ability that nobody had. They can turn any marine beast into their own mount. Naturally, there were also some mermaids who decided to raise their own beasts as their mounts, but those instances were rare. The queen told Zhao Hai that Luo Luo would be there to help him be familiar with the various fishman races, but she wouldn't interfere with Zhao Hai's fight. Actually, there was no need for the queen to tell him since he already knew about Luo Luo, but he didn't say anything and just politely invited Luo Luo inside the blade scale whale. He also prepared a room filled with seawater inside. The reinforcement army slowly went towards the front line. Although they had passed through some small tribes, these people were all under the rule of the mermaids. Some small tribes even dispatched their members to aid the reinforcement army. At the same time, there were also some fisherman tribes who would bring over some marine beast corpses. Naturally, Zhao Hai didn't become polite as he made them into undead on the spot. There were also some beasts that the army had taken along the way, so they were also handed over to Zhao Hai. Da Han had calculated that the amount of undead that Zhao Hai had made these days had now reached over 500,000. Such quantity was astonishing. It was now a fourth the amount of the reinforcing army. At this point, the shock and fear that Das Han held towards Zhao Hai had gradually turned numb. Even if Zhao Hai managed to turn all of the beasts in the ocean into undead, he wouldn't be surprised anymore. Although their number is huge, their advancement wasn't slow. This was the sea, not the land, so the army doesn't need to worry about terrain, grass, nor food. This was the ocean where there were too many kinds of low-level magic beasts. These people cannot even finish eating their food, much less worry about it. Chapter 618, Defensive Line. It was already dark, and they were already deep in the sea and could only barely get some sunlight. However, there were still a lot of them to the point where many smaller fishmen have been pushed near the surface, which made them the target for some aerial magic beasts. During their day trip they didn't rest even for a bit, therefore, they needed to get some sleep in the evening. Zhao Hai and the others were now inside the blade scale whale's living room. It had been a few days since they had gone out of Mermaid Island. However, they didn't have much time for each other because Luo Luo was with them, and since Laura and the others had become close friends with her, they would oftentimes sleep with each other. Because of that, Zhao Hai had very small opportunities to talk with his wives. Today, Luo Luo had finally rested on her own, so Zhao Hai and the others gained the opportunity to gather inside the space. Zhao Hai looked at Laura and the others' expression. They seemed like they hadn't had a good sleep for a while. Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile and said, "What's wrong? You haven't been resting in the space lately. Didn't have a good sleep?" Laura smiled bitterly and said, "I really don't know why, but mermaids are very cold. It would be strange if one can sleep comfortably with them." Lizzie nodded as well and said, "But I still envy the mermaids. Surprisingly, they cannot look old. No matter how high their age is, they would still look like they are 20 years old." This was the first time that Zhao Hai had heard of this matter. He couldn't help but look at Lizzie and said, "Oh, is that it? No wonder I can't see any old mermaids during our stay in Mermaid Island. Also, why aren't there any men in their clan? How do they reproduce?" When Megan heard Zhao Hai, her face couldn't help but turn red. Then she looked at Zhao Hai and said, "The mermaids have a secret ability. After a certain age, as long as they eat a special fruit from Mermaid Island, they would get pregnant and bear a child. There is also another way. Once a queen reaches 40 years old, she can use a special method to make an egg of which little mermaids would hatch from. But this method would harm the queen's vitality, something that the fruit would not." Zhao Hai stared, then he muttered and said, "So it's like that. No wonder I can't see any men. Haha. So what have you been doing in Mermaid Island? Did you have fun? Also, did you manage to see the fruit?" Megan looked at Zhao Hai's expression and couldn't help but chuckle. "I already know which question you want answered. And yes, we did see it. The fruit only grows in Mermaid Island. The fruit is in the root itself, and it directly absorbs nutrients from the sea. It was very mysterious. We begged for half a day before they allowed us to get a section of the root. Kair has placed it in the warehouse." Zhao Hai replied, "Oh, I didn't know about this." "Kair, quickly show me the root." Kair nodded and then took the root out. After the root was taken out, a prompt immediately came from the space. Discovered a root that is full of vitality. The vitality of everything in the space has been improved. If planted in the space, the root's vitality would get stronger and stronger. Space has leveled up to level 59. Looking forward to the host's further efforts, Zhao Hai stared before he became exhilarated with joy. He immediately had Kair pick a place to plant the root. In the end, the root was planted right beside the villa with Kair taking good care of it. Megan and the others didn't expect the root to upgrade the space. After Zhao Hai planted the roots, he couldn't help but turn to Laura and the others before laughing happily. "My wives, you really did great this time. Let this one give you a present. We'll work hard in making the next generation." Then he pulled Megan into the villa. Although Laura and the others were blushing, they still followed behind. The army had traveled for 13 days by now. At this point, they were already in a place not too far away from the front lines. They were currently preparing to take a rest so that they can reach the front lines in one go. Naturally, Zhao Hai didn't object to this. He also wasn't idling in these past few days. In addition to turning magic beasts into undead, Zhao Hai had also been learning how to lead an underwater army from Das Han. In the war between humans and the beastmen, Zhao Hai had managed to learn how the humans and the beastmen lead their troops. However, the methods used by the fishmen were different. First, while the beastmen and humans needed to worry about logistics, the fishmen did not. So Zhao Hai didn't need to worry about that aspect anymore. And another was the fact that Fishman army can move in 3 dimensions while the humans and beastmen can only use the flat land. Leading and fighting in this 3-dimensional battlefield was a completely different world to Zhao Hai. A human and beastman race army's advance was divided into the vanguard, the center army, and the rear guard. Those 3 were the most common formation for any army in the continent. But the fishmen had a different approach. Compared to the continent, the formations of the fishmen were much more complicated. If the continent's army can be seen as 3 blocks, a fishman army would be just like a Rubik's Cube. Each face of the cube would have 9 armies while the most important officials of the army would be at the core of the cube. This way of leading an army made Zhao Hai's eyes blank. This kind of formation can not only attack, it can also defend properly while at the same time, leaving enough room for retreat. There were a lot of possibilities with such a formation. It was really an eye-opener. This arrangement of the fishmen was naturally much more difficult to manage compared to human armies. It was great that they didn't need to worry about logistics. Otherwise, Zhao Hai reckoned that even those fishmen generals would have trouble in going to war. Das Han is the captain of the Mermaid Clan's guards, so his ability was certainly not average. Although this army comprised of 2 million people, Das Han still managed to easily take command. Looking at him made Zhao Hai learn a lot. In order to learn how Das Han was leading the army, Zhao Hai stayed close to him these past few days. He even had Kair record his movements. Before Zhao Hai went to take a rest at night, he would repeatedly look and review Das Han's way of leading his troops. Laura and the others had become curious as well, so they also joined Zhao Hai's research. In the end, Zhao Hai had found out that he had no talent in leading an army. If he were to be a commander, he can only be a vice or someone who managed a small division. If they really had him lead, who knows what would happen. What surprised Zhao Hai was the fact that Lizzie and Megan seemed to have talent in leading armies. If they were to lead an army, they would surely find it quite easy. As for Laura, she was already a mighty force in commerce, so her skills in commanding an army was only on par with Zhao Hai. The 2 almost had the same talent. Seeing this situation, Zhao Hai decided to stop studying and just had Megan and Lizzie learn it instead. In any case, they had nothing else to do. Generally, they would go and help Laura in managing the Buddha clan's matters. But in fact, Laura alone was enough to do all those things. But it was good that they now had something else to do. This made them much happier with this development than Zhao Hai. However, they still couldn't be considered genuine commanders at this point. After all, the things that they had learned this time were only about battle formations. They still had very few knowledge about the battlefield itself. Zhao Hai wasn't under anyone's command, so as soon as the battle against the sea dragons start, they would have a chance to lead an army. This would give the two some experience in combat. The next morning, Zhao Hai and the others hurried on towards the front lines. Zhao Hai also asked Luo Wo about the current situation there. The front line was in a very special terrain. On its left side was a trench. This trench was called the Death Pit by the fishmen because of the cold undercurrent present in its steeper parts. This undercurrent was invisible, and it doesn't matter if it's a beast or fishman. Once they get in contact with this undercurrent, they would immediately be frozen to death. And after getting washed away, they would immediately shatter into pieces. Most importantly, this place was also the domain of the devil octopuses. The devil octopuses were top-level magic beasts of the sea. Every grown devil octopus possessed nearly 9th rank strength, and they were the only beings that were able to survive in the trench. Fortunately, devil octopuses rarely went out of their territory. But even so, this area was still labeled as forbidden by the fishman population. On the right side of the front line was also another restricted area, the soul-sucking reef. This reef was densely covered in corals. All of those who went inside it had never managed to come out. The fishermen had already sent people to examine the place. They didn't go too deep, but they understood that the situation inside was indeed very alarming. In soul-sucking reef, as long as someone goes in, they would immediately lose all sense of direction. They would find themselves to be walking around in circles. This kind of trap works in all directions, not just in 2 dimensions. Additionally, there were also poisonous magic beasts inside. The threat that those magic beasts posed weren't something to be scoffed at either. Once you are poisoned, you won't be spared. Because of these 2 places, the mermaid clan had decided to place their defensive line here. This place was the most appropriate place to establish their defense. The ocean was just too big, and since the fishermen didn't build any cities, it would be nearly impossible just to find a place to bunker up. While depending on the terrain, the mermaid clan managed to establish a defensive line of about 1,000 li 500 kilometers. Although the present army only comprised of 6 million troops, they were still able to block the attacks of the sea dragons for more than a month. Zhao Hai's army was only the first batch of reinforcements. There would still be a second and third batch that would be coming in the next few days. After those armies arrive, the true battle would start. However, since Zhao Hai had joined, everything had suddenly changed. In the past few days, Zhao Hai had already amassed over 1 million marine undead beasts. Additionally, he can also turn any corpse into undead at any time. Chapter 619, Azure Dragon Battle Snail. When Zhao Hai arrived at the front line, he was stunned. He wasn't expecting the front line to be like this. The way the fishmen set up their defensive line was completely different from the humans. A human's defensive line would have to be a castle or some kind of wall or so on. But the fishman's defensive line was a completely different thing. There were no structures present whatsoever. The place can only be described as extremely clean. It was a place that was unusually clean for a place where slaughter would happen constantly. Zhao Hai looked around and sure enough, he couldn't see an army on the left and right sides of the defensive line. Only in the middle, about 1,000 miles away, was an army of fishmen. They didn't have any camps and were just arranged in a square matrix pattern. These squares would comprise of people of the same tribe. There were nearly 1,000 squares in this area. These squares were all 3-dimensional. Some were close to the surface while some were close to the bottom of the sea. There were cubes all around. It would make someone stare for a long time. After Zhao Hai and the others arrived, they didn't immediately join the defense army. Instead, they stopped at a distance before the defensive line. Zhao Hai knew that this was due to Das Han. If they joined the defense army, they might disrupt their present formation, and breaking a defensive formation was not something to joke about. After the reinforcing army stopped, Das Han went towards Zhao Hai's blade scale whale. Zhao Hai was now aware of the benefits of being a dark mage. It was the fact that nobody dared to bother you. The more than 2 million troops, from the beginning until now, had stayed far away from Zhao Hai's blade scale whale. One could even clearly see that they would take an effort to circumvent the blade scale whale whenever the fishmen passed by it. Regarding this situation, Zhao Hai can only bitterly smile. There was no other way around this. The ways of a dark mage were really strange, too strange that it would inflict fear on those around them. Seeing Das Han approaching him, Zhao Hai immediately went towards the mouth of the whale. When he reached the mouth, Zhao Hai used water magic to keep the water from coming in before he had the whale open its mouth. After some time, Das Han had finally arrived and saw that Zhao Hai was already standing there. He immediately gave Zhao Hai a bow and said, "I've seen Mr. Zhao Hai. I ask Mr. Zhao Hai to join me in meeting General Luo Ying." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right, please take the lead, Captain." Das Han nodded and then turned his mount towards a large fishman formation. Zhao Hai commanded the blade scale whale to follow Das Han. There were nobody else beside Das Han. He was completely alone. Zhao Hai did the same as well. He only had the blade scale whale appear while collecting all other undead. He didn't want a large group of undead to unnecessarily swim all around the place. Before long, the two of them entered the large formation. Upon entering, Zhao Hai had come across some fishmen that he hasn't seen before, and all of them had eyes curiously looking at Zhao Hai while Zhao Hai also looked at them curiously. It didn't take a long time before they reached the core of the entire formation. Most importantly, the core of the formation was also the place where the commander of the army was. While Zhao Hai was still far away, his gaze couldn't help but freeze. In the middle of this large formation was something that made him gawk. It was very enormous conch. The conch was very enormous. It was nearly 100 meters high. Even city walls can only be 30 meters high. This conch was azure, and the patterns on its body looked just like a coiling dragon. Upon seeing this conch, Zhao Hai couldn't help but gawk. This was because he knew which being this conch belonged to. It was from the extremely famous azure dragon snail. Azure dragon snails weren't only famous among the fishmen. Even the humans were in awe of such a being. This snail had 2 points of importance. First was its defensive capability, and the other was its very formidable support water magic. This azure dragon snail doesn't grow up easily either. It would grow by about 1 meter every 10 years. For such an azure dragon snail to reach this big, it should have been living for more than a millennium. If one places this in the continent, it would undoubtedly become an extremely priceless treasure. Even the fishmen would see this snail's value as immeasurable. Laura and the others were at Zhao Hai's side, looking dumbfoundedly on this incomparably huge azure dragon snail. They didn't think that there would be an azure dragon snail this big. One must know that even a young azure dragon snail would be able to block a 9th rank expert's attack, showing how strong their defensive capabilities were. And as long as you have an azure dragon snail, your water magics would be improved by 300%. Naturally, this support magic was something extremely terrifying in battle, even more so with this 1,000-year-old azure dragon snail. Its abilities should be endless at this point. This snail could maybe even resist the attacks of several 9th rank experts for quite a long time. This azure dragon snail was itself a 9th rank magic beast. But for this magic beast, its courage was extremely small. Even a 100-year-old 9th rank azure dragon snail would still be afraid of any 8th rank magic beast. The food of azure dragon snails were also very special. They can only eat one type of seaweed, and it was a type of seaweed that was very scarce. Because of this, the population of azure dragon snails was extremely small. In the entire ocean, there might only be 1 or 2 more azure dragon snails of this size. Luo looked at their expressions and couldn't help but feel a sense of pride. With a proud voice she said, "This is our mermaid clan's special battle snail. After generations of refining, this azure dragon snail can block and counter the attacks of 6 9th rank experts. For out-counter attack against the sea dragons, Her Majesty has allowed General Luo Ying to use this azure dragon snail." It was at this point that Zhao Hai and the others had recovered. The group couldn't help but inhale cold air. This azure dragon snail was unexpectedly very formidable. They didn't expect it to be able to withstand the attacks of 6 9th rank experts. One must know that it can't only block, it can retaliate as well. This meant that the power of this snail was more or less equivalent to 6 9th rank experts. It was really astonishing. Most importantly, Awolwo had mentioned something peculiar. The snail was actually refined by the mermaids for generations. Does this mean that this azure dragon snail was a product of refining? This information alone is worth the shock. Fishmen lived their whole lives underwater. This meant that they had close to zero chances of using fire. But it was general knowledge that refinement involved fire of some sort. How could the mermaid clan use fire to refine this azure dragon snail? This was inconceivable. After seeing the reactions of Zhao Hai and the others, Awolwo couldn't help but chuckle as she added, "Is Mr. surprised by the fact that our mermaid clan was able to do refining? In fact, this was largely due to a great queen from 3,000 years ago. This queen was a 9th-rank expert herself, but she was much more interested in crafting. After years of experimentation, she finally invented a way to refine using water. It was a way of refining that uses fire, not water, in order to process the materials. This refining process was very effective as well. Our mermaid clan's goods might not be as good as the dwarves, but we can claim that we aren't much worse than those made by the human race." Zhao Hai and the others stared at Awolwo. This was the first time that they had heard of such a thing. Can someone really use water to refine? That is incredible. At the same time, Zhao Hai had developed full respect towards that great queen. Zhao Hai knew that water refinement was completely different from using fire to refine. For that great queen to invent this method was a very great feat. If the continent was to learn this, the whole refining theory would be completely turned upside down. Awolwo looked at Zhao Hai and said, "We fishmen can also find some metals underwater. Additionally, there are also beast bones as well as precious stones and special seaweeds. These things can all be refined into weapons of other things. The trident that Das Han uses was made from refining beast bones and precious stones. Not only is its hardness on par with metals, it is also quite tough. Most importantly, it also couldn't be corroded easily. Those kinds of weapons are the most suitable for the fishmen." Zhao Hai nodded. Then he couldn't bear but sigh. That great queen was really talented. Only a genius could come up with such a method. Awolwo proudly nodded, but her expression turned gloomy as she said, "However, this water refining also has a lot of limitations. Its output is quite limited since not all fishmen can use it. The ones who could use this method are only those who belong to my mermaid race. Because of that, the amount of people we had given good weapons only number in the few." Zhao Hai nodded. He thought that it was reasonable. If this water refining method had no limitations, then the strength of the whole fishman race would certainly increase explosively. The sea was a whole mass of water. If all the fishmen were to use this water refining method, then wouldn't the ocean become a huge weapon processing factory? Awolwo then said, "Millenniums ago, our mermaid clan has obtained this azure dragon snail. At that time, the snail was already dead, only leaving this huge conch behind. After we brought the conch to Mermaid Island, the queen immediately refined it along with numerous other mermaids, and after refining this conch for several hundred years, it became like this." At this point, the strength of this azure dragon snail had reached great heights. Zhao Hai sighed once again. He was truly amazed this time. Although the Buddha clan had become very strong, it still lacked so much history compared to thousand-year-old forces. This history had truly shown its might at this moment. The mermaid clan was able to make this powerful conch largely due to their hundreds of years of refining. This was something that the Buddha clan would never have. They didn't have such a deep history. At this time, Zhao Hai and Das Han were not in front of the battle snail. When they were close, they could see how extraordinary this snail was. The draconic image on the snail seems to be able to fly into the skies at any time, and if one looks closely, one would find that there was some metallic sheen to it. This showed how hard it was. When Zhao Hai's group got close to the snail, several mermaids swam out of it and blocked them from proceeding. Chapter 620, Cone Attack. When Zhao Hai saw the mermaids, he couldn't help but stare. The mermaids that he saw before were either wearing shells or a long seaweed gown. He wasn't able to see them wearing any other clothing. Laura and the others also asked the mermaids about the reason why they don't wear much clothing. The reason was because not wearing anything made them feel the water element much easier. For their cultivation, This was something very good. But these mermaids that just came out of the Azure Dragon Snail wore something that Zhao Hai had not seen before. They were all on full body armor. They also had a magic staff on their hands. The armor of these mermaids seemed to be made out of shells and bones of magic beasts. It was dark blue and looked very beautiful. It also had a helmet that made the originally sweet and pretty mermaids look very heroic. The magic staff on their hands looked very special as well. It was probably made out of crystals. It was a translucent carving that glittered from time to time. At the same time, it also looked quite tough. It might be even possible to use it as a weapon. Zhao Hai looked at these mermaids and couldn't help but smile bitterly. These mermaids are really unique. Not only are they born with an innate affinity for water, they are also innately water mages. Moreover, they can also control marine beasts while also having very strong physical strength that was enough to be a threat. They were almost perfect beings. After the mermaids blocked Zhao Hai's group, they inspected them first before they gave the two a bow and said, "The general is already waiting for Captain Das Han and Mr. Zhao Hai. Please follow us." Zhao Hai and Das Han nodded, and then swam towards the Azure Dragon Snail. The space inside the snail was not small, however. Zhao Hai and Das Han's mounts weren't allowed to enter. It seems like it would be difficult for them to make a turn inside. Zhao Hai turned to Luo and the others and then said, "The space here is not so big, so I need to collect the blade scale whale." "Whoa, you can swim by yourself." "You guys, come with me." Laura and the others nodded and then gathered to Zhao Hai's side. Then Zhao Hai wielded his staff as a giant bubble surrounded them. After that, Zhao Hai collected the blade scale whale. Now that the blade scale whale has been collected, the space inside the snail had gotten much bigger. Luo swam towards the other mermaids and gave them a salute before calling them sisters. The warrior mermaids also returned Luo's gesture. None of them looked down on her. Das Han also dismounted from his whale. After that, the group went towards the Azure Dragon Snail and then entered it. After a while, they came into a hall which was made out of animal bones and aquatic plants. The floor as well as some chairs and tables were made out of either bone or wood. All of it was arranged to look like a warrior's hall. But what made Zhao Hai surprised was the fact that there wasn't a drop of water in this hall. On the innermost part of the hall was a couch. The couch looked like a small bed, and a mermaid warrior was lying on this couch. When Zhao Hai's group entered the hall, Das Han and Luo simultaneously bowed towards the mermaid warrior. "This one has seen General Luo Ying." Luo Ying looked up to Luo and the others before nodding. Zhao Hai also led Laura and the others and said, "Zhao Hai has seen General Luo Ying." Luo Ying stood up and then returned Zhao Hai's gesture. "Luo Ying has seen Mr. Zhao Hai. Our mermaid clan is deeply grateful for Mr. Zhao Hai's assistance." Her voice sounded somewhat chilly. Although she had the same attractive features as the other mermaids, she seems quite different. The queen had an aura of elegance and maturity. Luo gave out an aura of energy, like a beauty under sunlight. But this general appeared somewhat chilly. She was like a beauty that also held a martial aura. After exchanging greetings, Luo Ying asked Zhao Hai and the others to sit down. Then Luo Ying turned to Das Han and said, "You came just in time. The sea dragons have been increasing the intensity of their attacks these past few days. Moreover, they seem to have a lot of experts that were helping them, causing us heavy losses. At this moment, the defense army has been reduced to 4 million troops. It's fortunate that you came in order to supplement the losses." Das Han became shocked. The sea dragons had help? Who? Luo Ying shook her head. Then her brows wrinkled as she said, "I don't know yet, but they don't seem to be fishmen. They have been using dragon beads in order to repel water." Zhao Hai looked puzzled at Luo Ying and said, "General, can you tell me what these water-repelling dragon beads are? I'm quite curious about them." Luo Ying wasn't planning on hiding anything from Zhao Hai, so she nodded and then pointed to 2 gems in front of her and said, "These are dragon beads. They are something made from the eyes of sea dragons. No matter how deep you are, once you have one of these in your body, a shield would surround you. This would repel the surrounding water while at the same time allowing you to breathe naturally. But since sea dragons get buried as soon as they die, These dragon beads weren't very common. Zhao Hai turned his attention towards the two blue beads. These beads don't look like eyes. They were as big as one's fist and looked just like two ordinary gems. Luo Ying looked at Zhao Hai's expression and said, after sea dragons die, their eyes would slowly contract before turning into this appearance. These dragon beads have been used by the sea dragon's helpers in order to give up huge losses. All of them were very strong. Moreover, there seems to be a lot of them. I suspect that after sea dragons die, their kinsmen would get their beads to use in times like these. Zhao Hai nodded. Then he turned to Luo Ying and said, General, why haven't they attacked today? Luo Ying shook her head and said, they've already attacked once but then drew back. I believe they would attack again soon. Then after she said that, a rumbling sound was then heard from outside. Luo Ying's face changed as she said, they're attacking. Then she waved her hand as a water curtain appeared on the hall. The water curtain rippled before it showed the situation outside. But compared to Zhao Hai's monitor, the curtain was somewhat unclear. It was quite blurry. However, this was still enough to surprise Zhao Hai and the others. This was the first time that they had seen someone else use a kind of magic that was similar to the monitor. If they knew about this magic before, they might already have a reason to use the monitor outside. Although they have been surprised, Zhao Hai still kept his focus on the image that was on the curtain. They were attracted to the fight that was about to happen. They saw an army approaching from the opposite side. But the formation of this army was very strange. It looked like a huge cone and was constantly rotating. The tip of this cone was a big fishman. The person had white skin and was about 5 meters tall. He had a large bone spear on his hand while having 2 large fins on his side and a large one behind him. He had a big bald head and was opening his mouth, revealing a row of sharp teeth. He looked like a terrifying monster that would inflict fear on anyone. At this time, Luo Ying opened her mouth and said, they're using the cone formation this time. The one top the lead is a shark, a famous warrior named Sha Meng. Although this person is only 8th rank, his innate talent in weapons is terrifying. Moreover, he has a strong resistance towards magic. He is very difficult to deal with. In the 10 times that they had attacked, 6 of them has him in the lead. Then Zhao Hai saw that the defenders have also changed. Their formation had become similar to a swirling vortex. The center of the vortex was facing the tip of the cone. Once the cone stabbed into the vortex, the whole thing immediately released blood. The surrounding seas have been turned red. At this moment, Das Han stood up. He bowed to Luo Ying and said, General, let me join the fight. That Sha Meng has been quite fierce. Das Han was also a famous warrior among the whales. The whales have always been stronger than the sharks, so when he saw how that Sha Meng was being fierce, Das Han couldn't help but get the itch to fight. But Luo Ying shook her head and said, don't worry, someone would be able to repel Sha Meng. You just arrived, so you needed rest. This time is just a probing attack. In a while, they would retreat. Das Han sat down, but his eyes still showed his stubbornness as he stared at the water curtain. Although the image on the water curtain was clouded by blood, Das Han still kept staring, as though Sha Meng might come out of it any second. Sure enough, just as Luo Ying said, this was just a probing attack. Before long, the opposite party had started to draw back, with the rear guard personally led by Sha Meng. After the confrontation, Sha Meng didn't look tired. In fact, he even had the look of excitement. Seeing the opposite side retreat, Luo Ying took down the water curtain before she turned to Zhao Hai and Das Han before saying, this attack happens every day for several times. Since this time is only a probe, the next one would be more violent. Zhao Hai nodded and said, General, can I head out first while it is still convenient to refine those corpses? When Luo Ying heard this, she couldn't help but look deeply at Zhao Hai. Then she nodded and said, all right, let's go. After that, she took the lead as she stood up and went out. Upon exiting the Azure Dragon Snail, Zhao Hai immediately summoned his blade scale whale. He tried to invite Luo Ying inside the whale, but she snorted before she called a huge seahorse over from the snail. When the seahorse came over, Luo Ying immediately rode it and had it slowly swim towards Zhao Hai's whale. At the same time, Das Han also rode his mount and went to the other side of Zhao Hai's whale. The other mermaid warriors also called their mounts over and followed behind Luo Ying. Their mounts were also seahorses, and they were all well trained. These seahorses were green and had occasional blue spots on their bodies. Their height exceeded 5 meters. Contrary to what Zhao Hai expected, these seahorses didn't hop around. They moved stably when they moved forward. Moreover, they were also quite fast. Chapter 621, Messenger Fish. Zhao Hai doesn't know that this seahorse wasn't an ordinary seahorse, nor was it just an oversized version of it. This seahorse was actually a variant beast. Whether it be on the Ark continent or the sea, magic beasts were always present, and some of these beasts were likely to become different from their own race. People call them variant beasts. Magic beasts were generally wild beasts that would be able to use magic, but variant beasts were those beasts that had their own divergent ability. These two things were different, and naturally, their strengths varied. Magic beasts would discharge magic through the magic crystal inside their bodies, therefore, they were called magic beasts. But variant beasts are different. They can still use magic, but at the same time, they can also use their divergent ability. Divergent abilities, compared to magic, was much more formidable. Because of this, one would rather provoke an advanced magic beast rather than a variant beast. These seahorses that Luo Ying and the others rode on were variant beasts. They might look like giant fishes and were slow, but in fact, they were experts in water magic while at the same time being an ice-type variant beast. Variant beasts were certainly magic beasts, but magic beasts aren't necessarily variant beasts. This was something that everyone knew, and Luo Ying's mount were these variant beasts. They were very famous in the entire sea. Their name was Ice Seahorse. Although the name Ice Seahorse seemed very ordinary, the ice part of it held great significance. In addition to their ability to do water magic, these seahorses also had an ice divergent ability. Whether it be offense or defense, the water element has always been inferior to the ice element, and this ice seahorse was a variant beast that can use both. Although their water magics weren't strong, once they use it, their speeds would be greatly improved to the point that most magic beasts wouldn't be able to catch up to them. And on the other hand, their ice element ability was one of a kind. It was the ice cone spell. Their water magic would act behind their bodies and act as their propeller, making their movements much faster. In addition to that, their ice cone spell would make an ice spear appear in front of them. Not only are they fast, their attacking prowess was also very strong. This gave the ice horses the nickname Fiery Ice Cone Beasts. The name Fiery Ice Cone Beast didn't mean that they can also use fire element magic. This just meant that whenever these seahorses used their maximum speed, it would seem like they were blazing their way through everything. These kinds of beasts would give any fishman a headache. Zhao Hai curiously looked at these huge ice seahorses, but he didn't say anything as the blade scale whale headed towards the battlefield along with Das Han and Luo Ying's group. Before long, the group arrived at the battlefield. At the moment, there were a lot of floating corpses present, but these fishmen didn't do anything about them. One must know that water always flows, and it wouldn't take a long time before these corpses would get swept away by the sea current. This was also why Zhao Hai chose to come at this time. He didn't want to miss the chance of acquiring these corpses. The fishmen didn't have the custom of burying their dead underground. On the contrary, their burials would most likely involve the sea itself. That meant that when a fishman dies, their kin would use a large shell as a coffin and then just let the shell go and have it slowly drift away. But if they couldn't find a big shell, they would just place the corpse out there and wait for it to be taken away by the current. This didn't mean that the fishmen were disrespectful to the dead. In fact, it was the direct opposite. The fishmen highly respected the dead. They just think that since they lived their lives at sea, then after they die, they must return to the sea once again. It was because of this philosophy that they used this way to bury their dead. These fishmen also knew that once they let their kinsmen go and drift away, they would certainly become food for the magic beasts. But they still allowed it because they believed that the magic beasts of the sea were beings that were given to them by the sea god and thus, were part of the sea. On the battlefield, The fishermen were doing the same thing. In their view, dying in this battle was akin to being buried at the sea, so there was no need to collect the dead corpses. Zhao Hai gazed at the floating corpses. Although the contact between the two sides wasn't long, the casualties couldn't be described as small. In that short skirmish, there were already about 1,000 dead people. Zhao Hai turned to Luo Ying and said, "General, the bodies of your soldiers, can I use them?" Luo Ying looked at Zhao Hai and nodded. "Mister, if those soldiers that died knew that they had given us help and had reduced further deaths, then they would certainly be able to rest in peace." Zhao Hai looked deeply into Luo Ying. He discovered that Luo Ying was really a qualified general. She was a commander that had a soldier's heart. Only such a person was qualified to be a good general. Only such a person could make soldiers and officers sacrifice their own lives for the greater purpose. Then Zhao Hai turned his head back to the corpses and waved his hand. A black gas surrounded those corpses before vanishing along with the dead bodies. Zhao Hai thought that these fishmen wouldn't want to see undead at this time. He knew what expressions these fishmen would give after seeing one. If he made these fishmen see a pile of skeletons, then their morale would certainly suffer a huge hit, and at this point in the war, morale was extremely critical. When Luo Ying saw that the corpses vanished, she looked at Zhao Hai, confused. Zhao Hai turned to Luo Ying and then smiled. "General, no need to worry. I have already stored the undead. I'm afraid that revealing those undead at this time will have a huge toll to the troops' morale." When she heard Zhao Hai, Luo Ying couldn't help but nod. She was somewhat amazed at Zhao Hai. She didn't expect that he would have such a consideration at this time. Then Zhao Hai looked at the fishman and said, "General, if the enemy is coming back, then I might as well stay here." "What do you think?" Luo Ying gawked. She didn't expect Zhao Hai to take the initiative and volunteer himself for combat, but she still shook her head and said, "Mister doesn't need to worry. Wars will always be like this every day. The enemy just wants to grind our numbers down. I want Mister to observe for 2 days while collecting more undead. After that, we can defeat the other party in one fell swoop." Zhao Hai stared, then he nodded and said, "All right, then I'll listen to the general's arrangement. If general has any need for me, then don't hesitate to tell me." Luo Ying nodded. Then he led Zhao Hai and the others back to the Azure Dragon Snail. After arriving inside the snail, Luo Ying immediately called her officers over as they began to disperse Das Han's reinforcing army into different divisions. Originally, Zhao Hai wanted to return to the Blade Scale Whale and then go to the space, but when he saw that Lizzie and Megan were intently looking at how Luo Ying was managing things, he decided to stay. Before long, the army that Zhao Hai came with was already dispersed to various groups. At the same time, Luo Ying also gave a command to be in full defensive mode. She thought that since the other part already had attacked for a few times, then it was time for them to launch a huge attack, so it was better for them to be prepared. Zhao Hai carefully observed how Luo Ying divided the troops. He had discovered that although the army was arranged in a cubic matrix, each cube was also comprised of 4 smaller cubes. One of these smaller cubes had turtle fishmen or other defensive fishmen in them. Another small cube was comprised of long-range defensive fishmen. Some of them had long-reaching attacks while some were those who were able to use long-ranged magic. Another small cube was composed of melee attackers, mostly comprised of physically gifted fishmen. On the last square were the support troops. The role of these troops were to support the other fishmen while at the same time be the ones to have contact with the central command. These 4 small cubes comprised the bigger formations. Some bigger formations were even part of a much bigger formation. This was the composition of their unit. Moreover, this method can allow them to be flexible to whichever command that was given to them. Another thing that surprised Zhao Hai was their handy way of communicating. In order to relay orders, the fishmen were using these small messenger fish. These messenger fishes were very special beings of the sea. Their bodies weren't big. In fact, they were quite small. However, their swimming speed was very quick. Moreover, they can also be easily trained. Most importantly, these fishes were able to transmit information to each other. Even if 2 fishes were far away, they can still send forth a special signal towards one another. The fishman uses this ability of the messenger fish to send message towards one another. Their messages were in code as well, and were made so that the message would be received at the shortest amount of time and at the safest way. If one doesn't know the secret code, then even if one has a messenger fish, then they still wouldn't know what the other party was saying. Upon knowing this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but think about his time back on Earth, when he was watching a movie on the television. Both sides of the line were using telegraphs, which was naturally a more primitive version of the mobile phone or even the telephone. But in the Ark continent, this discovery was still a very huge thing. Zhao Hai became very interested in this fish, so he expressed his want for one of them to Luo Ying. He immediately sent one to the space so that they can multiply. Although it didn't upgrade the space, its ability improved Zhao Hai's way of communicating with the space. Chapter 622. Mobile phone, telephone. The space's ability to communicate had always been a problem. Only Zhao Hai had the ability to conveniently use it. If Laura and the others left the space, then Zhao Hai can only find them before appearing in their midst. Or he could have Kair tell them what was going on. But Kair was only one entity, making multiple communications quite inconvenient. Now that he had the messenger fish, everything became different. When the messenger entered the space, it was immediately strengthened and improved. And since the space came from Earth, the messenger fish's communication has been upgraded. It can now talk. Naturally, this didn't mean that the fish itself was able to converse. This meant that the fish can now convey spoken word. Zhao Hai can now speak towards the messenger fish and then had the message transmitted through the space and then to another space-produced messenger fish on someone else's hand. When Zhao Hai heard of this new function, he couldn't help but get stunned. So the space would essentially function like a satellite while the messenger fishes would act as mobile phones. Although messenger fishes cannot leave water, which was their weak point, this wasn't an issue for Zhao Hai and the others. He can have space bags that contained bottles in them. Once the fishes were placed on the bottles, then they can be stored inside the space bags. These messenger fish weren't large, and their appearance were also beautiful, so they can pass off as ornamental fishes. Even if it wasn't placed in a space bag, it would still function like a landline when placed at someone's office. It wasn't only Zhao Hai who was pleasantly surprised at this new discovery. Laura and the others were also extremely stunned. They immediately had Kair mass-produce these messenger fishes inside the space, then had them sent over to Kun, Green, and the others. In the future, communicating with everyone would be much more convenient. Zhao Hai and the others weren't expecting to reap huge harvests in their trip to the fishman this time. For them, this harvest was very important. Because of this, every single important matter of the Buddha clan would quickly reach Zhao Hai's ears at the quickest possible time. While Zhao Hai and the others were busy with the messenger fish, Luo Ying wasn't idling as well. The enemy had finally made their move 2 hours after their previous attack. This attack was different from the conical formation from before. This time, they were advancing in a straightforward manner. It seems like they want a huge fight. Zhao Hai and the others were inside the Azure Dragon Snail, looking at the scene through the water curtain. Luo Ying's table had a messenger fish. This fish was placed on a crystal bowl and was used to send messages to different people. But compared to the space's messenger fish, this fish naturally fell short. Zhao Hai didn't have the interest to pay any attention to this messenger fish at this point. He just blankly stared at the enemy forces who were slowly inching forward. Their speed wasn't very quick, and their formation was very compact. The enemy's formation and Luo Ying's formation were almost similar. Both formations looked like a Rubik's Cube. In front of the enemy's formation were the electric eels and other long-ranged attackers. It looks like the opposite party was prepared to launch a large-scale attack. Luo Ying was also paying attention to the lineup of the enemy. At the same time, she was using magic directed at the messenger fishes as she gave one command after another. Naturally, Luo Ying didn't use this to give command to the entire army. She sends messages to her officers through this fish and then the officers would them relay the message to the appropriate units. Along with the advancement of the enemy, The defensive line had also started to change bit by bit. Those defensive fishermen who weren't afraid of the electric eels had slowly reached the front of the formation. The offensive fishermen were also slowly going to the back. This was the first time that Zhao Hai would see a full collision between two fishermen armies. The two sides faced off at this small piece of the defensive line. It was like there was a rule that one would attack while one defends. The distance between the two armies was getting shorter and shorter. At about 200 meters away, the advancing army stopped. Then suddenly, blue lightning started to appear from the enemy's formation. This lightning quickly crept towards the defending troops. Naturally, this was the electric eels launching their attacks. The defensive troops quickly responded. The defensive race made a move as them and their mounts blocked the attack. Zhao Hai paid close attention to the battle. He wasn't expecting the electric eels to be able to control lightning so well. When electricity is used underwater, it would generally disperse immediately. Attacking using electricity underwater was near impossible, but the electric eels still managed to do it. This showed how strong their attacks were. To Zhao Hai, it was really amazing. But the defensive troops couldn't just sit still and not counter-attack. Water arrows and ice spears had started to bombard the attacking army. At this time, long-ranged attacks from both sides had started to appear. After 10 rounds of long-ranged attacks, the electric eels had probably ran out of juice. Their lightnings were getting weaker and weaker. At this point, they were now starting to use water arrows and ice spears in attacking the defenders. However, their attacks became weaker and weaker. This scene also happened at the side of the defenders. Then the enemy army started to change. Those responsible for long-ranged attacks had slowly drawn back. Those suited for close combat started to appear at the front. Luo Ying immediately issued the command to change the formation. Their own army's melee troops have also started to come out front. At this time, the long-ranged attacks have started to die down. Then, the melee troops started to charge. The attacking army's charge was similar to Xiameng's cone formation. But this time, instead of a single giant cone, multiple smaller cones had appeared. Seeing this, Luo Ying suddenly issued another command: prepare the falling stone formation. Immediately, the other mermaids relayed the order and the defensive army moved. The whole army seemed to be spinning all the time. Before long, the Sea Dragon army had finally come into contact with the mermaid army. Then suddenly, innumerable stones began to rain down on the Sea Dragon army. Given the speed at which the stones were flying, it was for certain that their damage wouldn't be small. The enemy wasn't expecting this move as got hit by the stones. However, they were now very close to the other army and eventually slammed into the big defensive wall. The defenders had successfully defended against the attack as their revolution remained undisturbed. Like a killing machine, the defensive army kept killing the Sea Dragon's troops. Upon seeing this situation, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. Then he turned his head towards Luo Luo, who wasn't far away. Luo Luo can be said to be well informed about the fishman race. There wasn't a tribe that she didn't have any knowledge of. It was because of this that the queen had her go along with Zhao Hai. Seeing Zhao Hai's look, Luo Luo immediately knew what he would ask, so she immediately said, "These attacks came from the Rockfish tribe. They're quite strange. Generally, we fishmen would use our water magic as long-ranged attacks, but these rockfishes have their stones. In their bodies was a pouch that can load a certain amount of stones. When they run into an enemy, they would spurt out these stones and wound them. Although this process wasn't very different to any offensive water magic, the damage it would cause was much greater than any water spell." Zhao Hai nodded. To be honest, he already wasn't surprised about any of these. Compared to the fishman race, the amount of races that were in the Beastman's Prairie can only be considered to be minuscule. Zhao Hai was now admiring Luo Ying even more. Knowing each race in the sea was already quite a feat, but knowing about their special abilities and bringing them out to their full potential was something only great generals can do, and Luo Ying was able to do it. It can be said that Luo Ying's falling stone formation had already defeated the enemy's offense. If they maintained this clash, then the enemy might be able to hold out for quite some time. However, Their chance of having a deadlock has been lost. The only remaining fate for them if they continue on was a massacre. Naturally, the opposite party knew about this, so they started to slowly retreat. Their retreat was not fast, but their formation was successfully doing it. Those who performed the attack were now acting as the rear guard while the larger formations turned back. After seeing this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but nod. The commander of the opposite party surely wasn't simple. In this case, giving up a few people to preserve the larger part was a wise idea. Then Zhao Hai turned his head to Luo Ying and said, "General, get me to send some undead to attack them. Capitalize in their retreating action and leaving them with only a few soldiers left." Luo Ying stared, then she looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Fighting on the battlefield at this time is too dangerous for Mr. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "I don't have to go out, I can just send them out from here." After saying that, he waved his hand as clumps of black mist appeared around the Sea Dragon army. After these black mists disappeared, clumps of skeletal beasts appeared right beside the Sea Dragon army. Then those magic beasts went into a cone formation as they charged towards the retreating army. This development started suddenly and the enemy wasn't expecting an abnormal person like Zhao Hai to be on the defending army. Zhao Hai's undead was now starting to wreak havoc on the Sea Dragon army's formation. Although this great formation was shaken, it was clear that their commander was extremely talented. He immediately made a response as the formation suddenly rotated. And this time, the rotation wasn't as a whole, but it was a layer-by-layer rotation. These layers of rotation and counter-rotations managed to block the undead attack. Chapter 623, War. However, can Zhao Hai's undead be easily stopped? Although Zhao Hai had limited the strengths of these undead and didn't let them exhibit 9th rank strength, their fighting prowess was still formidable. So when they clashed, the enemy got caught off guard once again. Although the Sea Dragon army had already employed their formation, they were facing against undead that weren't afraid to die. The army felt how hard it was to block the undead attack, but fortunately for them, these undead would immediately turn into black gas every time they were struck at a vital point in their bodies. Naturally, this was something that Zhao Hai deliberately did. As long as an undead was critically hit, he would immediately exchange them with a black gas before storing them back into the space. At this time, Zhao Hai had sent forth 500,000 undead creatures. These undead were the magic beasts that he had acquired days before. Zhao Hai wasn't intending to have these undead withdraw. He wanted to let them smash through the Sea Dragon army until they were wiped out. Of course, their deaths would have to be staged. This was the most terrifying thing about dark mages in the battlefield. They were able to command their undead to commit to a suicidal attack. After all, the lives of the undead didn't matter. And when the enemy retreats, dark mages would gather up the corpses and turn them into a new undead army. The Sea Dragons were currently experiencing this situation. They were facing undead beasts that had more strength than most fishmen warriors that they had encountered before. They were able to kill one undead but at a cost of many. This wasn't something that the Sea Dragon army can bear, so the formation had slowly developed into a rout. The difference between people and undead was that the undead held no fear for death while people did. Even the most disciplined army had this mentality. The Sea Dragon army was naturally the same, but it was good for them that Zhao Hai didn't send a lot of undead, only 500,000. Although the undead has caused a disorderly retreat, they still couldn't budge the large formation of a 3 million troop army. The fighting strengths of the fishmen were strong as well, definitely stronger than average magic beasts. The 500,000 undead that Zhao Hai had sent were eventually eradicated by the Sea Dragon army. This time, the army didn't dare to stay, they quickly retreated back, afraid of any more attacks from the other party. The entire undead attack was seen by Luo Ying and the others. No fishmen were able to use dark magic, so this was their first time seeing attacks from undead. If they were to use a word to describe it, then it would be terrifying. The attack power of the undead can only be considered average by Luo Ying standards. But the most terrifying thing about the undead was the fact that they wouldn't die as long as their vital points aren't hit. Even if their limbs were to be decapitated, they could still perform their attacks. Who wouldn't be afraid of seeing something like that attacking them? Luo Ying was a general, so she was very clear about how an attack like this would affect a troop's morale. At this point, Luo Ying didn't dare look down on Zhao Hai anymore. The undead that Zhao Hai had sent out had killed more than what they had. This was a terrifying thought. When the Sea Dragon army retreated, the battlefield became peaceful. Zhao Hai turned his head to Luo Ying and said, "General, I'll be processing those corpses." Luo Ying nodded and said, "Mister, do as you like. I still have some more matters to process, so I wouldn't be able to accompany Mr. Das Han. You go and be Mr.'s escort." Das Han nodded and went out with Zhao Hai. When they arrived outside the snail, they immediately rode their mounts and went to the battlefield. Zhao Hai then turned the dead unto his minions. All in all, he had added more than 1 million undead into his army. In this more than a million undead, 800,000 were Sea Dragon troops while the remaining 300,000 were from the defense army. But 600,000 of those from the Sea Dragon army died in the hands of Zhao Hai's undead. This showed how deadly the undead were. Currently, Zhao Hai became more and more pleasing to Das Han's eyes. He also understood what Luo Ying meant. Zhao Hai, who can minimize their losses while greatly harming the enemy, was a very terrifying weapon in the battlefield. The other fishmen had also become aware of Zhao Hai's prowess. The fishmen were originally clueless about what Zhao Hai was doing, but the reinforcing army that came with Zhao Hai had told them about what he did back at Mermaid Island, and in addition to seeing the current attack, they were now in awe and veneration towards Zhao Hai. After Zhao Hai turned the fishmen into undead, he returned to the Blade Scale Whale and told Das Han that he needed to rest and wouldn't be returning to the Azure Dragon Snail. Das Han didn't say anything. After all, Zhao Hai was the fishman race's ally. Him, and even Luo Ying, didn't have the authority to give Zhao Hai any commands. Because of this, Das Han just let Zhao Hai do what he wants. Zhao Hai entered the Blade Scale Whale and then opened the monitor. Laura and the others were also right by his side. They looked at the monitor with great interest. They didn't care much about the situation of today's war, but they wanted to see Luo Ying's reaction inside the Azure Dragon Snail. Luo remained with Luo Ying at this time, so Zhao Hai and the others can just comfortably watch the scene in the monitor. Seeing Zhao Hai leave, Luo Ying immediately called Luo over and said, "Luo, how did this Mr. Zhao Hai arrive at our fishman race's domain? Why did he come?" Luo immediately narrated about how Zhao Hai asked to see the queen and then told her about the matter of the divine race. Although Luo Ying knew about Zhao Hai's existence, the information that she received from the messenger fish was inadequate. Seeing Zhao Hai fight today made Luo Ying careful towards Zhao Hai. In her opinion, Zhao Hai was too dangerous, therefore she asked Luo about Zhao Hai's origin. After Luo finished talking, Luo Ying nodded and said, "So that's how it is. I didn't think that Mr. would have so many status in the human lands. It looks like Mr. would become our race's most solid ally. Having an ally like him would be a great boon for our race." Luo nodded and said, "The Queen said the same thing. General, will the war end soon now that Mr. Zhao Hai is here?" Luo Ying forced a smile and said, "Silly Luo, how could it be that easy? Do you really think that the Sea Dragons would be that weak? Also, it seems like the Sea Dragons have gained help from the humans and dragons of the continent. If that really is the case, then it would be possible for them to have light dragons and people of the Radiant Church among them. Both of those entities are well versed in light magic, and light magic is the nemesis of dark magic. Mr. Zhao Hai's means would be limited because of that. The fishmen had their own intelligence network in the continent, therefore they also had some understanding about dark mages, so it wouldn't be strange for them to know that light magic was the bane of dark mages. But what Luo Ying didn't know was the fact that Zhao Hai was different from any dark mage. General dark mages might be afraid of light magic, but Zhao Hai didn't care much of it. When Luo heard Luo Ying, her expression couldn't help but change. Then she said, "What should we do, General? We can defeat the Sea Dragons, right?" Luo Ying looked at Luo and then smiled faintly. Of course we can defeat the sea dragons. Don't worry about it. This time, the sea dragons just got some helpers. If Mr. Zhao Hai can help us hold them off for a while, then we can get the strength to wipe them out in one go." Luo Ying was just saying this to comfort Luo Luo. However, what she said also held some truth. The mermaid family had ruled the fishman race for a very long time, and from that alone, their background was quite strong. The reason why the mermaids became like this was because they had been caught off guard. As long as the mermaids had time, and were able to gather their strength, then they would be able to deal with the sea dragons. It was just that the mermaids would still have to pay a heavy price. When Luo Luo heard Luo Ying, she couldn't help but feel relaxed. Seeing Luo Luo's appearance, Luo Ying couldn't help but faintly smile. She couldn't blame Luo Luo. After all, she was still young and still hadn't seen the big world. She hasn't even gone to a real battlefield. Therefore, this response from Luo Luo was quite normal. At this time, Das Han arrived. He gave a salute to Luo Ying and said, "General, Mr. Zhao Hai has processed the corpses. Currently, he is inside his blade scale whale, resting." Luo Ying nodded. Then she turned to Luo Luo and said, "How is the space inside the blade scale whale? If it isn't any good, I can arrange a room for Mr. Zhao Hai to rest here." Luo Luo smiled and said, "General, you don't know, but the inside of the blade scale whale is very comfortable. It had several rooms in it, a living room, bathroom, and even a place where one can see outside. It was a great place." As soon as she heard Luo Luo, Luo Ying became surprised. She looked at Luo Luo and said, "Really? It seems like the level of Mr.'s dark magic isn't low." Luo Luo nodded and said, "Mr. is very strong. His wives aren't simple either. I can see that Mr. places great importance to his wives' opinion whenever they discuss something. Moreover, their relationship is very good. Mr.'s wives are very harmonious with each other. They've become friends with our sisters back at Mermaid Island as well." Chapter 624. You take command. Luo Ying nodded and said, "No matter what, Mr. is our ally." Das Han, Luo Luo, you have the most contact with Mr. Make sure to listen to anything that he wants. Make sure that you satisfy his needs. When Luo Luo heard Luo Ying, she immediately responded, "General, I seem to remember something." Mr. Zhao Hai wanted to collect unique beasts and plants as a hobby. Whenever he sees something along the way, he would stop and collect them alive. "General, I think we should get some beasts and plants for Mr., or maybe something else that is unique. What do you think?" Luo Ying gawked. "So Mr. has a hobby like that. Is Mr. an alchemist or a refining master?" "That doesn't matter. I'll have someone go and pay attention to this." "Right. I have some sea dragon beads on hand." Although Mr. is quite strong, it would be more convenient for him if he had these beads. Luo Luo nodded. Then Luo Ying turned to Das Han and said, "Das Han, what is the casualty count? Are we doing well?" Das Han nodded and said, "The situation is good. Enemy casualties number over 800,000 while our deaths are less than 300,000. 600,000 of those enemy casualties were due to Mr. Zhao Hai's undead." Luo Ying knit her brows and said, "Our casualties are still more than the enemy. The sea dragons have gathered a lot of powerful warriors all these years. We're much worse in terms of fighting prowess, but it was fortunate that we had more reinforcements coming soon." Das Han nodded and said, "It's also good that Mr. has managed to gather more undead. If the enemy attacks tomorrow, then Mr. would gain even more undead, which would be beneficial for us. You've seen how strong those undead were from the earlier fight. They're quite formidable." Luo Ying nodded and said, "However, I'm afraid that the sea dragons might have a light mage or light dragon among them. Those would bring us some trouble. What we need to do right now is to keep the enemy from advancing beyond this place. We'll wait for more reinforcements to arrive and then grind the enemy bit by bit before we can claim victory in the end." Das Han and Luo Luo nodded. Luo Ying felt some tiredness as she said, "All right, let's go rest. I think the sea dragons wouldn't make another attack today." The two nodded before turning around and leaving. Then Zhao Hai turned the monitor off. Laura turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Hai, It seems like they had finally recognized your strength. Are you happy? Zhao Hai smiled and said, what does being recognized really do? If I weren't afraid of exposing my secrets, then I would have already extinguished the sea dragons. Lizzie smiled and said, but this is also good. They are now going to look for good things for Big Brother Hai. Brother Hai, how about asking for an azure dragon snail? That thing is very good. Zhao Hai smiled and said, I really don't envy the snail. What I want is their water refining technique. If there's a chance, I would want to learn how they do it. It's quite an amazing invention. Megan nodded and said, well, let's not talk about that. Elder Brother Hai, how about we look at the battle earlier? I want to see it clearly. Zhao Hai nodded. Then he had Kair replay the fight from earlier. Then they analyzed it bit by bit. But when it comes to battles, it seems like Megan and Lizzie were much better than him. After analyzing the battle, Zhao Hai and the others reckoned that he can still kill about 100,000 more if there was good strategy involved. After looking at the battle, Zhao Hai relaxed. Then Zhao Hai looked at Megan and Lizzie and said, alright, you two are indeed good at these things. I think we can talk to General Luo Ying tomorrow and ask for permission to do an attack using our undead. At that time, I can have the two of you be the commander. We'll take the battle to the sea dragons while finding out who their helpers were. What do you think? Megan looked at Zhao Hai and said, Elder Brother Hai, do you really want us to command the undead? What if we don't do a good job? Zhao Hai smiled and said, your worries are unnecessary. No commander starts off good. Moreover, how many undead do we have? And they're quite strong as well. Don't forget, the 500,000 undead that we used earlier are all doing fine. When we go to the space, I'll have the two of you command a unit so that you can get familiar with them during battles. Later on, whether it be the gods or the demons, war would be inevitable. Me and Laura cannot take command, so we'll be leaving that matter off to you two. When Lizzie and Megan heard Zhao Hai, they immediately understood what he was trying to say. Zhao Hai making them command the undead was just a preparation for the war in the future. They also understood that the fight against the gods and the demons would be more difficult than this one, and at the same time, their side really needed good commanders in order to maximize their fighting potential. After thinking about this, Lizzie and Megan nodded and said, alright, we'll listen to Brother Hai. We'll be the ones dealing with the sea dragons tomorrow. Zhao Hai let out a long breath and said, we need to make sure to take good care of ourselves. The most important thing is to prepare to receive the gods and demons. These two would be hard to deal with. When they appear in the continent, then we would have no other choice but to fight. The others didn't speak. The gods and demons were like two mountains that were weighing down on their shoulders, making it hard for them to breathe. Just like Zhao Hai said, they needed to use all of their energy to prepare themselves in dealing with those two. They rested for the whole day, and on the next morning after having breakfast, Luo arrived in front of the blade scale whale. Zhao Hai immediately invited her in. When Luo entered the whale, she handed the dragon beads over to Zhao Hai and said, Mister, take these. The general had me give this to you. Later, you can place it on your body so that you don't need to use magic in repelling the water. Zhao Hai received the dragon beads and carefully looked at it. Then he nodded and said, alright, I was just about to visit the general. I'll go give my thanks when I see her. Let's go. Luo nodded and then she asked, what does Mr. want to ask the general? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, it's about the war. We had always been on the defensive side. We're too passive. I want to take the fight to the sea dragons. I want to ask for the general's approval so that I can go and attack them. When she heard Zhao Hai, Luo couldn't help but gawk. She looked at Zhao Hai and said, Mr. wants to attack the sea dragons? Zhao Hai smiled and said, right, I want to see how good those sea dragons are. Then he came out of the blade scale whale and stepped on the back of a turtle before heading towards the azure dragon snail. Luo looked surprised at Zhao Hai. She didn't expect that Zhao Hai would want to attack. Yesterday, she heard that the general wanted them to hold the attacks off as long as they can while grinding the sea dragons bit by bit. But Zhao Hai's request was in direct opposition to the general's plan. While she was thinking about this, they had finally arrived at the snail's hall. Seeing Zhao Hai come, Luo Ying immediately said, Mister, I think the sea dragons wouldn't attack today. You can use the time to take a good rest. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, I came here today about this matter. I am here to ask the general's permission. I want to attack the sea dragons. Luo Ying stared, then she knit her brows and said, Mister, we can just wait for the sea dragons here. It's too risky to attack them. Zhao Hai smiled and said, General, you said that it was possible for the sea dragons to have received help from the humans and dragons. If this is really the case, then it wouldn't be good for us to keep this defensive war. I want to use the undead in order to chip away some of the enemy's strength. Moreover, I also want to see who their helpers are. Luo Ying still refused. Mister, if the sea dragons had help from the continent, then perhaps they would use a light mage to deal with you. Zhao Hai actually laughed and said, General, you don't need to worry. I've been at odds with the Radiant Church for a long time. If light magic really did affect me, then I would have already died in their hands. Also, I would only be using my undead in this attack, so we wouldn't have any casualties. If we wait for them to come to us, then we would certainly suffer some losses. I think it would be better for us if I were to take the initiative and bring the battle to them. When Luo Ying heard Zhao Hai, she couldn't help but think deeply. Mermaids treat the fishmen like their own family. If they waited for the enemy to attack them, then it was inevitable that deaths would occur. And losing people from your own side doesn't give anyone a good feeling. Because of this, Luo Ying began to be moved by Zhao Hai's proposal. Luo Ying nodded and said, All right, then I won't stop, Mister. However, Mister should do his best in order to protect your own safety. How about this? I'll have Das Han and a group of warriors accompany you. What do you think? Zhao Hai smiled and said, General, although Captain Das Han is formidable, they don't know how to fight along with the undead. Even if they do come with me, they won't be able to offer any help. The general doesn't need to worry about me. After all, I don't have any plans to die just yet. There's no need to have someone protect me. In any case, I'll always be in the back, commanding the undead. If things go sour, I can just retreat. Luo Ying was unable to refute Zhao Hai's statement, so she just nodded and said, Then I can only ask Mister to be careful. I'll be waiting for Mister's good news. Right. If Mister acquires some dragon beads, all of them shall belong to you. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, The general has my utmost gratitude. All right then, this Zhao Hai would be taking his leave. Then he gave Luo Ying a salute before turning around to leave. Chapter 625, Such a Character. About 30 nautical miles away from the mermaids' defensive line was a large gathering of fishmen. These fishmen looked much stronger than those from the mermaid clan's army. Among them were people from the Electric Eel tribe and the Shark tribe. This was the large camp of the sea dragons. The fishmen didn't have the custom of constructing camps, so these large gathering, the entire camp, was actually situated in a very huge coral reef. But the reef looked very peculiar. Its form was like a curled-up sea dragon. The sea dragons had some differences compared to the other dragons. Perhaps it was to allow them to better survive at sea. Other dragons were big-bellied lizards with a pair of wings. But the sea dragons were different. They looked like sea snakes with 4 feet, and on those feet were some white bristles. They also had a fin on their tails. This form suited them the most in swimming underwater. This coral reef looked exactly like huge slumbering sea dragon. This giant coral reef occupied a very large area, which was a testament to how large it was. But what is even more surprising was the fact that it was evident that this coral reef was not from here. One could see that it was moved to this location. In front of this reef were countless ropes, which were made out of high-level magic beast leather. These ropes were connected to large magic beasts. It was obvious that this huge piece of coral was dragged here by those magic beasts. The coral reef seemed to be surrounded by a huge blue bubble. One could hardly see a drop of water inside the reef. From time to time, One could see some warriors coming in and out of the structure. Another amazing thing was that the warriors who were on patrol were all humanoid. They wore fish scales armor and dragon helmets on their heads. Their hands seemed to be naked, but one could see that it was covered in some sort of metal glove. The nails on the glove showed that it had quite an attacking capability. These warriors who had gone to patrol were sea dragons. Dragons aren't like any other magic beast. Even if other magic beasts were to become 9th rank, the most they can do was change the size of their body. It was impossible for them to change their shape. On the other hand, when dragons become 8th rank in their adulthood, they would immediately have the ability to change into humanoid figures. This was an advantage that dragons had, and this coral reef was the home of the sea dragons, the Dragon Palace. The sea dragons lived in this palace, but they usually don't make the palace move around. It was because every time the palace gets moved, it would need at least 100,000 strong marine magic beasts. And finding those beasts wasn't an easy task. This coral reef has been transformed by the sea dragons through the years. The inside of it had become like palace, with pearls and crystals everywhere. It was extraordinarily attractive. Even more attractive than Mermaid Island's palace. Sitting inside the Dragon Palace's great hall were 4 people. 2 of them wore blue robes that seemed to be made out of magic beast skin. The 2 weren't very tall, about 1.8 meters high. Their bodies were well proportioned. They had dark blue hair as well as dark blue eyes. Their skins were white and their appearance seemed to be about 40 years old. They were revealing the aura of mature men, looking very handsome and unique. Another man wore a long gold robe. He had a head full of beard, and was about 2.5 meters tall. He had long golden hair, and if one looks closely into it, one could see a pair of sharp horns poking through. The last man looked very ordinary. He wore a red mage's robe while having a magic staff in one hand. He had short but still attractive beard, and had a very holy expression on his face. If a human were to see this person, then their first impression would be that this person was a light mage. At this time, the younger of the 2 blue-robed people opened his mouth and said, "Patriarch, envoy, bishop, I can assure you that our army has been attacked by undead." And their numbers were quite large as well, about 500,000 undead. The other blue-robed person, who seemed to be the Sea Dragon Patriarch, said, "Ilak, do you understand what 500,000 undead meant? How many dark mages would need to command it? Moreover, you're saying that these undead were also quite strong. Are you really sure that it was undead?" Ilak nodded and said, "Patriarch, I am telling the truth. After we got caught off guard by the enemy's falling stone formation, we began to retreat. But at that time, large quantities of undead suddenly appeared around us. The fighting strength of these undead were quite strong. If we haven't recovered immediately, we might have suffered more losses." When Ilak's voice fell, the golden-robed man couldn't help but knit his brows and said, "How is that possible? Wasn't there supposed to be no contact between the mermaids and the humans? Then how come there were dark mages present? Moreover, 500,000 undead wasn't something that 1 or 2 dark mages can summon. Were you able to see how many dark mages were present?" The red-robed light mage opened his mouth and with a serious tone, he said, "It's not necessary to have a lot of dark mages in order to summon 500,000 undead. Envoy Auk, I know of a certain human dark mage. He is able to summon 500,000 undead by himself, maybe even more." Envoy Auk, Ilak, and the Sea Dragon Patriarch's faces changed. These 3 looked at the red-robed light mage, then Auk said, "Bishop Joshua, are you telling the truth? Does the human race have such a character? Why haven't you dealt with him yet?" This Joshua was unexpectedly a Radiant Church's red-robed archbishop. However, this golden-robed Auk had a much bigger background. He is of the dragon race and was the current Dragon Patriarch's younger brother, but only a half-brother. The birth of dragons is very difficult, but they were still quite fertile. A peculiar thing about them was that they can more successfully procreate with those that wasn't of their own race. Although there were still some pure dragon births here and there, their numbers were still inferior to those who were born between a dragon and of an inferior race. In addition to giving birth to a light dragon because of his wife, Auk's father was also able to give birth to him with a metal dragon. However, since dragon law states that only light dragons can become patriarchs, Auk's chances of leading his race has become impossible. Although Auk had both the advantages of being a light dragon and a metal dragon, he still had to give up the position to his brother. However, his status in the dragon race was still quite high. He was even entrusted with the responsibility of being the envoy of the dragon race in this battle between the inferior sea dragon race and the mermaid clan. As soon as Joshua heard Auk, he nodded, and with a heavy expression he said, "Patriarch Alex, General Lilac, Envoy Auk, our human race did have such a dark mage. Moreover, he had become our church's archenemy. To be honest, at this point, we are very willing to pay any price in order to eliminate him. But this person is very difficult to deal with, causing our Radiant Church to lose repeatedly by his hand." The reason why the Radiant Church has been pushed into a corner in the continent was partly due to this man. You might not know, but this person is quite famous in the human lands. He's the Buddha clan's patriarch, the son-in-law of the emperor of the most powerful nation, the son-in-law of the Dark Mage Alliance's Kelsey family, the Beastman race's foreign prince, as well as being a very big merchant. He is also an extremely formidable dark mage. One time, he had turned the Ixu Empire's 600,000 troop navy into his undead in just one night. For him, controlling 500,000 undead wouldn't be very hard. The Sea Dragon Patriarch Alex was dumbfounded upon hearing Joshua's words. He didn't think that such a character had popped up in the human race. After some time, Alex recovered and said, "I've got some word some time ago that the Fishman race has been having secret transactions with humans. Maybe it's with the Buddha clan that Bishop meant." "But Bishop Joshua, haven't you thought of a way to eliminate him yet?" Joshua forced a smile and said, "This Buddha clan patriarch is named Zhao Hai. He is extremely powerful. We have thought of eliminating him for a long time. In the beginning, we weren't aware of his strength, which cost us 5 white-robed bishops and 18 knight guards. But in the end, the only thing we can do was drive him off to the prairie. But when he came back, his power has greatly increased. After that, we had made continuous efforts in eliminating him, but all ended up in failure. The most recent one involved us sending forth 4 9th rank experts and had them use life combustion in order to eliminate him. But for some reason, he was still able to successfully escape. Later on, in the war between the Beastmen and humans, our plans had somehow become known to the Beastmen. We suspect that this Zhao Hai had something to do with it, but we had no proof. Later on, our church haven't had the chance to muster up the force that would deal with him." "Patriarch Alex, I think this secret trade was established by Zhao Hai. This Zhao Hai had a peculiar personality that made him have a good relationship with other races. I've also heard about him being in good terms with the dwarves. Based on that, it wouldn't be strange for him to have a connection with the Fishman race." Alex and the others couldn't help but breathe in cold air. Although they didn't know how formidable this life combustion that Joshua told them was, they estimated how strong it would be judging by the fact that it used the life of 4 9th rank experts. For Zhao Hai to survive this attack was quite a scary thing to think about.